Oh, somebody redeemed Flex already? Hello, everybody. Flooding good. How is everybody doing on this fan-fucking-tastic Sunday, everybody? I'm late. My apologies, but we're here. Garbage, Poseidon, Ginger, and Cholo for the sub. Universe for the 3. Wish me luck. Life sucks. Well, I hope everything's going to be okay. I don't know what you're going through right now, but I hope you're all right. Garbage for the sub. Geeker, Timely, Wheezy, and Steve for the sub. Brooke, Subzer, and Mista for the sub. Tiana for the sub. Soak for the sub. Mask for the sub as well. Chat. While yesterday was a React day, we did miss Friday's stream, and so today is also a React day. For the people that love Reacts and commentary and me yapping, dub in the chat. For the people that wanted to see me play video games, my apologies, but we're going to be playing a lot of video games this week, so no worries. Tomorrow is going to be a gamer challenge day, probably going to be a 5-hour stream where we do one of those big gamer challenges, have a lot of the challenges on the wheel. We spin a bunch and give myself a time limit to beat them, or we have some sort of punishment. Tuesday, we're doing Manivore, AV Assembly, and some other random games. Wednesday, we're playing all of the Outlast, which is probably going to be like a 6-hour stream. I think the game's like 5 or 4.5. But, you know, with me doing pauses and dying and it'll probably take longer. Thursday, Deliver at All Costs drops. We're going to be playing it that day, as well as maybe some other random shit. And then Splitgate Beta drops same day, so we're going to be playing that as well. Splitgate 2 Beta. Which I believe is an open beta until the game drops like a month later or like 3 weeks later, so that's cool. Friday, we're doing the F Cancer charity stream, the Amazon reviews, and reacts as well, but probably only like a little bit of reacts because the Amazon review is going to take up a lot of the stream. Little PSA as well. For the Amazon video that we're doing, I had to unbox a lot of the things that you guys wanted me to order to set them up. Like Moon Shoes, Easy Bake Oven, the Iron Man helmet. Like, they require setup. And so I want you to know, I'll say it when we do the stream as well, but I've seen a lot. The lube, yeah, no, the lube doesn't require setup. Easy Bake, yeah, we got an Easy Bake Oven. So you pre-peaked? Well, I know all the products we bought anyway because I had to order them because you guys selected them. But a lot of them I had to, not a lot of them, like 3 of them I had to open. I put them back in the box, but I had to open and, like, assemble them and then put them back. Like, the Moon Shoes, I just had to put together because that took, like, 20 minutes to rubber band 100 thick, slippery, lubricated rubber bands to the Moon Shoes and stuff like that. Mr. Outdoorsman, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you if you got a sub. Thank you for the 10 gifteds. Appreciate the fucking support, man. Freaky for the sub. McFeek for the 3. Watching yesterday's VOD when I got the live noti, let's go. Dub. Cholo for the 3, Manga for the sub, Banana for the 1,000, but he's like the fundraiser video you made for mental health. Thank you, I appreciate that. Azer and Fost for the sub. It's actually, the fundraiser itself is raising more money than I thought it would. I originally didn't even know that YouTube allowed you to do that. I thought that I was just going to do the mental health video and then just donate the ad revenue to AFSP, which I'm still doing. But it gives you the option to do like a fundraiser too, and like a bunch of you guys donated like $1,000 or something, which is awesome as well. Fost and Azer for the sub, It's Love for the sub, Alpha for the sub, Becca for the 3. Struggling to tell my crush that I like him. His name is Lee and his last name is... Your crush's name is Leaky Bum. Your crush's name is See, here, you got me with the Lee. Nobody's last name is Key-Bum. That's not a last name. Back up for the 3. Weezer for the 3. I made it into med school, and I finished high school tomorrow. Dude, dub, congrats. 6 for the 3. Sorry for how I acted yesterday. I was just in a bad mood. You're good, bro. I'm 6'10 now. 6'9" 6 months ago. Well, that's awesome. Dude, it's just like... If you're going to send bits and then get upset because I didn't, like, spend enough time on the dono, just don't send bits, you know? Like, I want you to know I appreciate whenever anybody sends me, like, bits or subs and stuff. It's just, like, I have content I have to do as well, so I read them very quickly. And sometimes I will skim a paragraph, right? So then that's how that happened. Like, that, so I feel bad, right? But, like, at the same time, I can't literally, like, spend 5 minutes on each one. Mask and Meatball for the sub soak, and Sheldon for the sub universal for the 3, Sandwich for the 3. Crazy story, a terrorist attack just happened in my area at a fertility clinic. The attacker left behind 30-minute manifesto. We're comparing having a child to grape. He was crazy as fuck. What the hell? Wolf for the sub, Bacon for the 3, or for the 5. Fuck cancer, lost my grandma to cancer a couple years ago. Rip the chat. Fought hard. It's incredibly tough to watch life slip away so quickly. Yeah, dude, that's terrible. I'm sorry for the loss of your grandmother. For you and your family. Wolfman and Tyke for the sub. All right. Oh, sorry. Had a burp. Chugged a protein shake. Outdoorsman for the 3. Nah, actually, my last name is Keybum. No, it's not. No, it's not. I just know it's not. Anyways. Rundown of the fucking videos we have today. Is the Rizzler the rightful heir to the throne of Italy? Interesting. Why Cenat suddenly became hated. Why athletes get naked. That's about OnlyFans. That title's misleading. Tallest dog meets smallest dog. Guinness Book of World Records. This video is definitely going to be copyrighted, but I don't really give a fuck. I think it'll be interesting. The Worst Names by St. Don. Age of Addictions. Tommy NFG video. A lot of the classic YouTubers we watched today. Superbad, the greatest teen comedy of all time. Been trying to watch this video for like 6 months. And this has been in the lineup like 7 times. And we've never actually fucking watched it. Hold up. And then, the craziest philosophical theories explained in 14 minutes. So a little philosophy video at the end. Dr. Yeet for the 5. Have you seen the 4th Darth Vader AI drama? No. Kazuxa for the 3. Kevin for the 3. Would love to see you play the Danish police force. Would love to see you play with the Danish police force. They stream on Twitch, too. What? Like, the Danish police force has a Twitch account. Banana, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 5 gifted. How do you feel about Outdoor Boys retiring? Sorry, reposted TikTok about it. Talked about it yesterday. You could go watch that VOD. Dusky and JP for the sub. Sorry, I just don't want to repeat myself. I talked about it for like 40 minutes. So, I don't want to talk about it again. But yeah, that's the rundown. EJ chat, I have a biology test tomorrow and haven't studied. How do I cheat, please? Not be a bum and go study. I'll time you out for the rest of the stream. Go study so you don't fucking fail your exam. I'm sorry. I'm gonna shoot you straight, dog. You haven't fucking studied. You're asking my Twitch chat how to fucking cheat. Go study for the fucking exam. You can cram. I'm gonna say this. I think you shouldn't do it. Cram studying's a fucking thing. I did it in college. I did it in high school. You can cram study, get a fucking 80. The reason teachers hate cram studying is because you're only gonna remember it for one day. And then this day after you take the test, it's gone out of your fucking brain. But I'd rather you cram study than just cheat on the exam and not fucking put any damn effort into it at all. Cram studying is possible. 80s aren't good enough. Buddy, I'm going to let you know right now, the average chatter probably has a 3.0. The average person in my chat probably has a 3.0. That's not a diss. I'm saying that's 80s, right? The average student in school is probably like a B-, C+. That's just school. I have a 4.0. Okay, I said average, right? I said average. Okay, a lot of you guys have really good GPAs. All right, where are my 1.3 GPA chatters at to weigh down the average? All right, there we go. I'm seeing some, I have a 1.4. They weigh down the average a little bit. It lowers it down. 4.2 here. All right, buddy's saying his weighted GPA. Ain't nobody give a fuck about that. Oh my God, chat, in other news, I watched the Minecraft movie for the first time yesterday. It was a little bit of a letdown. It was an enjoyable movie, but it didn't feel like a full story. I don't know how to explain it. I don't want to spoil it for the people that haven't seen it, but I mean, you've probably seen a bunch of clips on it. I feel like the antagonist, not really very scary. The whole conflict of the movie in general, kind of pointless. I feel like they should have just, like, you know, I don't know, beaten the Ender Dragon. It was kind of boring. I'm not gonna lie. Like, the movie was kind of bad. It's for kids. I hate when people say, it's for kids. Sonic's for kids. Sonic 1, Sonic 2, and Sonic 3 are fucking masterpieces. Those movies, you know what else is for kids? Miles Morales Spider-Man. And those are the best fucking animated movies you're ever going to watch in your goddamn life. So the whole idea of it's for kids, shut the fuck up. Okay? Like, it's for kids. Like, they can't make a good movie that's for kids. Miles Morales Spider-Man, for kids. If you try to argue that Miles Morales Spider-Man is not for kids, you're an idiot. That's not for kids. Yes, it is. What is the fucking rating of Miles? Is Miles Morales Spider-Man movie PG? PG-13. That's a kid's movie. Unless it's rated R, it's a kid's movie. I'm sorry. Like, if you have flat out. If it's not a rated R movie, it's for kids. If it's for teens. Yeah, I'll say, I'm not going to sit here and say, like, oh, there aren't teen movies. But, like, teen movies are just refusing to step over the line of going into rated R. Okay? I'm not sitting here and going, like, oh, the movies for 16-year-olds are children movies. No. Like, when I was a high schooler, I was watching fucking rated R movies, TVMA shows. I understand that, right? But I'm saying, like, TVMA and rated R are, like, they're allowed to do whatever they want. A movie with restrictions is a kid's movie. If you're not, dude, any other movie where if you're not allowed to do whatever the fuck you want, it's a kid's movie. Example of non-kids movies. Django Unchained. I would say Interstellar. Even if Interstellar is PG-13, it deals with, like, big topics. The Thing. Final Destination. Is Final Destination PG-13? I'm just, like, rambling off. No, it's sexual nudity. Yeah, it's rated R. Like, this shit like that. Those are, like, rated R movies. Those aren't kids' movies. But they're not, like, I wouldn't say they're, like, fucked up, you know? Like, I would let my kid watch Final Destination. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference between rated R movies that are, like, acceptable for kids to watch and rated R movies that are, like, I'm not letting my kid watch Human Centipede. Yeah. Like, that's a rated R movies, it's just, like, the heavyweight class. Like, 200 pounds and above. It's like, you could have a rated R movie that, like, a 15-year-old could see, and then you could have, like, a rated R movie that's, like, god damn, that's, like, some fucked up shit. Dexter? Bro, Dexter... Is Dexter rated R? Well, it's not even... It's a TV show, so is Dexter TVMA? If Dexter's TVMA, I would say that's kind of shocking. Because Dexter isn't really... You're not dealing with crazy shit in Dexter. I know it's about a serial killer, and he, like, strips people naked and cuts them up into pieces and then throws them in a river. But, like... You know what I mean? It's not like... There's not, like, that crazy as shit. There's nudity. Bro. I'm not saying Dexter's a kid's show. I'm saying Dexter isn't rated R in my mind. Rated R movies in my head are like Human Centipede. The Conjuring. Like, shit like that. Like, stuff that's, like, traumatic. There being a fucking sex scene in a show is not, in my mind, being like, wow, this is like Terrifier. Terrifier's a rated R movie. Kids should not watch that film. Your 10-year-old kid should not be watching Terrifier. When I was 10, I would watch comedy movies that had sex scenes. It's not like... I'm not saying that should be promoted, right? But I'm saying I'm not in my brain going, that's only for adults. Because there's a bunch of fucking movies that you watch with, like, not Adam Sandler, but like comedy movies that had Superbad. The video we're gonna fucking watch later. Superbad is a rated R movie, but it's about what high schoolers do. Like, how the fuck are you gonna make a rated R movie about literal lives of high schoolers? How the fuck does that make sense? It is word for word a movie about what high schoolers do, but they're not allowed to watch it. What the fuck? How the hell is that? It doesn't make sense. Like, no shit, dude. That stuff's gonna be in there. Like, you're living like a fucking blinded life if you think high schoolers aren't trying to go buy vapes and drink alcohol underage, okay? Like, I'm not promoting that, but like, you're literally like a closeted parent if you think that your kids aren't fucking doing that shit. Like, I'm sorry. That annoys me. That annoys me when parents have kids and like act like it's absurd that their kids try to do those things when they were kids they tried to do that shit. I'm not saying everybody does, right? But it's I didn't go to fucking liquor stores and try to fucking illegally buy alcohol, but I tried to get alcohol when I was in high school. That's just you? No, the fuck it's not. Everybody that I was friends with bought vapes at a fucking corner store where the fucking guy would be like, hey, buddy, and would fucking sell them shit. No ID. They're clearly 15. Like, there's every town has a store that sells to minors. That's just a fucking fact. Every town has that corner store that sells vapes to kids. And everybody knows that. Everybody knows that in your high school, everybody knows that town. Everybody knows that store. It's the fucking, not the 7-Eleven. It'll be some random local joint that sells bongs. And that's what Superbad's about, though. Like, it doesn't make sense how that's like, it's about the high school experience, but like, high schoolers can't watch the movie. What? Go Irish and Dane for the sub Nexus for the 3. Heard in Nevada you bought Zins for your little hiking trip. How'd that go? All right. I just used the Zins on the trip, throw them out before I leave. Max for the 3. Started playing FNAF games on stream, and a dev actually came into my chat and had me play his game. Dude, I didn't know the new FNAF game comes out in like a month. Less than a month. Did y'all know that? I wishlisted it on Steam June 13th. We're playing it. I got to move around stuff. It comes out. There's a new FNAF. Yeah, it comes out in like a month. Less than a month. A lot of my viewers came here because of the raids and me being shown on the stream sometimes. So if I made a FNAF game with my chat based on your FNAF fan game based on fan game with my chat based on your channel or whatever, like a parody, would you play it? If it was good. I mean, it depends how long it is. I'm not playing a FNAF 1, FNAF 2, FNAF 3, or FNAF 4 game. I'm saying that right now. I do not like early FNAFs. I think they're bad games. I don't care if dev's in my chat. I'll say it right now. I think they're boring. They're boring and stressful. It's not like me just checking cam, closed door, light, battery. Like, those suck. I don't like those games. That's why I'm hyped for the new one, because it's not that. Hell for the sub Mango for the 3. I think FNAF makes good games. I like their other shit. Wasn't here, so I didn't know. Had my wisdom teeth taken out. I'm Cut Jack for the sub. Well, I hope that went well. H3 for the 1,000 buddies. I know we have a week's game lined up. Just wondering if we're still going to run 4v4 of Neighbors Suburban Warfare soon. When the fuck did I say I would do that? We? Me and you? Who is H3? Do I know you? What do you mean? Who's we? Like with chat? No, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm like being like, did I actually say that? We are balding? I'm not balding. Yo, chat, I'm fucking with the new haircut, though. Keeping it down. I like it. I like it. My friend told me it makes me more attractive. He's a guy. It really upped my ego, though. It really upped my ego, though. He was like, yeah, your other haircut was ass. I'm like, thank you. I wish you told me that then, because I had that shit for like 5 years. I had that fucking shitty ass haircut for fucking forever. Dr. Doobs and Ian for the sub, Hoodie and TB for the sub, Lord for the 5 gifteds, Wolf for the 5 gifteds, K for the 3. Just graduated yesterday with both my high school diploma and associates in science. That's awesome. I know more and more high schools are doing that, where you graduate with a 2-year degree. Andrea's for the 3. Terrible news. My grandma has like 10 days left. Had to let you know I appreciate you being here. Well, dude, I'm sorry about that. That is fucking terrible, Andreas. Or Andreas. I don't know how you say her name. But I'm sorry about that. That's horrible. Hunter and Stiggy for the sub next for the 3. Back in 22 at my senior prom, we had vape breaks like 45 minutes. Jack for the 755 bits. Wait, what FNAF is it? Is it like a VR game? No. It's not a new VR one that's coming out, right? Dursley, Mr. Puff, and Issa for the sub. Go Ash for the sub. Nexus for the 3. I read the rest. Thank you for the sub. No, it's, I don't know. What the fuck is the name of the new FNAF coming out? Five Nights at Freddy's. That's what I want to be. What's the name of it? Secret of the Mimic. I think it's like all new characters. Because I think they're trying to like pivot. We'll watch the fucking minute trailer. I ain't give a fuck.
So let me explain the situation. One of our contractors, Edwin Murray, has gone missing, leaving our property abandoned in his warehouse. Your job is simple. Enter the warehouse and retrieve the technology that he was developing for us.
Oh, wait, no, they have the fucking cameras there.
Your job is simple. Enter the warehouse and retrieve the technology that he was developing for us. It's a kind
Do you think it's going to be the same as the first ones?
of prototype endoskeleton that can adapt to any costume and become any character.
FNAF is overrated. No, I think FNAF games are genuinely good. I do believe that the fan base of FNAF, though, overhypes the piss out of FNAF. I think FNAF is like... FNAF as a like, series is like an 8.5 out of 10. Fears the Fathom games, 10. Dark Anthology games, 9.5. Right? Those games are just better. They're better than Five Nights at Freddy's. Like, they are. But FNAF is good.
We suspect it may be malfunctioning, so just be aware of the slim but non-zero chance
Refund those push-ups, brother. I'm sorry.
that you could
I know. I keep saying refund them. I need another day, man.
sustain significant injuries while attempting to retrieve it, including but not limited to death or dismemberment. We fully expect the retrieval process to go smoothly and without incident. But just in case, we suggest you get your affairs in order before arriving.
That guy's not scary. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's not. Maybe under the scarf there's some creepy teeth. He looks like he's from fucking Mario. He looks like a fucking toad.
Back to work.
I don't know. I think it'll be a good game, but I don't know, man. I feel like Steel Wool Studios needs to make a new franchise. You know? I feel like the devs are like Scott Games. They need to branch out. I feel like they're able, it looks good, but I feel like they need to do some other shit, you know? Like literally just pivot. But it's like the if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Because Five Nights at Freddy's is like I don't want to say it's as known as Call of Duty, but you know how like the COD games can suck and everybody will still buy them? It's the same thing with like FNAF, where obviously I think they're making still good games. But with FNAF, they could just fucking, if they just ride the FNAF series, they could just do that for the next fucking 20 years. And people will still buy it. It's not the same though. Right? It doesn't have like the hype it did. You remember when like Markiplier and Corey Kenshin, like 2016, 2017, like fucking like Five Nights at Freddy's was like, oh, that was the shit. Like that was the coolest thing ever. Molly for the sub, Mail for the 3. I don't think fans overhype it. I think they care more about the lore. Makes it a higher rating because the storytelling through hints and minigames and all that in FNAF is genuinely phenomenal. Yeah, but no. I think what I mean by FNAF super fans, I mean the guys that are going into the movie theater when FNAF movie came out and going like they're annoying. Like those people. Like that demographic that just sings FNAF music, like casually. Those people are obsessed with FNAF. Fine, right? It's fine. But like, I don't think the game is that good. You know? Like, what's a game that deserves that level of obsession? I'm trying to think, bro. Like, some story, like Last of Us, bro. Last of Us, fire fucking game. Last of Us, good. But you can't, like, you could be a super fan of Last of Us. It just doesn't have that, like, fan, like, cosplay aspect. Red Dead. Schedule 1. Schedule 1's a good game. But I don't know. I feel like Schedule 1, the difference is like, you know, it's like a fucking sim game. Poop Killer, it's your boy for the sub, Jack for the 5. Have you played A Way Out? Yes. Maya, it's your boy for the sub, Mail for the sub, Stinky for the sub, H3 for the 3. If you have any games you want me to play or videos you want me to react to, video, shop, games, such as top fan most of the videos that I watch games that I play. Today we're about to hop into reacts in literally like a minute. Tomorrow, Gamer Challenge. Tuesday, Man of War, AAV Assembly and Random Games. Wednesday, Outlast, full Outlast playthrough. Thursday, Deliver at All Costs, new game, dropping some random games. Splitgate beta drop same day. Friday, we're doing F Cancer, charity stream reacts, and Amazon review of the products we got. Next Saturday, I'm off. Next Sunday's reacts. Next Monday is games with chat, because it'll be Memorial Day. And we're going to do a little game with chat day. It'll be fun. Thank you for the sub. Like 4 of you and 7 of your friends. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I feel like we could do that with other games, though, too. Andreas for the 3. Already read that. Patria and Small for the sub, Joanne for the 3. Sorry you didn't get into Streamer University, Lil Bud. You'll get him next year. I didn't apply. It's your boy and Pate for the sub. I also would not get accepted as a student in Streamer University. It's for, like, small streamers. Oh, you are a small streamer. 5K viewers? 5K viewers? Oh, average 3.5K, bud? Oh, lil bro. Oh, lil bro. Oh, lil bro. You're not as... Oh, lil bro. You're like 3.5K Andy, though. Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't care. Okay? I'm saying, like, it's not... like, Streamer University is for people that have, like, under 100 viewers. Like, 200 viewers and less. Like, smaller streamers. You fell off. Oh, mister. Oh, don't be offended now. I didn't want to get into Streamer University. What the fuck am I going to do there? Clip farm? I don't even know. If I pulled up to Streamer University, I'm going to attend a class about from a guy that I know. Like, some of the professors, I would just pull up to the class. I'm going to sit there. I'd be like, bro, I already know this shit. Like, why am I... Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I would go to the class, and they're going to teach me shit I know. Like, why the fuck do I need that? You know what I mean? It's like trial and error shit. And even then, it's not like actual classes. I don't want to... We'll talk about... We're literally watching a video about Cenat in fucking 10 minutes. So we're just going to watch that. We'll talk about it here. Small and Pate for the sub. Brecken for the 3. What is your opinion on Ocean's 11? Good movie. I haven't seen the other ones, though. Masinowski for the sub. All right. First video. Is the Rizzler the rightful heir to the throne of Italy?
Asked about the return of a king to the dormant throne of Italy, Monaco-Italian nationalist Chef Boyardee said the following: "Our captain, our king, will one day return to the throne that little Caesar built, but first he must be disrespected, betrayed, mocked, and even disobeyed. Only then will he have the true humility."
Chat, why are you guys already saying skip? It's a 3-minute video about the Rizzler, bro.
The true Riz to seek the throne of our people. In 1940...
Alright, fuck you guys. Alright, fuck you guys. We don't have to watch this shit. You don't care about the Rizzler? Alright, alright.
That one could only whisper.
They did fall off, though. I kind of feel bad. You see that shit? Like the Costco guys and the Rizzler? Bro, it's because it's like... I don't know. You know what I mean? Okay, and I don't mean it, like, this isn't mean at all when I say this. The Costco guys are, I'm not a celebrity. I'm just like a streamer, YouTuber. The Costco guys are like celebrities. They've breached television, right? Like, everybody knows them, but they're the actual, like, definition of, like, D-list celebrities. Like, they're just, everybody knows them, but nobody's, like, obsessed with them, if that makes sense. That's cap. What are the Costco guys doing now? Actually, what is the Rizzler doing right now? What is he doing on It's the Rizzler? I mean, dude, even if he did fall off, that motherfucker's set for life. He probably got enough money. Even if he didn't get paid, bro, the Rizzler has the same management as me. The Rizzler has the same There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way the Rizzler and me. Dude. Oh my god, wait, that's actually like a fucking, that's like a stun shock, dude. That's actually crazy. Collab, what is he doing now?
Excuse me, sir, you know where the bathroom is?
Over there.
Oh, this is a nice bathroom. What the hell?
It stinks.
What the hell is this?
I'm freaking hungry.
Alright, this is getting really weird. Hi, Roro. What do you guys got? A new wrist space?
New wrist.
So when you get a 3-pointer. Oh.
What the fuck is this? What? Why is he wrapped in bubble wrap?
Antarasino.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's the Rizzler.
Do you think he getting excited about V-Bucks? Bro, what I was going to say, though, is he's so young that, like, all the money he's made, if his dad just puts that in, like, a fucking trust, he'll just be a millionaire by the time he's fucking 18. You know? Because he's, like, what, 8 years old? He's, like, 8 or 9. Whatever. Yeah, he's, like, 9. If, say he made, like, 100K, 200K. If they put, and even then, he's probably getting, like, TV deals, dude. Because I don't want to say that cable is so behind and doesn't understand, like, money evaluation. But, like, Late Night with Jimmy Fallon and, like, all those, like, if you're on, like, cable TV, they just have fucking funny money. Like, they just throw that shit around. If you're, like, a known person, they'll just put you in ads. And it doesn't matter. So if he gets in that space, say he gets 200K, he could just hold on to that money for like 20 years, and then he'll just be able to retire. Like, he won't ever have to have a job. Which is dope. Aspect for the 10K fucking biddies, dude. What the hell? Thank you for the fucking bits. Love your videos. I'm 16. You're the shit. Please keep up the good work. Inspiring people, speaking on mental health. Sending much love your and Brooke's way. Thank you. Aspect Levy. Thank you for the fucking 10K biddies. Thank you for the nice message. You could have applied as a professor in Streamer University, Mr. for the 3. I wanted to, but I talked to my manager about it. It's like, it's more of content than actual teaching. And I only wanted to do it if I was actually going to, I don't even know if they would have accepted me, number one. So I don't want to say I would have been accepted as a professor. But I would have loved to do it if I could have actually taught, like, a genuine class. And, like, given advice. Whack and Labe for the sub. Off for the sub. Bipolar Insane for the sub. Captain and Owski for the sub. Because I would have worked on that. I love giving advice. I hate, like, I like what Kai's doing where it's, like, a free paid for thing. And I bet there is going to be some stuff that's, like, learned and, like, you know, used. We're going to wait. We're literally, okay. Why Kai Cenat suddenly became hated. This is on topic with what we were just talking about. With Streamer University, yeah, I could have applied to be a professor, but I just think that it's going to be more content-driven than actually teaching. But even then, I think it's better that he's doing that because it's free versus streamers that do, like, have you seen, it's mainly TikTokers, if we're going to be fucking for real. Have you seen the TikTokers that do, like, paid, like, teaching services where they're going to, like, give you advice on how to be a streamer or like a social media star? That is a fucking clear cut and dry scam. That is, I'm sorry. If you need to pay $80 a month for a fucking service to teach you how to be an influencer, I gotta say this right now, you're not gonna succeed as a fucking influencer. Number one, You could fucking figure out whatever the hell they're going to teach you on Google. Or any other fucking, just go to a streamer, send them fucking 300 bits and be like, hey man, give me advice. And they'll fucking give you advice. It's way easier to do that than pay for some fucking program that a TikToker with 1 million followers has. You know how I'm not trying to be a dick when I say this. On the scale of being an influencer, getting 1 million followers on TikTok is not impressive. It's impressive, but in the streamer verse of who you would pay to get advice from, do not pay some random TikToker that fell off fucking $100 to teach you his clear cookie cutter method on how he fucking got big when that might not work for you and he got big. Dude, you could have 4 videos blow up on TikTok and have 1 million followers. You? Yeah, bro. If you can clip the farm the fuck out of TikTok. Even then, yeah, the Griffin method. Where it speeds up and slows down your voice. Yeah, that's a thing too. No. But like if you're going to I don't think you should pay anybody for social media advice. But if you are, don't pay a TikToker. Pay somebody that's like Kai. Kai would probably have better advice.
Day as a content.
Anyways, now, starting the video.
Imagine waking up one day as a content creator and out of nowhere, the internet's decided you're cringy and fake. Not because of some crazy scandal, not because you said anything wild, just because a few random TikToks went viral calling you annoying and cringy. And if you think that's insane, that's what the internet is currently doing to Kai Cenat. For those of you who don't know who Kai Cenat is, even though I'm pretty sure all of you do, he's pretty much one of the most popular streamers in the world of all time. He's broken Twitch records, one streamer of the year back to back. Like he's basically,
I would say the only streamer that is bigger than Kai is Speed. Just Kai's more known in the US in terms of like viewership and sponsors and stuff. Speed is just worldwide. Queso, not even close. Nobody knows Queso comparable to Kai or Speed. Speed has worldwide recognition. I think Kai makes more money. Kai's audience is all US people, and having a higher US percentage audience makes you more money because you're going to get more ad revenue. Me having viewers, and this is not me being mean, I'm just being real. Like 68% of my audience is from the US. 32% is from Australia, UK, Philippines, random other countries that kind of, fill up that rest of the percent. Those people are not worth money in the ad space. If you are a viewer from like fucking Bulgaria and you watch me, ad companies don't want to pay me for your view because you're not going to buy their products. When I get sponsored, almost all of the ad space on social media is from American companies. So unless you're in your audience that's North American, meaning Canadian and US, maybe Mexico, that's where like all of the ad space is generated. Like all the companies that you see that sponsor creators, whether it be on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, they all want US people because US people tend to be the highest consumers. They buy the most products. They're the most easy to get to marketing wise.
Basically reached every achievement a streamer could achieve and done everything a streamer could do.
So how do UK streamers make money? They still get ad revenue. They still get paid. Like being in the English audience space as well gets you more money. But I would argue that if you have 5K viewers as a UK streamer, you make 1/2 as much as a US streamer that has 5K viewers off ads, not ad revenue. I'm not saying like when you hit the funny money button on Twitch and you run an ad. I'm saying outward companies that source you as creators. Raid Shadow Legends, fucking Morgan & Morgan, Raycon. Like they want usually US audiences.
And when you actually take a look at all of his feats, I don't think it would be crazy to say that people love.
What about UK ad companies? They might run with UK. They might, but it's like there's less. Like a lot of companies that you know of that you see ads for are US based. And even ones that aren't, like China, go US. Always. Like I work with a lot of Chinese companies. Like when I do gaming, like almost every mobile game ad you've ever seen me do, or basically every mobile game ad you've played is Chinese. It's all of them are made in China, ran by China. They might have American investors, but they're Chinese companies.
Kai Cenat.
You're yapping? I don't give a fuck. This is fun to talk about. Clash of Clans? I think Clash of Clans is, yeah, no, that's like Nordic, like Finnish.
But nowadays,
that's different though. I'm talking about like those, like, not like non-mainstream games.
if you look throughout social media, you wouldn't even think that's the case. If you look throughout social media right now, this clip is just one of many. It seems like in the span of a week, hundreds to thousands of TikToks have sprung up of everybody now deciding to hate on Cenat.
You know what it is? People like thinking they are niche. When I got, like, bigger, I saw comments and videos talking about how, like, they can't watch me anymore because I'm too big. Like, people, when something goes mainstream, it's no longer cool. If everybody does it, it's not cool. And that follows, like, a big group of people. And so I think Kai's gotten so big that now it's, like, not cool to watch Kai. Like, if you watch Kai, that's not cool. You're not big. I'm not saying I'm as big as Kai. I'm saying that's what happens. Kai's gotten so big that people are like, nah, this is cringe. Nah, this is... It's like, you know when Mr. Beast makes... You know when a meme happens and then Mr. Beast makes a video about it and he's like, hey, yeah, Big Chungus. And it's Nolan and him. And then it kills the meme. It's like the same thing. It's like Kai does something and Kai's so big that it's like, now it's not cool because Kai did it. Because it's not niche. You're not a part of something. Because now everybody knows.
Calling him fake, saying he fakes his laughs and reactions, calling him cringe and annoying, and basically anything.
It's how he got big, bro. I mean, you got to think, like, Kai probably has one of the younger audiences on the Twitch platform. He has to appeal to his chat. And so he's going to see the vibe that they're giving off, and he's going to change accordingly. Like, he has to mold his personality.
Thing under the sun that could incite some kind of downfall. And it pretty much all started from people hating on his reaction to things, saying he's fake laughing or laughing too hard, and he's completely just faking it for the stream and doesn't actually find anything he's laughing at funny.
Yo, I'm gonna be in shape by December.
I mean, I laugh mad hard at some of the videos that I watch, but I'm genuinely laughing. Like, I can't fake a laugh. I'm like, I could laugh at something and then maybe laugh harder on stream. But if I don't think something's funny, I'm not going to laugh at it. Try? How do I try and laugh? How do you cap? How do I try? Like, okay, tell me a joke. You got it. I need something to read. Fart. That's not funny. No, see, now you're making me upset. How did I fake laugh? It's unauthentic. It's unauthentic. It's close, but it's not there. That's not it. That's not what I would normally laugh like. It's like matching the tone, but not like my genuine, like, oh, that's funny. Bub, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you that we got a sub. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Dominator for the 3. KNG and Kush for the sub. Zyro and Dominator for the sub. Xavier for the 3. Can you make me a ham Sammy? No. Tissy for the 3. Says hi, Joe. Scotty Jake for the sub. Max for the 3. Speaking of which, any advice on how to network with other streamers? Like, how did you meet and start streaming with other streamers you collab with now? Twitch Rivals, Block Wars. It kind of all just happens by random chance. Some of them reached out to me. I might have reached out with some of them because we have, like, mutual audiences. But outside of that, it's literally just kind of random. ASAP for the sub, not for the 3. You should do a drunk versus sober test on a high versus sober IQ test, then afterwards watch AI YouTube videos for a stream. That is so random. Wondering what your IQ results would be. Labor and Whack for the sub, Aware for the sub, Kush for the sub. I could do that, an IQ test. I would have to do it sober and then get drunk and then do it again. Max for the 3. My ex-wife still misses me, but her aim is getting better.
All right, I'm not gonna lie.
Kai laughed for you.
That one was kind of crazy. So as you can see, there's a trend going on right now. People are clipping some of the most over-exaggerated moments from his streams and using them to make fun of him online. With captions like, "Okay Kai, now overreact to this text message like it's a Marvel post-credit scene." Or you have the captions like, "Laugh in 3, 2, 1 #streamer." And look, I'm not gonna lie, some of these are a little bit funny. But do you guys want
The one that's funny that I saw was when he is like clearly looking at something else, and then midway he like full pauses and just goes like this and stares at his chat and then resumes. But I don't know, like, it's funny, but at the same time, like, you have to do that as a streamer. Like, you're gonna have to read chat, you have to see what they're saying. Like, but I think sometimes he does get like, I don't know. I think the difference with other streamers and Kai is Kai doesn't really like reference his chat a lot of the time. He's just looking at how they're reacting and then continuing what he was doing. Like, when I look at chat, I'm reading chat and I'm like, somebody said, "No offense, that's probably why you aren't as big." What? Because I don't do what Kai does? What the fuck do you mean? What? Because I'm not reacting like Kai? What do you mean? Well, no, I think it's like, what I was saying is I read chat. Like, when I look at chat, I'm like glancing and I'm trying to find something that I could like respond to. But I feel like a lot of the time when Kai's streaming, he's reading chat just to see how they're reacting, not to actually like interact with them.
Want to know what's more insane than some of these captions? The comment sections. Some of these comment sections are absolutely wild. And just by taking a look at some of these comments on this post, you have top comments like "Kai Cenat hate" with a heart emoji. "Why are we hearting people's downfalls?" Or "Kai finally getting hate" with a heart.
Yeah, I don't know. That's like fucked. But I think part of the problem with getting like breaking into the top 20 streamer base is you then inherit all of the new brain rot kids. Because children don't know how to choose, and so they always just go with what's most popular because that's like a natural thing in their brain because they want to be a part of something that's big. So kids that get into Twitch are going to watch Kai, Queso, Stable Ronaldo, Lacey, Jason the Ween, Your Age. Like, they're going to watch the top 10 guys, the phase dudes. Like, it's not, they still have their own core audience, but then they basically, like, inherit, like, 30% of just, like, Twitch. Like, they just get Twitch. So, because when you go on Twitch, because the recommendation tab is so wrong, or so bad to recommend things, they don't really, like, pick streamers. They just watch the most popular people. And so that's how that's a lot of their fan base as well. And so I think people don't like that because if you are a dedicated viewer of like Lacey or Kai or Your Age or something, you're also seeing those chatters that are like, you know, like bandwagoners. That's the best example. Like, they're fake fans. They're fake fans. A lot of the people that watch those big streamers aren't actually, they don't fuck with their content. They just do it because they're big. They don't know what to watch, and so they just watch people that are big. XQC genuinely funny, though. XQC's different. XQC's been in the streamer space for, like, fucking 15 years. XQC's followers aren't watching him because he's XQC. Like, or because he's big. They're watching him because he's XQC. His audience is, like, been watching him for fucking 10 years.
Been waiting for Kai Cenat hate. The world is healing. What are we healing from? Like, I've never seen this many people praying for what.
XQC's not funny. There's some funny clips of him. I think part of the problem with streamers that are XQC big is they stream too fucking long, man. Like, somebody's got to do it. Bro, you can't be entertaining for 15 hours straight. I'm sorry. It's just not. No one. That's the prime stream time. If you watch streamers is like 3 to 6 hours. If I stream for 15 fucking hours, you get so burnt out and you're like not talking the whole time. Because it's not, you can't just like be ingrained and like zoned in that long. Moist Critical's silent for half of his streams. Like, I love Moist Critical. I love his YouTube videos. We were talking about this yesterday. It's the same thing. That's why, like, there's two different categories of streamers that are doing cut down shit for YouTube and like small entertainment stuff. And then there's just streamers like Summit who stream for like 20 hours straight.
One man's downfall in my life.
It's finally happening. The Cenat hate train is finally starting, bro. And I'm not gonna lie, bro. I don't like hating on people. That's just not in my character, bro. But I guess enough is enough. People are realizing that he's a fucking fraud. And that none of the reactions he does, bro, are literally genuine. None of them, bro. There's literally so many clips of him just being a total jackass. Being loud for no apparent reason. And people are just...
That's like every streamer, though. That's like top 10 streamers right now. Like all of them. That's like outside of like Queso. Like you just clip farm. They clip farm because that's how they cycle their audience. They're not YouTubers. The top streamers are streamers and like streamers alone. They're big in the streamer space. I was talking like a lot of the FaZe guys about this. They're huge on Twitch, but it's hard. Like they're trying to break into YouTube because YouTube's great to cycle people through. But unless you're like Queso, where Queso has the same massive audience he has on Twitch, on YouTube, the only way you're going to get more viewers is getting clipped. And to get clipped, you need to be exaggerating your shit.
Fed up. What's the point of becoming a streamer if you're not genuine and being genuine with your followers? For example, his whole music taste is fake. He is the embodiment.
Oh yeah, I believe that he didn't fuck with that Playboi Carti album. I can't sit there and genuinely believe that anybody listened to that Playboi Carti album and was like, yeah, that shit was fire. I can't. Any of the streamers that listen to that shit, I'm like, bro, this is not it. Like a few of the songs are good, but like the whole, I've been seeing some streamers that listen to that shit and they were like, yeah, this shit was like a 9.5 out of 10.
Embodiment of what?
The whole album? Bro, the whole album. There's like 30 fucking songs on it.
Rap caviar listeners listen to. Bruce was right. I see why Bruce don't fuck with bro. Anytime an artist is popping, he doesn't do it because he discovered it on his own.
This is also not a theory. This is just something that I need to mention as well. And it's going to be true of some things. Some streamers get paid under the table to promote music. Like, that's just kind of not talked about much in the streamer space. By the FTC rules, when you're promoting something, you have to say it's an ad. Like no, I've been reached out by music companies to do ads, and they say don't say it's an ad. Fuck no, that's illegal. But it's like, nobody's really gonna check you on it, but they'll do that. And so I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if there are a lot of streamers that are taking 10, 20, 30K to be like, I really fuck with this song, guys. This is the shit. You need to listen to fucking blah, blah, blah by so-and-so. And it's like some random ass artist you ain't ever heard of before, but they fuck with them like heavy for no reason. And the music kind of seems mid, but it's like, okay, well, he says it's fire, so it's fire. Like, and it's not hashtag ad. Like, bro, you could see through that shit sometimes, especially on TikTok. TikTok is where that, like, the illegal music promos happen the most. I'm not going to say any companies or anything, but like a lot of like labels and shit will be paying people, 3, 4, 5K to just listen to a song and just fucking say they like it. Wanye, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Wanye for the individual sub. Young for the sub. Boobies for the sub. Boy and Andy for the sub. Legend, Sir, Sharky. Fart AVP for the sub. Max for the 3. Am I the only one that thinks people are this upset, are being kind of parasocial? It's like he's an entertainer at the end of the day. People love hating. Young for the sub. People like hating. I think it's like, it becomes like a reverse. I think the memes about Kai are kind of funny, but at the same time, the people that are like actually hating on Kai for this just like being haters because they're upset they're not where he is. That's a big thing on social media. People that just put down other people. You probably have friends for it. Like, we're friends. Like, you probably know someone that if you came to them and you were like, yeah, man, I got this, they wouldn't congratulate you. They'd find some way to tear it down because they haven't succeeded in anything. So they just they fucking hate people that have had any fucking sliver of success.
He's doing it because he gets...
They're envious. Now, I'm not saying this guy. He's just commentating on it.
Using money off the shit. Like, just a few months ago, he was not tapped in with the underground at all. Now, all of a sudden, he got Osama's son and Nespin in his playlist. Nobody's believing that shit, bro. And the picture behind me, he's yelling and jumping around like a maniac. Loud does not equal funny. And loud does not equal cool.
Oh my god, I used to get told that all the time back when I was a screaming TikToker. Fuck. People will comment that shit now sometimes. Loud does not equal funny. I'm like, bitch, I'm not like that anymore. I still am loud, but that's not the humor. The humor used to just be that I was loud.
I'm low-key glad people are realizing this shit.
And you still did it? Well, yeah, bro, because it did well.
Because to be honest, we don't need any more fraud-ass streamers like him, bro.
I can see the hate and disgust in this man's face that he has for Kai, and it's so funny to me why he hates him so much. Because look, are Kai's reactions a bit over the top and fake sometimes?
Yeah, but just don't watch him. See, that's what I never get. Like, if you don't fuck with somebody, like, you could commentate it on, like, on a regular basis, be like, yeah, I don't like this, this, and this about them. But, like, there's a difference between, like, critiquing them and going, I don't fuck with their shit, versus, like, actually going, I fucking hate this guy.
Yeah.
To be fair, though, I'm not going to sit here and say I've never done that, because there's been times where I'm like, I fucking hate this comedian. And it's like, you know, I'm being over the top. But
Yes. But are
we got to try and do that less.
also gonna ignore the fact that he's live streaming in front of 100,000 people plus every night? Like, it's his job to be entertaining and keep his chat entertained. Even if the stuff isn't that funny, would people really prefer him to be silent and straight-faced? So on
Well, he has to go off of chat, bro. Like, it's a genuine... If I look over and my chat's like, yo, you're mad boring, this game sucks, fucking do something else. What am I supposed to just go, nah, I'm gonna be me, though, for real, fuck y'all. Like, sometimes I will do that, and I'll tell y'all to shut the fuck up. But other times, like, I have to listen to my chat, you know? And so he's in a space where, like, his chat controls his stream. Like, they're a fucking hive mind where he has to listen to them.
On that aspect, I'm kind of split. However, I do agree with the TikTok on Kai's fakeness with some of his reactions to things like music, because I remember seeing some clips of him reacting to some artist albums, and the songs were absolutely trash and garbage.
Yeah, dude, honestly, I feel like I'm just gonna, I don't know, he might be getting paid, he might not be. Who knows?
But to him, it was like he just heard the word of God.
Well, Kai's also in a space where he brings on a lot of rappers to his stream, and I wouldn't be surprised if Kai just doesn't want to step on any toes, because then he ruins future collabs. Like, if Kai was like, yeah, this Playboi Carti shit's fucking terrible, I hate it. Playboi Carti's never gonna go on his stream. And that's a score if he gets fucking, you know, Nicki Minaj and all these other people to fucking pop out on his stream, because now he's gonna make up a shitload more money.
And whether or not the song is trash and deserves the hype, like I said before, it's kind of hard to tell what's being hyped up for stream and entertainment versus him just genuinely being fake. And don't get me wrong, it is smart for him to hype up artists' music so he can eventually have them as a guest on stream. The only problem is it wouldn't be authentic. But I also don't
Nah, that Miranda Cosgrove collab was so odd.
watch Kai Cenat, so I'm not
I feel so bad for Miranda Cosgrove, bro. Because I saw that collab, and he's like, it's iCarly. I remember you're Carly. She probably fucking hates that shit. Imagine being Miranda Cosgrove and literally 90% of the people you meet just knowing you as Carly from iCarly. That's not even her fucking name. That's just, like, holding on to, like, a role you played when you were fucking 13.
sure what the full extent of his fake
Gibby had that issue. We just talked about that. Gibby did the same. It was all of them. Freddy, Sam.
reactions really are. But what I will say is what I find even crazier.
I don't even know their names. I don't even know. What the fuck is Freddy's name? I don't know. I don't know the actor of Freddy. It's fucking Freddy. If I saw him in real life, I'd be like, oh, you're Freddy. Like, I would piss him off. Freddie Benson. Oh, you're Freddie Benson. That's not his real name. Edward? I don't know. Nathan Kress. I didn't know that. You know who probably really has it rough? Coconut Head. From fucking Ned's... What does he look like now? Rob Pinkston. Like, if I saw, bro... Well, I wouldn't even know he was Coconut Head, because I would need to see the hair. All right, lock back in. We're fucking 4 minutes into this video, at least for the 6. Your philosophy videos really changed my views for the better, but going through a rough time. Wanted to say sorry. You genuinely help a lot. Well, thank you. I'm glad I was able to help, and I hope you're all right. Gavin for the sub, Scrum for the 3. Maybe for the gamer challenge, you can spin a wheel for a punishment instead of setting a punishment. Young for the sub. Well, that'll be if I lose.
Is that people who do watch him are so eager to expose him and call for his downfall. But then again, I can't even say I'm too surprised because I did a video on Pack God like 2 weeks ago and how everyone suddenly hated him. And the crazy thing is, it's almost like an identical scenario to this one. And real quick, for those of you who don't know who Pack God is, he's a very popular YouTuber with over 5 million subscribers who blew up for roasting people in Discord calls.
Okay, but was that before or after you took a 3-foot-long Fisher-Price wiffle ball bat, shoved it up your butt, pulled your pants out, and cranked the Dougie with 8 geriatric dung beetles in the middle of an old folks home where your dad was simultaneously recording a video of himself Gangnam Style to the 2016 XXL Freshman Cypher on Facebook Live, while your grandfather was in the kitchen sink with peanut butter smeared on his forehead having a deep conversation with his toenail, and your sister was upstairs in her bedroom finger blasting herself to an episode of Henry Danger, while at the same time your mom was at the farmer's market shoplifting authentic pickles. Oh shit, it's the pickle.
Disregard that. He was very popular a little
Shoplifting authentic pickles?
bit ago with him getting video views of up to 20 million. But then out of nowhere, the internet flipped on him. One day, people are praising.
Bro, you know what it is, dude? I feel like a lot of... you know what it is as well? People fuck with content creators when they're young, and then you grow out of them and think they're cringy. Like, I used to fucking love Sunday. I thought Sunday's videos were awesome. I watch Sunday now, I'm like, oh my god, dude, he's like a grown-ass man acting like a kid. And it's annoying. But that's the thing, is like, there's streamers that like grow up with their... Like, I've grown up with y'all. Like, I used to be an immature teenager. I used to be I was a kid when I was on a kid when I started, and now I'm 23. Like, I've grown up, right? So I feel like that level of like... I don't know. I feel like when if your audience don't grow up with you, they're gonna be like, they're gonna leave you in the past, you know?
Everything he does, giving him.
And so I feel like maybe like the 13-year-olds that were watching him like 3 years ago are probably like, I can't watch this guy anymore.
Tons of support and acting like he's the funniest person
Pac
in the world. And then instantly overnight, he's the biggest joke on the internet. All of a sudden, everything he's ever did or said was cringe and annoying. People just didn't realize it yet. And what makes it even worse is how being a fan of his suddenly became embarrassing.
Mom, get out of my room. I'm watching Pack God. Can't you see? I'm busy.
Son, it's 3 p.m. I need some help with dishes.
I don't care about those dishes.
Oh my god, what is that putrid smell?
Now you messed up, Mom. Pack God.
Another theory, it's when I mean, this is literally just basically me re-saying what I already said. When kids start watching somebody that you fuck with, you start hating them. Even though it's not their fault. Like, the more popular you get, the younger your audience gets. Because you start getting new people, and they're, like, starting to watch, and so it fucks everything up.
Channel your energy. Mom, shut your skin tone, chicken bone, Google Chrome, no home flip phone. Ah!
Dear God, I hate my life.
Pack God, we just humbled her.
Now, based off this video, you guys can most likely guess what the comments are. And if you just said a bunch of comments roasting Pack God, you would be correct. With people saying things like, how did I even think Pack God was tough? Or, used to watch Pack God, broken heart, rose, rose. The main theme between all these people is they used to watch Pack God and they used to enjoy his content. But now, they find it easier to just hate on him.
I think the same thing would be with me, though, too, imagine if I still made the fucking content I made in, like, 2021. Imagine if I was still, like, you put fucking ramen in the watermelon to fix the watermelon? What the fuck were you thinking? Like, it's so cringe. Like, if I watch my old... Bro, that's what it is. They don't change their shit up. Like, it's fucking... If you watch my old videos, they're fucking terrible, dude. They're so bad. When I was, like, 18, 19, I made the worst content ever. It did fucking good, and that's great. I look back at that shit, I'm like, bro, I was so boring. I was annoying. Skate, thank you for the 25 fucking gifteds, bro. Thank you for the fucking 25 gifted. Skate _4, bro. Dub in the chat. Thank you for the fucking gifteds. Nick for the 3. It's crazy how I was like 50 when I started watching you on TikTok. I'm 20 now, and I still fuck with your content, so more than ever, especially the philosophy stuff. Yeah, dude, I think I've like fucking grown up. Now I think I'm like, you know, where I need to be, and so it's like different because I can make content that appeals to like, you know, college students and even teenagers, but also older people. So it's like I mitigate like how big I can get, but I also like fuck with my audience more. Toxin Wink for the sub. Joe Bartolozzi for the sub. Small Fries for the sub. And yo, Skate, thank you for the fucking gifteds, man. And the individual sub for 6 months.
Hey, come on in. Oh, wow. It smells so good in here. Wow, I'm already in love. Don't you think that's a little fast? My capability for love moves as fast as Pat God raps.
Yeah, I'm not doing this, but you guys get the point. Pat God is simply just a victim of the internet, and Kai is just going through the same thing. But in all reality, Kai will be just fine. In the span of a couple weeks, the internet...
Yeah, the internet goes through phases of shit so fast, they'll give up pretty quickly. It'll be like 2 weeks, and then everybody will be fucking dick riding Kai again. It's like, I think he knows that too, so he just doesn't give a shit. Like, he'll just be like, all right, people are making fun of me. Who cares? It'll be over in a week. Cameron for the sub, Skate for the sub. Because motherfuckers have the attention span of a rat, bro. It's already over? Yeah, I think people are already giving up on it. All right, next. WVid, though. I did fuck with that. That was fun to watch. Why athletes get naked? I don't think this will be TOS.
This is Liz Cambage, full-time WNBA All-Star. One of the greatest players of her generation. Career earnings, $900,000. Earnings on OnlyFans, $1.5 million. In her first week. That's right. She made...
First week?
More on OnlyFans in 7 days than in her entire basketball career. She's not the only one. From track and field to bobsled, more and more pro athletes are joining OnlyFans to make a living. Even Douglas Costa and Nick Kyrgios. Now you might think the obvious.
I'm surprised that male athletes are switching over. I think there's more of a motivation for women as well because they could get paid more on OnlyFans, but also because they don't really get paid very much in their pro spaces. Like, female athletes in the NBA, you can make more than them at, like, a high-paying 9 to 5. Like, you might make more than, like, one of the best female athletes in the NBA. If you're, like, a hedge fund manager. Or you're... I mean, like, that's still a crazy job, but, like, you're not making more than male NBA players. Like, the worst NBA player in the fucking league is still probably towering over your salary.
Yes.
And he sits bench every game.
These athletes are selling their bodies for money.
You need a haircut? I did. This is my haircut.
And the guys at Athletic Interest made a video about it to have fun with the...
That's fucking mean that you would say that.
Research. But it's more complicated than that. We are not just talking about lower-ranked athletes, but Olympic champions, Wimbledon finalists, and Champions League footballers.
Well, the problem for Olympians, too, is if your sport's real niche, you probably make fucking nothing in general outside of the Olympic years and big competitions. And even then, like, I usually use track as an example because that's what I know a lot about because I used to run track. If you're a pro track athlete, male or female, and you're not winning your events, you're making jack shit. You have a 9 to 5. If you're like a fucking 5,000 meter female runner and you place like 4th place in the meets that you go to, you could go to the Olympics. You're not going to get shit. Like, you're fucking, you might have like a base salary. You might be signed to like Adidas or Nike, but you're probably going to get like $20K a year. You're just a badass contract. You're only going to get paid based on placements and maybe some prize winnings. Like, some guys up at the top make the most. Like, that's why Usain Bolt's rich as fuck. Usain Bolt, one of the most known athletes in the world, winner of the most popular track event, world record holder, 100, 200. Noah Lyles, same thing, makes a bag, gets a lot of sponsors, gets paid a lot because he's at the top of his individual event. Like, if you're like a pro athlete and you're known, but you're like a fucking gymnast and you're not competing that much, you're probably going to be more motivated to get paid in other ways.
Why would any of those athletes join a platform that is popular for pornography? How much money are they making? And what does this say about the current sport?
Well, and it's also very easy to have those women be fetishized. Like, you're a WNBA player, you're 6'5", 6'4", right? Like, just be real.
And creator economy. As it turns out, there is a much bigger picture. Welcome to Athletic Interest and the OnlyFans business of athletes. OnlyFans has managed to do something that most companies fail. They took something people were used to getting for free and convinced them to pay for it. The numbers speak for themselves. Over 350 million users, nearly 8 billion in revenue in 2024, and a large chunk of that went straight to creators. For comparison, that's $1 billion more than the combined salaries of every NBA player. Sure, there are way more creators on OnlyFans than players in the NBA, but
Yo, but even then, look. 5.3 million OF creators, I guarantee you only like 500K of them make any reasonable amount of money. The majority of OF creators have like 3 subscribers and promote it to their fucking like friends. Like, that shit's nuts. Like, I'm never gonna judge somebody for doing OF, but like, I feel like you gotta be making like side hustle money at least to be able to be doing that.
But it's also a lot easier to...
Joe would know. Bro, I've seen people that I knew that started OnlyFans and would post it on their fucking story. And I'm like, yo, this is like, you have like fucking 300 followers. Like, what are you doing? Anonymous for the sub. Like, how are you going to market that? It'd be for the 3. Your suicide awareness video hit hard. My cousin's gone and my sister almost was. Rip in the chat. I'm sorry for your loss, man. Thanks for the video. Well, I'm glad I made it, but... You know, I hope that you're doing all right. Finn and Pat for the sub, as was your sister. Gideon for the 3. Notice how Potcot's profile picture is King from One Punch Man, who is the biggest fraud in S-Class. Alex for the sub. Cameron, thank you for the 5 gifted skate for the sub.
To start an OnlyFans, then to land an NBA contract. This is no career advice, by the way. The point is, the top earners make a lot of money.
I feel like Bella Delphine was making... No, that's cap! That's cap! That's gotta be per month. Sophie Rain makes like $20 million a year.
Like Sophie Rain, who shared a screenshot of her yearly earnings.
43 million. Thankful for 1 year on here. Oh my god, bro. What? She's making like more than like the top of the line pro athletes. Holy shit, 40 mil.
Minus the fee, she makes roughly $3 million per month. But that's still ridiculous to what this guy makes. Sorry for...
And, yo, dude, you gotta keep in mind, Sophie Rain made 43 mil on OF in a year. She's also making money on Instagram, Snapchat views, probably appearances on streams, unless there's some sort of deal where she's, like, promoting her OnlyFans in return. Bro, she makes 60 mil a year. She makes 60 mil a year. For sure. Pre-tax. But, you know, you make that much money, they're going to shelter your money somehow.
All the numbers, but we're getting somewhere. Promise. OnlyFans has just 42 employees. That works out to over...
Bro, like, I can't fathom. She's, like, if she has kids one day, she's made such generational money in 1 year that her great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandkids won't have to work. Like, all of her descendants for the next 300 years could theoretically never have a job. That's cap? No.
$31 million in revenue per employee.
You gotta think, that money invested, bro, that money makes money. Money market manipulation is the worst thing that exists in fucking society, because if you have money, you just automatically make more money, which is fucking crazy. But that's, like, even with inflation, blah, 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 she fucking invests that money, right? Oh my god, bro. Like, her family will be the richest people in her area for generations.
That's more than Google, Apple, Meta, you name it. And since the company is completely bootstrapped with no outside investors, he took home nearly $500 million in dividends last year. So naturally, other social media platforms started to think, let's do subscriptions too. Elon Musk...
She's a horrible person for doing that. I don't know. I would say that... yeah, you're putting it on the creator because they're promoting it, but people are also buying it. And from her mindset, if she didn't do it, somebody else would. Why wouldn't she just want to make $60 million in a year? From my point of view, if I was her, I would do it for 1 year and then just dip.
Other social media platforms started to think,
because, like, what are you going to do with another $40 million? Like, she's made enough now to where she could buy anything she wants forever.
let's do subscriptions too. Elon Musk even changed the policy to allow porn on his platform. But subscriptions are only part of the OnlyFans.
Motherfuckers were posting corn on Twitter for fucking forever. That ain't new shit.
Business model. Despite looking like other social media platforms, OnlyFans runs on a completely different business model. First, you won't find them on any app store. Apple's terms don't allow platforms with sexually explicit content, so OnlyFans operates entirely outside the app ecosystem. Most social media companies make their money from advertisers. But OnlyFans makes all of their money directly from their creators. And those creators get paid directly by their fans. OnlyFans takes a 20% cut, and the rest goes to the creator. That's more.
I feel like they should take less. I mean, YouTube... no, because here's the thing. YouTube takes 50. Twitch takes 50, I think. I think TikTok takes like 70. I think that splits bad because with YouTube, there's an argument that YouTube deserves half because they're working as a site to promote me and they have to put ads. But on OF, you have to market yourself. You have to get people to purchase your subscription. And you're doing everything for yourself to make the money. And they're just hosting you on the website. I feel like they should get like 10.
More generous and more transparent than most other platforms. YouTube, for example.
What about Twitch? Twitch I don't think YouTube's 55-45. I think YouTube's 50-50. Which is still crazy to think. Because then, like, if you're looking at the highest paid YouTube videos that, say, like, a video has, like, 10 million views. It's getting, like, hundreds of thousands of dollars. If it's, like, an hour, like, multi-hour video, like Outdoor Boys. YouTube's splitting that money with you, so they're also getting what you're getting.
Shares around 45%, and only with select.
Like Mr. Beast, I no lie would not be surprised if Mr. Beast had some sort of deal with YouTube for a higher percentage. Because Mr. Beast is so valuable for the YouTube platform that I think that they, under the table, would take a lower rev split from him. I think that's a fair... No other... Twitch has that with subs, where you get... What is it? Right now, I get $3 a sub if it's a paid subscription. Twitch Prime, it varies by country. If you sub to me or another creator and they don't have a certain amount of subs, they only get $2 from it or something. So I get around, it's like YouTube's 55% for creators, long form, and 45% creators on short form. So YouTube takes a lower percentage for long form content. Yeah, 2.5. Base Twitch streamers for affiliates get 2.5, and then other people, like, when you grow, you get 3. Because they try to give you a higher sub rev split because they don't want you to leave platform and go to, like, Kick or Rumble.
The channels. Don't worry, we're not switching anytime soon. Now, OnlyFans didn't invent revenue sharing, and they have way fewer users than YouTube or Facebook. But there's one key.
Facebook makes $3 billion social networks by revenue. What the fuck is getting put on Facebook? Facebook today makes that much money? From fucking who? Old heads? What the hell are they marketing?
Key difference. Because they are not on the apps.
I get everything else. Like YouTube and Instagram making that much money. It's like, yeah, I kind of would have actually expect a little bit more. Oh, Facebook Marketplace? But that's not ads.
Key difference. Because they are not on the App Store. They don't have to give Apple or Google a 15 to 30% cut of every transaction. And that's the only reason they can sustain the 80-20 split. If Apple was already taking 30%, there's no way OnlyFans could afford to pay creators 80%. So, almost by accident, they landed a competitive advantage. Better payouts and more control over the platform. And it gets better.
Well, that's also why I think... Okay, I'm going to say this. I've worked with them before, but that's why I kind of think people think Cameo blows, is because if you use Cameo And if you don't know what Cameo is, it's basically where people could pay creators or famous people to make customized videos for them. Not like corn, but just like shout outs or stupid shit. And if you're doing like a $50 Cameo and they bought it on the App Store, you're going to make like $20 because Apple's taking a percentage and Cameo's taking a percentage. It's just a fucking waste. Like, how am I going to get people to pay me and I'm going to get less than half of the money?
The platforms to go viral and then link to their OnlyFans profiles. So OnlyFans doesn't need to spend big on advertising. They've basically outsourced user acquisition to their creators. Put all that together and you get one of the most unique business models in the creator economy. But here's the question. Athletes make a ton of money anyway. Why join a platform popular for porn when you already get crazy salaries, prize money, and sponsorships? Or do they? Unless you're a global superstar like LeBron, Messi, or Simone Biles, the truth is most professional.
Yeah, the pay scale's crazy different. It's literally just like wealth, income, inequality, but even with pro athletes.
Athletes earn surprisingly little. Let's take Olympic athletes as an example. The average track and field athlete makes around $15,000 per year.
It sucks. See, that's what I was just talking about, bro. They make fucking nothing. That's average, too. You could be a professional track athlete paying for your own travel to go compete and losing money at events. Even if you're like, you could be getting 6th place at a fucking national event and you're fucking not making money
from their sport. That's less than a McDonald's worker in France who earns about $22,000 on minimum wage. And it gets worse. The International Olympic Committee, which earns over $7 billion per Olympic cycle, pays absolutely nothing to the athletes directly.
Yeah, the country determines if they want to pay or not.
Even if they win gold. That's because the Olympic system was built on the idea that athletes should remain amateurs, competing for honor, not money. A rule originally...
They changed that so long ago, though.
Designed to keep working-class athletes out of elite sport, and one that still affects how money flows in the industry today. We've actually made...
I don't put no money behind Sydney McLaughlin. This is a bad image. She makes funny money. Sydney McLaughlin makes... she's top of the fucking class. She has a shitload of social media followers. Who is she? One of the best hurdlers. Also really fucking fast. She has a shit. She probably makes a fuckload on sponsors.
Street today. We've actually made a full video about this. We'll link
Same with Usain Bolt.
The description if you want to.
Why Olympic athletes are poor. Just bad image use. Usain Bolt makes a fuckload.
Dive deeper. So how do Olympians survive? They rely on a fragile mix of 3 things. Salaries, if they are lucky. Prize money, which varies wildly. And sponsorships, which mostly go to the big names in football and basketball. Take the 2012 London Olympics. Usain Bolt made over $20 million that year with a $9 million Puma deal. But Megan Calmer...
You can only get salary. You can only get salary if you're popular, too. That's why you could technically be the top of the class of your event, and even if you do have like a Nike, Puma, or Adidas contract, it could be like fucking $50K a year.
But Megan Calmer, an Olympic bronze medalist in rowing, she made $10,000 for her medal before taxes, and had to grow her own vegetables to make ends meet. And it's not just Olympians. A study found that 80% of professional athletes in the US don't consider themselves financially stable. Travel, gear, training, nutrition, it all adds up. Sponsorship money is drying up, especially if you're not constantly on TV. Which brings us back to OnlyFans. Because if you're a world-class athlete with a loyal fan base, but you're earning less than a delivery driver, why wouldn't you turn to a platform that lets you monetize your following directly? Speaking of building and monetizing a following, if you're a creator, athlete, or business, there is an ongoing tug-of-war in the creator economy. On one side, the creators, athletes, in our case, who produce the content. On the other, the platforms that distribute it. The question is always the same. Who gets how much of the money? Social media platforms make billions by monetizing the attention athletes generate. Think of Douglas Costa. Millions of fans, millions of clicks. But most of the value he creates goes to the platforms. Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok are great for exposure. They help creators land brand deals, affiliate links, and sponsorships. But when it comes to paying creators directly, almost nothing. YouTube is an exception. It shares ad revenue, mostly
Yeah, YouTube is one of the... YouTube will never be beaten in terms of, like, creator usage. I think YouTube will be in existence 80 years from now because they just pay. They pay creators. Other platforms don't want to pay creators unless you're literally the top of your fucking game and they need you. They just don't give a fuck about you because they know that you'll stay there because there's no other options. YouTube pays them, and so it gives them good reputability, and people will just stay there unless they're getting paid funny money to leave.
Respects creators and rewards consistency. But even on YouTube, it's a grind.
Yeah, but that's not fair. Yeah, little life tip here, too. Life, a lot of the time, is not going to be fair. The big guys that are making that much money, they have power, and they're not caring about what's fair for the consumer, right? Like, they're just going to go, hey, we know that you're going to post here and make us money. We're just going to not pay you, and there's nothing you could do about it.
And to make a living. Talking from experience here. OnlyFans wants to...
How much do streamers make for contracts going Twitch to Kick? Those are basically non-existent anymore. Or they're really small. Kick gave out too many big deals that failed miserably and lost a shitload of money on it. And so I think like one of them was like Sapnap. Aiden Ross talked about it. Like they paid Sapnap like a fucking ass ton of money, and he averaged like 500 viewers on Kick, and they just lost out on so much. Kick is dead. I think it was also a terrible idea for them to fucking get Sapnap to move over to Kick. You need, like, people that don't give a fuck. Like, Sapnap's audience is a lot of kids and also just, like, Minecraft viewers. And Kick as a platform is for, like, edgy gambling and TOS content. That's the app.
To flip the model, allowing creators to monetize their audience directly. It's part of a larger shift in the maturing creator economy. Creators getting a bigger slice of the value they generate. And for the most part, that's a good thing.
This shit annoys me so much. Getting naked makes you more money than a person that actually contributes to society. I can understand what you're saying, but at the same time, the people you know are the ones that are paying for it. I feel like it would be different if it's like a company was paying this individual to promote it and they were doing nothing for society and the money was just getting funneled to them. But like individual people are paying these OnlyFans creators $10, $20 a month to see them naked.
More control, more transparency, more revenue for creators. But there's a catch. OnlyFans still comes with baggage. Yes, they market the idea of behind-the-scenes access, training footage, recovery routines, Q&As. But let's be real. Most content on the platform isn't meal plans and workout tips. Unless you're willing to show skin, the odds of making serious money are slim. And for athletes, that comes with a risk. Aligning with a platform still associated with adult content could harm sponsorship opportunities. It could turn off brands, and eventually backfire.
Not could, it will.
Some critics also argue
going the OnlyFans route basically means that you need to make more money than you would on sponsors plus some because you're not going to get sponsors anymore.
that it normalizes explicit content, or worse, pushes financially struggling athletes toward choices they wouldn't otherwise make. It becomes an ethical question. Is OnlyFans empowering athletes to monetize their attention, or nudging the vulnerable to sell their bodies? There's something to win and something to lose for athletes joining OnlyFans. But the biggest winner in all of this, OnlyFans itself, because there is a catch to why so many pro athletes are joining the platform. Many of them get paid by OnlyFans to do so. They are not only...
Oh my god, OnlyFans is giving out... Oh my god, wait. Exclusive content offerings. OnlyFans creators own 100% of their content, keep 80% of their earnings. Dude, do you think they got goddamn Kick-level contracts for OF creators? Like, they'll go up to, like, Angel Reese or an NBA player and be like, hey, we'll give you, like, fucking $100 million to fucking make content for us.
Only doing it to get to the 80% cut.
Yeah, they might be getting paid on top of that.
But they get good old sponsorship money from the company.
Oh, shit.
Why? Because OnlyFans wants to go mainstream, and their way in is sports. They even have a whole sports blog.
OnlyFans has a fucking car?
On their website, where they report about OnlyFans-sponsored athletes and teams. The strategy is
wow, dude. I did not know. Is OnlyFans... Dude, imagine OnlyFans gets into, like, F1.
social proofing. Athletes and fans will be more likely to sign up in the future as they see others doing the same. Adult content is still their core business, but if they want to grow, they need to diversify. And sports is one of the most trusted.
The Goon Mobile. Dude, that would be hilarious if they named it that.
Emotionally driven content genres out there. It also fits the
And as we can see, Max Verstappen actually leaving Red Bull, driving the Goon Mobile for OnlyFans. It's like a clunky-ass car. It has like a horn on it. It just...
a trend.
It gets lapped.
Athletes building direct relationship with fans without relying on media companies or brands. Cristiano started a YouTube channel. Kylie Kuzma launched a newsletter. Austin Eckler built his own app called
I think Ronaldo just started a fucking YouTube channel for fun, if I'm being honest. He has, dude, isn't he doing $1 billion contract with like a UAE team?
Experience. Everyone's trying to
I don't think Ronaldo's like, I need to make money on YouTube.
The connection.
I mean, maybe he's doing... The only thing that I could see Ronaldo doing it for isn't even ad rev, but, like, just having YouTube following on a social space so he could just loop better ad deals. And just get paid more. I play for the Thray. Will you ever play Rust? Somebody just asked me that yesterday. I don't know. 8 off for the sub. If you have any videos you want me to watch, games you want to play, videos/games/job, it's 5 minutes of videos to watch games I play. Trim me for the 2,000 buddies. Graduated last weekend. Dub. I thought I would give you a little bit to the best streamer. Thank you, Sicko, for the Thray. I do petition for Brady to HM or moan the melodies of copyright music for VODs. Or for VODs. Nick for the sub. No. Paul for the Thray. Love the streams, Jenny. Leaving my day. You should come to the United Kingdom film a vlog. I would one day. Tonbull for the sub. Thanks for being you since I've been under a lot of pressure for exams. Well, good luck. Tonbull for the sub. Dog for the Thray. One time I was catfishing my friend in Insta, and he called under the charade, so I pretended to be an OF model promoting their account. Why were you catfishing your own friend? That's fucking weird. Mago for the Thray. I think it's disgusting when they market to kids on TikTok. I support of people, but not like that. Tani and David for the sub. That's the problem, though, is like they're always going to go to those short-form platforms because that's where they're going to be able to spread their content the quickest. Scuba for the 1,000 videos. Should I get my lick back on my HB who stole from me? Maybe. Anonymous for the sub. I don't know. MP for the 3. Your suicide awareness video hit hard. My cousin. I already read that. I play for the 3. All right, yo, count me down 30 seconds, then we're hopping to the next video. Oh. W song my dad listens to it. Dude, dad music rock. Amazing. Fine again. All right. Baka and Zay for the sub. Next. Not really regular commentary video, but I'm excited to watch this. Tallest dog meets smallest dog. Guinness Book of World Records. When did this come out? 2 weeks ago.
This is Reginald or Reggie Johnson.
Oh, I love the epic music. Reginald Reggie Johnson Rice. Full name for the dog. We got a full government. We got a full government name for Reggie. I feel. Do y'all give your dogs like middle names? I'm naming my dog Daisy Bartolozzi. It's just Daisy, just first name.
Reese. He is just over.
Holy shit, dude. His back is above the kitchen counter.
1 meter or 3 foot 3 inches.
Oh my God, you like couldn't even put like treats on the top of a fridge because the dog would just be able to like jump up and eat that.
And he is the world's tallest living dog. Reginald's personality.
Oh, it's so freaking cute.
is deceived by his name. It makes him seem a little bit more regal or like proper, but he's just.
Oh my God, dude, he's like bending the
just
couch.
a big baby. How
much do you think he weighs? Damn, Reggie, you got that dick out. Jesus. Put it away. Get this man some pants.
Say he acts more like he's like 3, like a human toddler. He's super playful, very vocal, very much will tell you.
Bro, he is like 7 feet fucking tall, standing.
What he wants, when he wants it. And
dude, the sad thing about dogs this big is that they die really young. I'm not trying to make this into like a really sad video, but Great Danes live like 6 years. They're like, they don't live long at all.
Loves food.
Not always. I mean, they can live long. They usually just have like a lot of health problems.
As you can tell.
Dude, the dog bowl being like a regular table.
And he was actually the runt of his litter from the time I got him until
What?
He was about, I'd say, 1.5 years. He just grew, like just non-stop growth. So,
dude, what's crazy is dogs this big, like day to day, if you took a picture, it'd be like, holy fuck, you gained 2 pounds. Like, imagine gaining like 3 pounds a day.
We've heard all of the things. How big are his poops? We hear a lot. Where's his saddle?
He drinks out of the fucking sink.
Do you ride him? The third one is always, does he sleep in your bed with you? And our answer is always yes, but apparently some people are shocked that we sleep in the same bed with him. Give me a kiss. And he loves cuddling, cuddle and give lots of love, and that's his favorite thing, I think.
All right, you think you could kill this dog in a fight to the death? Back to the man v dog. Hell no. I feel like he look a little lanky, but he's just big as shit. Like, you ain't grabbing onto him. Like, he's literally the size of a person.
Cuddle and give lots of love.
He's slow? Yeah, he'd probably bite the fuck out of you, though.
That's his favorite thing, I think.
Well, first,
fashion.
Wardrobe is like big wardrobe. I think bigger.
I don't know, dude. Whenever I look at a Chihuahua, I'm just like, I think of those slime, like, mesh things that you would squeeze where the ball, like, where it pops out. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a little squishy slime ball, and you squeeze it, and then it will, like, the goops of slime squeeze out. I feel like I could squeeze this Chihuahua's eyes, and it would just go, like, right out of their skull.
Than mine. She loves clothing, I think, because she's always cold, and she can choose actually where she
is. That a Gucci outfit for your dog?
Is cold, and
oh my God.
And she can choose actually what she like to wear in the day. So for me, it's like really funny because I can see what is her mood that day. She can choose different colors. Look like she like a little bit of style.
Or she's asleep on her hand. What the fuck?
Like she like a little bit of style, and you know.
Is this full grown? How big was this dog? How big was this dog when it was a puppy? Like, the fucking size, like, would it fit in a teaspoon?
Modeling.
Like, this thing could have kids. This thing could get pregnant.
Her name is Pearl, and she have the record for the shortest dog.
Pearl. Oh my God, I feel like if I was at a dog park, I would actually step on it and kill it. Oh my God. No, I wouldn't see it. I feel you couldn't walk this dog in public. Somebody would step on it.
Pearl final measurements was 3.5 inches tall.
4 inches tall?
9.14 centimeters tall.
That's huge. That's huge.
She's snoring a lot. So it's funny, she's like a really vocal. You know, her personality is like a doll, and she's over 40 years old, but she's still behaving like a puppy.
What? Oh, in dog years. Oh my God. I was gonna say that dog ain't 40. What the fuck?
But also really demanding. She's like a really strong and opinionated.
Wait, so how old is 40 in human years? 7, 14, 21, 28, 35. So he's like 6, 7. Oh my God. 6, 7, 6, 7.
And she can tell you what she wants. She's small in size, but she have like.
But she fit in a shoe.
A big personality. They are really smart. Actually, this breed is.
Why is head so bulbous? Like actually spherical.
they're really smart. Actually, this breed is compared to a 12 years old child. We try to teach the people when this record, yes, it's amazing having like a small.
Imagine they introduce the dogs to each other. Reggie just eats it. This is Reggie, Reginald Johnson. Reggie! One gulp.
Dog, but also the love and care you need to have for the animal. They are part of the family. Some people like me, we cannot have human babies.
Oh my God, wait, no. I don't like Chihuahuas, but this dog smiling right now is adorable. That is so cute.
People like me.
I bet this thing is fucking stupid. Which dog do you think's smarter? Reggie or the Chihuahua? Probably Reggie. I feel like Reggie's probably not that smart either. The smartest dogs are usually like medium size. Like, I think border collies are the smartest.
We cannot have human babies, so they are part of the family. And that, for me, is like a big deal. I strongly believe people who care and love animals also care and love other human beings.
Oh, look at him.
So Reggie gets to meet the world's smallest dog today, and
Reggie like, I ain't give a fuck. My bones hurt. My joints. Ugh.
We are really excited.
I think it would be like an amazing moment.
I'm not worried that he won't be careful around Pearl.
Pearl meet like bigger dogs. She is really friendly. So I think she don't have idea she's a small dog.
I worry that he'll be excited and maybe
accidentally kill it.
Go crazy or something.
So I think that would be really interesting, experience.
Wait, are the dogs gonna fuck? Yeah. Yeah.
See how they both behave. Okay, let's.
They're breeding them.
Let's go. You're ready.
No, idiot. How the fuck do you think that would work? Oh, who's at the door now?
Hello.
It's Big Reg.
Hi, son. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Congrats for the new record.
He's just sitting on the couch. He can just sit on the couch like a person.
Thank you.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. He can't sit on the floor?
You see, Purr?
Oh my goodness, hello.
We are so excited to meet your dog, Reggie. Thank you.
Here he comes.
Oh my goodness, hi, Reggie. Oh.
Holy fuck, is he just standing right now?
He's so sweet.
Oh.
You see, Purr? He's Reggie.
That Chihuahua. Help! Help! He's fucking freaking out.
Reggie.
Oh
He's gonna start throwing up.
Purr, he's a big dog, right? But he wanna give you kisses.
Oh my god.
That's cute. Okay, oh, Reggie, you wanna give you kisses to her? Yeah. You see, Purr?
That's Pearl. Sit.
Oh.
Good boy.
He's a good boy. You see? Purr? Oh, he's crying. Yeah, he wanna
He's so
interact with
excited.
her.
All right, put the dog down, see what happens.
Okay. Like that? You wanna?
Oh, he is so gentle though.
Yes. Okay. Here you go. Okay, stay sure. Okay.
Oh, you trying to get a whiff of that?
Yeah. Cool. Sorry. Okay.
He goes.
Can you get that's just thank you. Yes.
Reggie, be careful. Oh no. This is little Pearl.
Bro, the side profile of this dog is so fucked. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at his head. Oh my god, it's like a it looks like a Looney Tunes cartoon. It looks like he went and then a thing fucking rose out of its head.
This is little Pearl.
Oh my god, bro.
You wanna say hello to him?
Yo, he got that pit bull brow in him.
Big dog, but he's a friend too.
Jesus.
Yes.
Bro, Reggie will not stop sniffing its butthole. Bro, Reggie, give it a rest, dog. You right in there. Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh, you got, bro. That bonus is still too big. That bonus is still too big for this dog. Oh my God, he drops that. Look at him. Oh fuck! That was like an earthquake.
He was absolutely adorable. He was also playful like Pearl.
I was
Pearl ain't look playful.
surprised that Pearl wasn't more afraid of Reggie. Usually when we meet other dogs, it's usually the other dog that's like...
I'm surprised Pearl didn't like lay on its back. Usually when dogs meet each other, the smaller dog like lays on its back, shows submissiveness where they're like chill.
Whoa, hold up, back up. But Pearl was so excited and she is very interested in him and he is kind of like, whoa.
Hey, don't get Pearl that don't, hey, Pearl about to choke on one of those pieces.
Very interested in him and he is kind of like, whoa, I have no idea what that is and I don't think I want them near me.
Pearl have a new...
Yo, this dog's anxious as fuck. What the hell you mean they're having fun? Look at this dog. The whole time, bro. I'm telling you, its heartbeat's going dum 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 dum. Joe Biden got cancer? Former President Joe Biden is diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer, according to a statement from his personal office Sunday, and it has spread to his bones. Oh my God. I have cancer. Last week, President Joe Biden was seen for a new finding of a prostate nodule after experiencing urinary symptoms. Friday, he diagnosed with prostate cancer characterized by a Gleason score of 9, group 5, with metastasis to the bone. It continued, while this represents a more aggressive form of the disease, the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. Oh, God. What I don't understand, and this is just going to be me being, like, flat out. When you're the president, I know rich people pay, like really rich people pay for like full body exams and shit like that. If you're like the president, I would assume that they would just do like monthly checkups on your entire body. You know what I mean? Like they should be, if you're the president of the United States, I feel like they should like actively be scanning. Cause I mean, I don't know how long he's had it, but when they're saying aggressive form and it's spread to his bones, like, is it new? Either way, that's fucking terrible. Kale, Will, Wow, Sanitary, Babe, and Lil Nugs for the sub. T-Dog for the 6, not even for the 3. I'm telling you, I'd murk the Great Dane. I'm 6 foot, 285 pounds. Uka and Baka for the subs. A for the sub. I play for the 3.
Pearl have a new friend, Reggie. I think she's a little afraid, but definitely, I think he have like a really sparking personality like her. So he behaved like also like a baby.
So big dogs and small dogs,
All right, let's set up a race.
I think they have more similarities than they have differences.
Bro, he can't even reach the fucking ball. He's too tall. He looked like a giraffe.
People always say like, only small dogs will wear clothing, but Reggie has a bunch of sweaters he wears. Small dogs.
Reggie just wears human clothes. Reggie just wears human XLs.
Dogs are high maintenance. Reggie is very, very high maintenance. So I think they're just more alike than they are different.
How much food do you think Reggie eats a day? Oh my God. When he was growing, dude, like pounds of food. Like thousands of calories. Yeah, I mean, dude, that big of a dog probably stays up for like 5 hours a day.
Burping. Really interesting couple days. We learned a lot. They are really similar in many things. And I was having a lot of fun with him because he's a baby.
And I love her. I just love the way that she'll crawl up on your shoulder and give you loves and...
Yeah, and start shaking and going...
Just make those little squeaky noises.
Oh, Pearl got too excited. Her eyeball popped out.
I'm sure he wouldn't do the same thing, but so he can. It's civic.
Obviously, bringing the smallest dog in the world with the tallest dog.
That fucking happens. I'm telling you. I have a friend. Okay, see, I'm not trying to do this friend thing. You know, oh, I have a friend that I have a friend for everything. I have a friend that owns like one of those little like shitter like pit bull dogs, and it's the cutest thing in the world. When he gets too excited, his eyeball will fucking pop out of his skull.
In the world, there was a little.
And that's just like a fucking health problem. Like that happens. How does that happen?
A little bit of like anxiety.
Yeah, it's a pug.
But I think he was very gentle, very kind. As
Reggie sees Pearl in the food bowl. He wakes up from his slumber. It's time to eat.
Best as he could be, and then when he was done, he was done.
I think like that talks a lot about, you know, how caring and loving he is.
I was...
Oh my God, we king glazing the fuck out of these dogs right now.
Shocked a little bit. I think I had a idea in my head of what a small dog would be like, and she just completely different.
Like a little mean and barking on
yes. She was nothing. She's nothing like that. She's just super friendly. Yeah. Probably my favorite part, most memorable.
Oh, you gotta throw up.
Good job.
Yes. Pour in front of...
It just throws up like 5 pounds of food on a white carpet.
The cameras, I think like she's like a little diva. She loves to be the center of the attention. And even myself, I'm really surprised the way she walks through the camera.
Reggie, he lives in his own world. We're just part of it. I think he was like, this is right. This is appropriate. Everybody's here for me. But I think he did really good. I haven't ever done any like...
I love Reggie.
Professional photography with him. I was really proud of him and how well he did, and he
looks old.
So smart. He just wants to do what we want.
Oh, keep the snoring. Of course you want to be the center of the attention, even when she sleeps. So, that's funny. You can see through the photos and the videos the love we have, you know, for our pets. They are part of the family.
Yeah.
It is.
All right, they get their awards. Do you think there's dogs that are bigger or smaller? Like, these are always the ones that are on record. I feel like Reggie's probably, like, top 5 biggest dog living. But there probably are bigger dogs. It's just, like, they're in Mongolia. And the people are just going, that's a big dog. They're not going to Guinness Book of World Records and going, I think my dog's actually the biggest dog. Please, body cam video, not today. Next! Lucky and Pot for the sub. Ruby, Kale, Will for the sub. Wow, Sanitary, Lil Nugs, and Babe for the sub. T-Dog for the 6. The worst names.
When you're born, your parents...
What's the worst name? Before he even says anything. I think the worst name you could have is a bad combination of first and last names rather than one individual name. I think if your name's like Mike Dick, like Ben Dover, like there's people that just name their kids something where like they can, yeah, Mike Hawk. Mike Hawk. There's probably a Mike Hawk that exists.
Have to make a decision that's going to affect you for the rest of your life. You can either be born with a tough name. I am Jose Mourinho. Or you could be born with this name.
Molester. Oh. See, that's just... I mean, he probably got, like, bullied when he was, yeah, they maybe call him Mo, but, like, this motherfucker probably, even though he was probably born in, like, the 1920s, bro, he probably got bullied his whole life.
Okay, what exactly was the thought process behind this? R.I.P. to Mo, you touched many. To whoever Mr. and Mrs. Lester were, you guys were bad people.
Dude, actually, they give him a bad name. Like, that's not even just like it's a family name, it's not common, blah, blah, blah. Some people like it, some people don't. That's just like a bad name. You gave that guy a bad name.
Satan's greatest soldier.
You definitely know what you're doing when you line up the first name with the last name. Okay, just look at Steve Kerr's son, Nick.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. Like, sports commentators aren't even going to be able to say this guy's name. Like, you can't say this guy's name. It just sounds like the N-word.
Kerr.
Hell no! Hell no!
Yeah, you have to be a different kind of evil to do this to a freshly born Nicklet. Imagine this, you're just coming into this world.
I'll be crying if I look like that too, bro. That's fucked up what they be doing to y'all.
Oh, no! Oh my god, that guy actually just videoed that and said that to a kid?
You've done nothing wrong, you're completely innocent. And then your parents go and burden you with the name Eugene.
Eugene. I'm sorry if your name's Eugene. Bro, it's just like some old ass names, bro. Like, if you're naming your kid Karen or like Gertrude in like modern day, that's just tough.
Now you've limited that baby's future careers to a damn mathematician.
Eugene.
Giving your child a proper ass name off Spawn is just despicable work. Okay.
Edward with a U.
Okay, I'm not calling anyone under the age of 40 Benedict. Or some fuck nigga name like Cornelius. How can you hear that name and say, oh yeah, my baby looks like a fucking Cornelius? At least give bro a nicknameable name. Like with Benedict, at least I can call little bro Ben or something. Okay, but
I don't understand why some names, like obviously Joseph nicknamed Joe, Michael nicknamed Mike, right? Or Mitchell, Mitch, Steven, Steve. Why is Richard Dick? Why? William Bill. What the fuck? Like, why is that the Will? William Will. I'm not naming... If I know a William, I'm going, yeah, Will. I'm not going Bill. William, Billy, Robert, Bob. Yeah, Robert, Bob. Robert, Rob. Why not Rob? Why Bob? What the fuck? It's not even a shortened... Like, a nickname is the shortened version of your name. Or just a nickname that has to do with your personality or something. Anthony Tony. Anthony Tony makes sense, though. Because it's like... You wouldn't do Thony, so it's like Tony. Like, you'd be like, yo, Tony. And his name's Anthony. That makes sense. Jonathan's Logan. Jonathan, the nickname for Jonathan is Logan? No, it's not. Jonathan's nickname is John. Eduardo Eddie. That makes sense. James and Jimmy. Next for the three. My best friend is named William, and we call him Liam. But that's just the last name. That's the last part of his name. That's still a nickname. Shingle, Leo, Prince, and Quispy for the sub. Pot, Lucky, Ruby, Kale, Will, Sanitarian, Wow for the sub. Babe for the sub. T-Dog for the 6. Already read that.
But Cornelius, I'm not calling you...
Steven for the 3. I know a guy whose name's Dick Bang.
Corn. Bro, Fortnite skin ass name. I don't know why that's the first thing that came into my head. But a nickname really could save your whole life. You can go from Reginald to Reggie. You can go from Richard to Dick. How do you feel? You know what name I was damn near devastated to hear was a real name? Gaylord. People name their
Gaylord?
Kids Gaylord. Yeah, I get we live in a more progressive society. But Gaylord, bro, come on. Come on now. And right now I'm just listing names that like multiple people have. Later on I'll show you some of the nonsense. There's just so many
Willie Stroker.
There's just so many common names that I just don't like. For example, can we stop naming our kids George? Like, I don't even hate the name, it's just the spelling, bro. Because in what universe does this word mean George? Plug. Come on now. And I'm talking to you, Sion. That's not how you spell Sean.
Bro, we were talking about that yesterday, dude. Literally yesterday. Oh my God. Nah, that shit. I knew a Sean in high school spelled S-E-A-N. Bro, your name's Scene. Sean. S-H-A-W-N. Okay. I'm fine with Sean, S-H-A-U-N. That's fine. S-H-A-U-N, S-H-A-W-N. Fine. S-E-A-N. Scene? Scene?
And you know, I'm not the smartest guy out there, but at least I know how to spell, and you're all spelling these names wrong, okay? But isn't like the whole point of naming someone to give them their own special, unique identity or something? Okay, why are we giving so many people the same names?
I never understand when you meet a motherfucker that's like, yeah, I'm Jonathan Mitchell V. I'm like, brother, that means every dude in your fucking family above you has the same exact fucking name as you. Like, if you want to name your kid the same name as you, I know there's probably a lot of people in my chat right now that are like the seconds or the thirds or it's junior, senior, whatever it is. I feel like then like you're kind of like forming your kid's personality to be like yours. Like I would want to name my kid something that's different from me.
I'm looking at you, Muhammad. JK, way too many of y'all to make ups. But if you're watching this, you probably have a common name because, you know, that's how common names work.
I mean, it's obviously up to you at the end of the day. But I wouldn't want to have a little Joe Bartolozzi. Name my kid some other shit. My name's Joe. What the fuck am I naming that kid Joe for? Name him something else.
But I'm not even trying to hate. I'm just asking why we're not more original with names. You know, there's way too many Williams out there.
Yeah, I don't want a little mini Bart. Well, I mean, he would be a mini Bart. But he would be first name different.
Just look at the toughest names in history. Their parents are experimenting, you know. Sometimes it doesn't go very well.
I'm going to name my kid Bart. Bart Bartolozzi.
Elon Musk, I'm looking at you.
Double B.
Your Among Us codenamed kid. How do you even... Is that 2 letters in one? And I'm now seeing that they had to change the kid's name to X. This kid is not Ja. Please stop it.
That's what on for it was weak. X is the complete opposite.
And the fact that Elon didn't stop with this one.
I hate it so much!
Tau Techno Mechanicus Musk. Yeah, this has to be up there with the...
Mechanicus. Oh my God, like a fucking video game.
Okay, there's creativity and there's just naming your child some bullshit. Just look at Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart.
Sensation.
That's kind of a hard name, though. That's kind of badass.
How do you think of a name as cool as Wolfgang? Right, I know it's pronounced like Wolfgang or something, but it's Wolfgang in my eyes because that sounds way harder. Like, really, there's a fine line between creative...
Dude, there are some bad... I feel like some parents be trying to name their kids some, like, creative shit that nobody else has named, and then it just ends up being cringy. I get people not wanting to name their kids, like, the common-ass biblical names that, like, all of the guys in this chat have. Like, realistically, I would say 60% of the men in my stream right now probably have a name that is from the Bible. Like, realistically, like, not everybody, but a lot of people. I know 3 other Joes. Like, it's common to know a Joe, a Paul, a John, like Elijah, Paul, whatever it is, right? Noah, like, you know, like, shit like that. But some people be trying to name their kids, like, some out-of-pocket shit that's just unique for the sake of being unique, rather than the name having any meaning. I am for the sub, Livy for the 3. Not answering. Son for the 3. 14, but a lot of you on YouTube for a while. Give me money for a PC you don't have. What? Can you give me money for a PC? No. Steven for the 5.
Activity and just being a dickhead. All right, because look at Bear Grylls. He named his son Huckleberry. Okay, I'm not making this up. What kind of a goofy-ass name is Huckleberry? And the fact that Bear Grylls has one of the toughest names out, and he did his son like that, all right, that's up there with Quandale Dingle.
It's Quandale Dingle here.
And whose name is on this computer? Like, is this an actual real person called Quandale Dingle that's just walking among us? And if so, this is the goofiest name of all time. I'm so sorry for you, bro. Like I was saying, creative names can be tough, though. Yves Saint Laurent, clean. But for real, though, we have to start inventing some more names, you know, just to change things up a little bit. But if you're black and from the hood or something, don't be doing too much with the names, okay? I don't want to see no Bonquiqui, no LaShawn Donquavion, no Letitia Niqua.
LaShawn Donquavion?
The only time these ghetto names are tough is if you make it out the hood and become a pro athlete. Because imagine trying to get a regular job and your name is Jamal Tonquavion. They will smell the nigga on your application, I promise you. And instead of hiring you, they're gonna hire Dale Smithers. If you're making it pro, yeah.
Dale Smithers. They're gonna hire Andrew Smith.
Name will be tough. Like LeBron, he was a W pool. But now
Andrew Smith. How many of those people do you think exist? I would say there's probably 100,000 Andrew Smiths in the US alone.
I deadass fear how many LeBron sexuals are gonna name their 5'2" white kid LeBron. But me, I would say I'm a veteran when it comes to seeing bad names. Quick little law drop, I was born in Zimbabwe.
Welcome to fucking Zimbabwe, you stupid little pimp. Get away from here.
And if you don't know about how they be naming kids there, a common ass trend, I don't know what for, but for some reason people be naming their kids English words. Sometimes it stays calm, like we have people named Blessing or people named Hopeful, which is kind of bad, but it's not that bad if you shorten it to just Hope. And then we have niggas named Bicycle. Normally
No!
Kind of bad, but it's not that bad if you shorten it to just Hope. And then we have niggas named Bicycle.
Bicycle Basicoro. Oh my god.
Normally the names be dumb, but at least it has some sort of meaning, like
that's literally just a random English word.
I heard about a nigga named Firstborn. You know, at least that one makes sense because, yeah, he's the firstborn. But Bicycle. Some more nonsense, I've heard of a nigga named Mechanic. A nigga named Knowledge, like he's 1/3 of a KSI.
If you're wondering, I already know. And if you thought it, I've been new.
And I wish I was making these up too, bro. Do like 5 minutes of research, you see even worse. And before you name your kid right, let's do some investigating. Because if that was done, there never would have been a kid on this earth named Chewcock. Now that poor guy...
Chewcock? Well, I mean, if he is not from the U.S., then it doesn't sound crazy.
Now that poor guy has to live on Earth with that name. But at least he's not alone. He also has Chewcock along. Okay.
Chewcock Long?
Okay, but anyways, sometimes having a trash name is not even in the parents' hands.
Well, in a lot of, I don't know like which Asian countries this applies to, but isn't a lot of the time the family name what you say first? Like when in the US, you say first name, last name. In a lot of other countries in Asia, you say last name, first name. So it'd be like Cock Chew. It doesn't really make it much better.
Because I don't know how last names are even made or manufactured, but somehow people end up with some tragic last names, alright? And if your last name is something crazy, bro, give up on your hopes and dreams of becoming a teacher. Bro, there's no reason for this nigga to be teaching.
Mr. Perv. Oh my god.
This class.
What the hell is even that?
And it don't stop there. This is your last name and you decide you want a profession that's gonna display it and people...
B.J. Why would you not just have your first name? Why are you having your middle initial as part of this?
Profession that's gonna display it and people have to call you
B.J. Dickerson.
By that name. And was the B.J. necessary? We could have just done B. And these next ones are 2-in-1 special from the same school. First off, nigga, we have Mr. Sackrider. How do you acquire this last name? What is the country of origin for...
Yeah, historically, where are you getting that? Sackrider.
This name, I swear niggas had to be trolling. And right across the hall, we have Mrs. Gay. Whoever's running this school and hiring teachers...
Well, there's a lot of people, like Tyson Gay. Like, there's a few pro athletes that have the last name Gay.
Bro, you're an absolute joker, because no student is taking a teacher named Mr. Sackrider seriously. Gang, if your last name is Cooked, just stop breeding and let the bloodline end with you, okay? If you deep it, you really have a choice between two last names. You could either go with the male's last name or the female's last name. So can you tell me why this guy ended up with the last name Negro? That could...
Ooh, Rowdy as his first name too? Yes, it's my real name. Oh my god. Oh, that's bad. Say it? I'm not saying his fucking name.
That could not have been the better of two options. If you're naming your kid something...
I feel like, dude, if I would, like, change my last name.
Despicable just for a giggle. Prison time might not be a bad punishment, bro.
Bro, can we get this kid out of here that's spamming, dude? Jesus.
Hang up that computer call. Come over here and kiss me on my hot mouth.
Just think about it. You've ruined someone's entire identity. This kid sued his parents for $250K because they named him Gaylord. Because apparently his name has caused him a lifetime of mockery and bullying. And if you know anything about how kids are, you know that's 100% true, okay? You cannot be...
But do you think the parents are thinking about that? Like, dude, I feel like it's... The naming of your kid process is usually like a pretty long one. It's not like an instant agreement between two people. You're usually like talking, having talks, like, hey, and you'll say it. Like, you're not just like saying, yeah, we're going to name my kid Mike Dick. And then it's just like no thought after that.
Walking around with the name Gaylord Williams. And Gaylord claims that his parents named him this because they wanted to ruin his life, like he ruined theirs or something. And the parents were just saying they liked the name.
Stop the cap.
I'm gonna go with Gaylord's story because, nigga, what do you mean you like the name? And personally, I don't think $250K compensation is enough. I want to see a public execution for both of these individuals.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I think that might be a little too far. Holy shit. Okay. Bazan and some for the sub, Sky for the 3. I had somebody in my school called God's Power, Rain for the 3. There's a doctor with the name Loki Sky Wizard. You could even look it up. That's kind of badass, though. Sanitary for the 5. What's the better spelling, John or John? John or Jon? I don't think I really care in that sense. If your name's John Jon or John John, it doesn't really bother me because in both I would read them as John. I just get mad about the Sean because I wouldn't read that as Sean. I am in Rocket for the sub, Livy for the 3. All right. Ugh. All right, coming down 30 seconds. I gotta piss again. And then we're going into the next video. We're back. Don't. TD for the 5. I had a high school teacher named Mr. Handy. Nino, Uprise 123, and I love Abby for the sub. Bazin and some for the sub. Oh my god. Lock in, chat. Next video. Song name, Messages from the Stars. By Rudy Jude. By Rude Jude. All right. Next. Picked for the sub. The Age of Addictions.
Addictions have always been a thing in this world, and it's inevitable people get them. Each generation has had a different set of ones affect them more compared to the next. Boomers were more addicted to cigarettes and alcohol, being the victim of the
Somebody redeemed headset that. Mister for the sub. Picked for the sub. Rewind.
affect them more compared to the next. Boomers were more addicted to cigarettes and alcohol, being the victim of the tobacco.
I think it's crazy they used to have doctors recommend cigarette usage in ads. Like, how the fuck did tobacco companies get them to say that was good for you? Like, smoking cigarettes was like, yeah, no, that's healthy.
Tobacco industry and having them
It helps sales? Yeah, no shit.
Pay off doctors to say things like this.
You know, this night work's kind of rough, isn't it? That's right. But a camel's always a pleasure.
Yes, folks, the pleasing mildness of a camel is just as enjoyable to a doctor as it is to you or me.
But hey, it's all good. They made it for that stress by beating their millennial children for asking them to get a toy. Millennials and Gen X are more addicted to alcohol and prescription drugs. And also posting the most cringe content you'll ever see on TikTok. I guess that's...
I think there's just like a group of millennials that are obsessed with Jim Carrey and want to recreate his style of comedy that is specifically niche and only works for him. And when they do that, it comes off as poser-ish and really fucking annoying. Because Jim Carrey does facial humor where he does like funny faces and that like is applicable to his style of comedy, but it works with him. It does not work with millennials that are like, and just make funny faces to shit.
That's what happens when you were the victim of the generation that would beat you just because. You know what? If they're having fun on their side of the internet, I'm happy for them. And of course we end up with the dump of all that, which is Gen Z. But I think we're kind of different because before you had to do a little more searching in the past generations to get that addiction. You know, like have the money to buy a cigarette or alcohol. But now because of the digital age, it's
not even the money. I feel like getting weed when your parents wanted weed was pulling up to a sketchy trailer home and entrusting that a guy wouldn't kill you so you could buy a gram. Now, your friend probably sells carts as a side hustle. Like, that's the modern day that is of drug usage. Like, you probably just know a guy that sells carts. Like, and he just gets them from someone.
Made it almost impossible for Gen Z to not have an addiction. The amount of people in Gen Z who just have an addiction casually and we act like it's normal is kind of insane. We were the first.
Well, I don't think it's that we act that it's normal. I think everybody in general, and I'm not saying this is good, but usually everybody's addicted to something, whether it be alcohol, caffeine, weed, video games, corn. Like, everybody has that weird vice that they're obsessive with. I'm not saying, Zod, you're obsessed with some sort of physical drug. I'm saying you're probably obsessed with something. Maybe not in an addiction sense where you're physically reliant on it, but you might love gambling or you might be obsessed with something. Some people, their habits and obsessions are good things. Some people are obsessed with reading. But like other people might be obsessed with binge watching shows and they have like something that they have to attach to. And without it, they would be like not them. Potatoes for the 3. It doesn't make it better. Obviously, I think for the thing that you are obsessed with, it should be a good habit, not a bad one. But yeah, potatoes for the 3. You should do videos reacting to our signatures. That would be really bad. B Hex for the sub, poll for the 3. I hope you're not serious. You want me to react to your signature? One of my teachers' name is Mr. Cox.
Test group of the internet's effect on a younger generation, and now that everyone's on the internet 24/7, like 90% of people have an addiction because of the internet. So I want to talk about all the ones that are getting pushed and more amplified with us, I would say. And we could start off with food.
Bro, I hate that fucking neurogum that gets, before we get into the food rant, Jinxie talked about it one fucking time. And it's like every other day I see some dumbass, that and Boom Boom Sticks. Neurogum and Boom Boom Sticks are the only fucking thing that I see ads for now. And I'm like they almost got me trying it. Like they almost got me trying it to see what the fucking fuss is about. What is a Boom Boom Stick? Neurogum is basically like, I'm pretty sure it's just like, it has like nootropic shit. It's supposed to be like, not like caffeinated necessarily, but it's supposed to make you more energized and aware and shit. And then Boom Boom Sticks are basically just like menthol inhalants that you shove in your nostrils and they make you more awake.
Okay, food didn't start with us, and Gen Z isn't even the fattest generation, but because of online ads and social media ads, it's very easy to push. We haven't even paid attention to the thought of how many food delivery apps we have. Bro, growing up, I remember the most you could deliver to your house was a pizza.
Bro, and it's mad dumb that all the food delivery apps have the same exact interface. Y'all notice that? Like, if you use a food delivery app, they don't even, like, you can't even tell what app you're on unless you tab out of the app and go, oh, I was on this. Like, they all look the fucking same.
It would be late night, and if you were craving something and didn't want to drive to an actual physical location, your ass had to order some Domino's or Papa John's. I know it had to suck working at one of those places back then, though, because the amount of prank calls that would go viral on YouTube of people just trolling them was astronomical. Like, this channel Ownage Pranks used to go A1 back in the day. Bro would spout the most stereotypical racist accent to a worker and ruin their day. And you don't even need the delivery apps anymore. If you just download the fast food apps, they get it delivered for you. You know, you got your Chick-fil-A's and McDonald's, Taco Bell,
bro, if you
food, Chipotle.
If you got an actual fast food app down, like when I pull up to the fucking fast food place and like, are you gonna be using our Wendy's mobile app today? No, 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 no. Am I gonna be using the Wendy's? Get the fuck out of here. I'm not using a Wendy's mobile app.
You got your Chick-fil-A's, McDonald's, Taco Bell, food, Chipotle. Wait, what? Yeah, believe it or not, that was a real delivery service app until it got taken down. I wonder how such a family-friendly thing could violate Apple's terms of service. And if you download one of these food apps, you could save like half your costs by using them. They make it easier than ever to get big backed because they'll give you the best deals ever that for some reason they don't offer.
Yeah, they always rope you in. They're like, hey, if you order chicken wings at this place, you get 6 boneless wings for free. Oh, if you order $20, $30 more, you get $10 off. And you're like, well, my order's already at $24. I might as well add something else.
If you don't order on the app. And quarantine at my...
And then that's how you get fat. and then, now you've just eaten another 2,000 calories.
Biggest back is I was trapping off that McDonald's app getting a free large fry with a $1 purchase. You got with 2 million McDonald's points who order basically every day for the past 4 years. At that point, do you get to meet Ronald McDonald or something? Because that has to deserve some type of reward. TikTok got to be the biggest influence for food nowadays, though. Because how many times have you seen a food spot on TikTok and it's near you? And you think to yourself, well, damn, now I gotta try to see what the hype is. With traveling...
I've never seen that shit, bro. Whenever I find some shit on TikTok, the food place is always like 2 hours away, 3 hours away. And I'm not finna drive that far to fucking test out some pizza place, you know? What I will say is they'll be like promoting candy and other food on TikTok Shop too. And I hate those ads because like you don't recognize it usually because a lot of it is creators, but TikTok really pushes like TikTok Shop shit like heavily on the For You page. So say you're scrolling on TikToks, out of 10 videos, 6 of them are going to be actual TikToks. 1 is going to be an actual ad, sponsored ad, and the other 3 are going to be TikTok Shop videos. And they're always going to be like, hey guys, I'm trying the new viral puffed Skittles that are on sale right now, 90% off. You can get them for $1. $1. What a deal. What a deal. I'm like, no, I don't want to eat your stupid puffed Skittles. I think, you know, number one, the shipping's going to be $10. Even if it's not, you're selling me some boof-ass product that's from fucking the middle of nowhere that's worth less than $1 because how the fuck are you selling me this?
Like nowadays, everyone's go-to when looking for food is going to TikTok to see what the people are saying is the best. I always think how insane Keith Lee's come up was, and it shows how big-backed we really are. Because he quite literally will go to a food spot, give a review, and all it takes is a, God damn, that's good. And the whole restaurant is...
Well, I think people fuck with Keith Lee, too, because he'll be so serious if the food sucks.
Fully booked up for the rest of the year. That's not a diss either, by the way, you know what I'm saying?
Like when he was with Mr. Beast, and he was like, yeah, this chocolate bar's not that good. With him right next to him. He's like, yeah, it's all right. 6. And then moves on in front of the fucking owner of the business. When? You've never seen that? You've never seen Keith Lee review Mr. Beast Feastables bars? Keith Lee Feastables review. Where the fuck is it?
With the Aloha Mamacita. We got burrito tacos. Let's try them and rate them 1 through 10.
Agreed.
I'm with Mr. Beast.
He hit like...
Oh, this is them just doing tacos.
Yesterday afternoon, I got an email
There's
from an
one where
employee.
he did Feastables bars and gave like an honest review. I can't fucking find it. We're moving on. B-Hex for the sub.
And we have for Keith Lee over here. And then you got those mukbang videos that became popular where they're eating gargantuan.
Bro, Brooke watches mukbang videos and I can't stand it sometimes. It'll be like 1 in the morning and I'm just like watching TV. I hear on her phone and it'll be like she doesn't watch these. Like, she don't watch mukbang videos where they're just eating a shitload of food. She'll watch the ones where they go to, like, a niche shop, and it'll be, like, an apple chocolate thing that they bite into, and it makes, like, a satisfying noise. And those videos just, oh, my God. Like, I'll watch 1 or 2, and then I'm just like, dude, yeah, ASMR. ASMR mukbangs. Not, like, mukbangs.
With masses of food. I learned that some people watch these because they want to feel like...
I watch J-Shock. I love J-Shock. No look handshake. What's going on, Shock Squad? It's Shock O'Clock on the wrist. And then he'll walk into like a random joint and just fucking munch down food. The one where he reviews like microwave chicken and he acts like it's like heavenly. Bro, somebody send mods, please find that video where J-Shock reviews fucking microwave TV dinner chicken, and it is so fucking funny. It is so fucking funny. He's like, oh, and he's like loving it. Just gumming that shit. He's like, this is amazing.
Like they're literally eating the food.
It's literally just a frozen TV dinner.
But their stomach can't take it, so they watch someone else do it. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with them. I just get sick and want to yak out a car window after looking at these. If you eating like this, you dead ass abusing your stomach wall lining. Next, we got vaping. For all the people who watch me and vape, I just want to let you know you're bigger than the vape. So do me a favor and put it down for your health now and your future. And pick up a cigarette like a real. I always find it so insane that our generation was bombarded with PSAs about smoking and the harmful effects of it. Everyone ended up thinking we wouldn't be affected by that.
Bro, we just gotta do what Mexico does. Just put a person dying of cancer on front of the fucking cigarette box. That's what they do. In the US, you just have one little text warning that says, oh, like, this is bad. Like, don't do this. And it's on the back. In Mexico or like most other countries, if you buy some shit that's like a cigarette box or a cigar or tobacco chew, they literally just have a person dying of cancer on the fucking entire front of the box. It covers the logo. And it just says fumar equals, and then what's cancer in Spanish.
As much and be a much more healthy generation until they release flavors with the name Mango Cherry Freeze and Fortnite carts that no one knows the origin of to change minds instantly.
Oh, Slurp Juice Hybrid.
I knew our generation was going to be the most addicted to it when I would walk in the school bathroom and casually see two in a stall with clouds of smoke coming out of it. And you'd have some dude on lookout paying attention to the sound of the jingling of keys to tell if a staff member was around or not. Then they start fumbling around and waving the smoke around to try to hide it. I didn't even know how bad it was at first though, until I found out kids in elementary school are doing it too. As a kid in elementary,
like the Rizzler. Oh my God, imagine the Rizzler vaping, dude. What the fuck?
School, where the fuck are you getting the money to even afford that? Are you selling your rare Fortnite skin?
Not even where are you getting the money to afford that? Where are you I could understand like a 8-year-old having $20 or getting $20 from like their parents or allowance or some random shit. I hate the idea of an allowance, by the way. Just getting paid for doing fuck all pisses me off. Anyways, the fucking idea that they get vapes using money isn't confusing me. It's who's your supplier? If you're a 3rd grader, who the fuck is your vape seller? Your older brother that's like a middle schooler?
Or something than ordering them on eBay. According to statistics, 3.5% of middle schoolers in America vape as well. Low-key, we gotta bring back those scary anti-smoking ads. Because I remember when I was a kid being terrified of the thought of smoking. They would show the diagram of a healthy lung.
I used to hold my breath when I would walk past people that smoked cigarettes. Wow. I'm having like a revelation to myself. I still do. I don't. I used to hold my breath, and I'd be like, oh god, the secondhand smoke, this is so bad.
Versus smoker lung, and I would have nightmares for the rest of the week. And no, you can't quit at any time. If you're somebody that has to sit there and reason with your friends like you're making a deal on Wall Street that you can, then let me introduce you to the last stage of grief, acceptance. It's okay to accept the fact that the rest of your friends are gonna live amazing, willing, full lives until 80, 90, or 100. And at 40, you're gonna drop randomly in your kitchen after those mango cherry freeze chemicals reach your heart. And weed smokers, where y'all going? Cause y'all ain't safe from this either. In general, I think out of a weed smoker and vape smoker, the weed smoker is usually more healthy, mainly because the product doesn't have mysterious chemicals imported from a factory in Beijing. Nowadays,
if you smoke carts, it does. If you smoke carts, they put artificial terpenes in them a lot of the time, depending on the strand. If you smoke weed carts, you're smoking chemicals as well. Usually. If you're getting like some like fucking rainbow Skittle ass shit and it actually tastes like fucking Skittles. Like, terpenes can do a lot, but a lot of there's a limit to what terpenes are able to do. And then even then, if you're smoking straight bud, I'm pretty sure smoking a joint's the equivalent of smoking like 5 cigarettes. The difference between weed smokers, though, is that you're not smoking, like, an average smoker that's addicted to smoking cigarettes might smoke like 6 to 10 cigarettes a day. Maybe a pack. But like chronic weed smokers smoking like 3 joints. So even then, it's still just like, smoking weed's not good for you.
Nowadays, though, they be lacing the hell out of that weed, so I don't even know about that anymore. You could be picking up what you think is some regulars off from your local dealer, and it ends up being laced with fent rack.
What about edibles? Well, edibles, the downside with edible usage is not cancer, but more so either heart disease or Alzheimer's. Brain damage.
And pee. The most annoying thing about weed smokers is they do the same thing as vape smokers, saying they can quit at any time, but they'll also argue—
Oh no, I can't. No. I've thought about stopping weed. I don't know. I think I could. I think that a week would be bad. A week would be bad. I think if I was like, I need to stop using weed, I think I could take a week off, but I would be fucking fiending. Like, I would be, yeah, I'm honest about that shit. Especially with my audience, because I don't want to act like weed usage is good, because it's not. But, yeah, no, like, I would say mildly addicted to marijuana. And caffeine. Those are the 2 things. I'm not addicted to drinking. I kind of hate drinking. I still do it in social occasions, but, yeah, mildly. The reason I say mildly is because I use weed— not every day. I use it frequently, and when I'm done doing shit I need to get done. I know people, and you know people, you might be the person that I'm talking about, that wakes and bakes. If you get up every day and get high instantly, you are a chronic weed user. You are using weed all day, every day. You're high 24/7. Like, we're outside of you sleeping. Like, that's chronic weed usage. That's full-on addiction. Versus, I would say, I'm mild. And then even there's less. Like, even a year ago, I would say I was addicted to weed, but I would use weed like twice a week, 3 days a week. So that was different. Cap, I don't get high in the morning. Ever. Unless I'm on vacation. All right. I'm done talking about this.
With you saying it makes them more productive. And they'll bring up successful people that do it as an example, like, I don't know, Snoop Dogg or Wiz Khalifa. The person saying it, though, 99% of the
yeah, I hate when motherfuckers are like, well, Snoop Dogg didn't get cancer. He's been smoking blunts since he was a fucking kid. That's one guy.
Time is never productive.
And Snoop Dogg, keep in mind, is a lot younger than you think he is. Snoop Dogg's like in his 50s. I feel like most people have thought Snoop Dogg was like 50 since they were 5. Like, I used to think Snoop Dogg was like 60 years old like 10 years ago.
Productive. Like, you asked them what they did through the week, and it's take a shower once, rage on Valorant, goon to Sophie Rain, then smoke 7 times. If you're not one of those productive people using it, then you can't say it. And you'll also never be as productive as someone sober in that time. It's so bad, you got who will work the whole week, then half of their paycheck is going to some rolling papers and that flight duck pack. I think the reason why the rise of addictions and smoking weed is because it's so easy to access nowadays. They got whole apps meant to deliver strains to people.
Well, the one thing that Dut Pack does that is what I don't like about the weed industry. I bet Flight makes some good weed, but all new weed, and it's not even just applicable to Flight, it's just weed in general. People focus so highly on the percentage of weed or percentage of THC in the weed rather than how good the weed might actually be. Like, a good weed strain doesn't have to be 94% in fucking THC carts. Like, you could have, like, a 70%, and those are probably going to be the better carts that you're going to have. Because they're going to be smoother. They're probably going to taste better versus, like, some fucking Liquid Diamonds shit. Like, you could buy, like, a fucking boof-off. Like, Dut Pack's more expensive because, obviously, like, it's his brand. It's, like, his own shit. He's controlling a lot of it. But I'm talking about, like, big brands like Ghost and shit. Bro, they'll sell, like, Liquid Diamond 1 grams, 2 grams for, like, $20. Like, weed today is a lot cheaper and a lot stronger than it used to be. Promoting something that's just really, really fucking strong isn't necessarily the best weed.
And you can go on Snapchat and casually see 10 dealers in a 1 mile radius.
30% THC is the best, 20 and below is ass. Are you talking about bud specifically?
Back then, people were scared of getting caught, especially when the internet wasn't a thing. Plus, it was a lot more penalized, so people didn't take the risk. Next, we got gooning. I already made a whole video on this, so we don't gotta spend a lot of time on this. But the algorithms nowadays, more than ever, are meant to fuel horniness. Like, have y'all ever opened your Instagram feed or TikTok feed and they're literally throwing it in your face? No matter how many times I click not interested, it doesn't work. I think they have the button there just for fun. The best platform I see.
I think the worst part of it is it's too easy to find that shit now too, bro. Because motherfuckers are going to look for it. Like, young guys are going to look for that shit. Like, I remember being a young guy looking for that shit. I used to look up boobs on YouTube. Like, I used to look up boobs on YouTube. Like, trying to find that shit. It was impossible. Like, now, bro, on any social media app, they have just gooner shit. Just available. Like, yeah, we all did. But I'm saying, like, the upcoming generation, like, bro, they just could use, if they're on social media, there's just corn, like, available.
Optimize,
which is a problem.
Where I don't see it is YouTube because my algo was built brick by brick. It still happens though, trust me. Like, somebody watching this probably got some freaky AI chatbot ad. But on Instagram and TikTok, they purposely don't listen to me. I just want one person to do some research on these algorithms and see if they got a horny piece of code written in there. A lot of people also talk about why were we so sexual at a young age, which is kind of true, you know, when I think about it. It's a mix of things. One being the internet, although it's not as bad as now. Like a Gen Alpha kid with
yeah, internet's way worse now, dude.
Access.
Unmonitored access on fucking social media and Google, bro. You can find anything. I mean, you still could then, but it was like, it was harder.
In 2025 is probably gonna win this corn at the age of 7. Probably a mix of us looking at these Disney stars when we were kids and thinking of some freaky. The crazy thing to me was the shift of how OF stars and corn stars were perceived. Back then, I remember when a girl got leaked, it was the worst thing to happen to her life. Like, her whole sacred temple was exposed to the world. Or just somebody ousted as doing that line of work. They would never want that info out. But nowadays, if you see a link tree in that bio, it's like a Russian roulette of if you'll see an OnlyFans link or not. It's just a casual thing now to see someone naked online. Never in my life growing up, I would think someone I went to high school with would start one, but I'm about 0 to 3 wrong, so good thing I didn't put a bet on that. Oh, and speaking of bets, gambling is next. Parlays have by themselves ruined the financial dreams of millions of
Bro, and because motherfuckers think that it's like the fucking go big, go home type shit. Like, if you do, I've done sports betting ads. I think the problem that I see the most within my friends specifically, at least, is, bro, people will place like a $10, $20 bet on a 15-leg parlay to get $35,000 in return. Are you fucking crazy? Like, you're cooking up your own parlay that's fucking 10 legs, and it's never gonna hit because it's like plus fucking 30,000 odds. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Gen Z. Because with parlays, it feels
it's just gotta hit one time. I was 1 leg away. Yeah, bro, that's probably gonna happen every fucking time. You're gonna be 1 or 2 away. That's why the odds are so crazy high.
Like, you're not putting much up. And if you already hate your job or you're trying to make it out, you're gonna take the risk and throw in something you can lose, like $10 or $20. But that ends up adding up, and as you keep losing, you end up losing like half your week's salary over some stupid ass prediction. My opinion is sports gambling is way more of a problem for us than traditional gambling. Like, I feel like—
No, hard disagree. Hard disagree. I think the casualness of sports betting is more available for people, but the amount that you're wagering is much less. Being in a casino next to ATMs with colorful lights on, wanting to gamble, I have lost drastically more money. This is obviously a fallacy. It's my own personal experience. I have lost way more money at a casino than I ever have sports betting. Ever. Going to a casino and you're physically in an entire skyscraper where it's just full of gambling. Like, all you're doing is gambling. And there's just machines, tables, people, drinks, free alcohol. Like, that's where you're gonna fucking lose money.
Like, that was the problem more back then. Although we definitely got our addicts for that too.
Especially if you're somebody with like ADHD and you're like really like stimulated by like the colorful lights and everything.
The platform is pretty much meant as a funnel to stake where you can play slots to your heart's desire. Sports betting wouldn't even be that bad if everyone doing it actually had the disposable income to. But there should be no reason your whole paycheck is going on a bet. And it's really hard to stop because when you do get those wins, you always think you could get one potentially with another bet. And I don't know about y'all, but I've been getting a whole lot more of sports betting app ads a lot. It makes no sense to—
Yeah, well, I mean, it's because more states are legalizing sports betting and more leagues are promoting sports betting because that's how you drive viewership and more money in general too. You're more likely to watch a game that you're betting on than just watching a game. Like, if you put money on it, you're probably gonna watch it.
Too, because I live in Texas. I can't even gamble here. So why are they even pushing it here when it's banned? Like, it makes zero sense to me. It's almost like they know people can use
I feel like no, you can't use VPNs. At least in the one that I work with. I work with DraftKings. VPNs don't work on DraftKings. DraftKings states. I don't know where DraftKings is legal. Not Texas. But they still have Pick 6. That's why they promote it. Is because you could still use DraftKings, FanDuel, and all those other apps, but you can't do sports betting. You could still do fantasy and Pick 6, which is like a different thing.
VPNs to do it anyways. And they be giving some crazy ass bonuses just for you to join and make a single bet. Like, who wouldn't take a free $100 to bet for just a time?
Oh, it's more than that. They do. It's like usually the promos that I do is like if you bet $5, you get like 200. Or 150 in bonus bets.
Any risk of forever being indebted to the app and watching every single one of the 500 bets you made in the past week. Just a tiny risk though. The sports betting industry growth is so insane when you look at the chart. Just 7 years ago, it was only $209 million, and now it's around $4 to $6 billion. If this ain't an indication of a recession, then I don't know what is. People's doing anything to get money. I guarantee there's some dads out there risking their paycheck and if their kids get to eat, just to see if the bet will hit of LeBron getting over 40 points.
But people always hyper focus on sports betting. Dude, like, the way people have bet money has just transitioned over time because people, if you know what like short betting is, like people bet on the stock market. That's like the OG betting mechanic. Like, people bet on the stock market. Like, you're betting for it to either rise or fucking dip. And that's how a lot of people gamble in that sense.
Points in a game. Next, we got caffeine.
By fucking shorting stocks. Caffeine's the worst. I don't want to say the worst. I want to say the most common. It's not the worst addiction. It's the most common addiction. Because it's usually so normalized. Like, most people don't even view caffeine as a drug.
And it's time to be open and honest, y'all. This is probably the thing I match closest with. My excuse is, though, I only take pre-workout on days I work out, which is 5 days in a week. Not really a good excuse, though, but trust me, I can quit anytime. I just need a little powder sprinkled in my toothpaste to get my bones jolting. Caffeine addiction is probably the easiest one to get because when you're tired in a day and need a little boost, it's one of the few legal substances you can take to boost your energy. Sadly, they banned the original Coke formula, but I've heard
because it had cocaine.
Ways to get around it. It also doesn't help that on TikTok, people will post their favorite coffee recipes or drink they got at Starbucks. Then people run to the store to get the exact same one to see what the hype is about. Everybody all of a sudden also started drinking matcha and making matcha everything. Matcha coffees, matcha pancakes, matcha noodles. A couple of years ago, would have seen something like this and fried you on the internet for even having it. But now all you got—
Bro, the shit that pisses me off the most is red velvet stuff. This is so off topic, but red velvet isn't even a fucking flavor. It's just food dye. But people raved about red velvet. Red velvet is fucking fake. It's food dye. It's a coloring agent. It's chocolate. Red velvet. There's a few products that is red velvet where they flavor it slightly differently. I would say 99% of the things you've had in your life that are red velvet is literally just food dyed flavored things.
All you gotta do is post the trying matcha noodles on TikTok and people will love it just because it's matcha. Where the f did all this matcha talk come from though? Like, matcha is cool to me, but how did they get to the point where we're facing potential global shortages of it because everyone's having it? Also,
it has a flavor, bro. Red velvet is commonly mislabeled as a variety of chocolate cake, more or less a subtype of chocolate cake that's artificially dyed red. This common misconception likely stems from the fact that one of the key ingredients in red velvet is cocoa powder. Bro, I'm telling you, it tastes exactly like fucking chocolate cake with vanilla icing. That is it. From my own personal tasting, maybe red velvet is meant to be that way, but you ever have a cake that looks like this? This shit's gonna taste like a chocolate cake with vanilla icing. It might be different. It's not very noticeable. That's cream cheese frosting. That's cream cheese frosting, dumbass. Oh, red velvet. Oh my god, red velvet dick rider here. God damn. Ailey, Orc, and K for the sub. For the 4, I'm playing GTA, about to go to the shoe store. If you know, you know. Stupid Sap and Niels for the sub. Alex for the 3. Let me pull y'all on the best stuff. Taste Fire Unicorn Tears Infused Pre-Rolls by Fire Sticks. The plan for the sub, Alex for the 3. You ever hit a Rick and Morty disposable? No. Stampy for the 1,000 buddies. Would you ever play Crime Scene Cleaner? Again, probably not. CB and Pizza for the sub. Huggy, Vel, and Lazy for the sub. Arc for the 3. When are you doing a full setup tour? Never. BX for the sub.
So having energy drinks is more commonplace now. Like, I remember in the past, if you told someone you was drinking energy drinks, they thought you were cooked, providing for 4 different families on a one-man salary while getting 4 hours.
Oh, what? All right. When the fuck did you ever get the... Ark, you're in my stream every day, man. When did you get the impression that I was doing a setup tour? I have 2 monitors, a camera, keyboard, mouse, mic, PC. That's it. Everything you see behind me. It's not special. I don't have a fucking Elgato fucking thing set up. I don't have fucking random little widgets that do things.
Sleep. Every company now, for some reason, has their own line of energy drinks. Like, who is deadass drinking the Toxic Waste energy drink and the Sonic the Hedgehog energy drink? Actually, that last one might not be too bad. Might just have me a grab it.
I always think that when I go to liquor stores. Like, they have, like, Warhead alcohol. Like, who's fucking, outside of literal fucking teenagers, who is pulling up to a liquor store and going, yeah, I'm gonna drink the fucking sour apple Warhead alcohol?
I think caffeine addiction is also rising too because a lot more people are sleep deprived nowadays. It's a blessing for real if you can get 8 full hours of sleep in this time. So when people are tired, they say, why not? Let me just get 1 energy drink for the day. There is a very big risk with it though, and we can't forget. Energy drinks have only been getting used a lot more in the past 2 decades, so we still don't have long-term studies on their effects. And there's even tragic cases about it, like the case of Katie Donnell. Katie Donnell was a 28-year-old teacher and fitness enthusiast, and she always tried to live a healthy lifestyle and had a lot of caffeine through the day as one of the things. She would have 3 energy drinks a day and a caffeine supplement on top of that before going to the gym. And by the
3 Red Bulls in a day with sugar is not good for you, but Red Bulls have a lower amount of caffeine than other energy drinks. I think like an 80 milligram Red Bull isn't nearly as bad as like those 300 milligram like pre-workout pre-made energy drinks that you get at like supplement stores.
By the way, the recommended max amount
I'm drinking an Alani. I think Alani's 200.
of caffeine you're supposed to have in a day is 400 milligrams. Depending on how much caffeine those drinks had, she could have been having like 2 extra.
I think energy drinks should generally have the same amount of caffeine as like a strong coffee, which is usually like 80 to 120.
3x the daily limit. But even if they were smaller amounts, I think we can all agree that just the sound of having 3 energy drinks a day is insane. And in 2021, Katie had a heart attack and had to be put in the hospital, where 10 days later, she sadly passed away from the effects of it. So if you're near having 3 drinks a day, it might be time to reconsider how many you're having. The best schedule for people that do want to have caffeine is 5 days a week with at least 2 days off it. The more you have it, the more tolerant you get to it. So it's always better to have a little reset just so the effects still hit. It's also a problem too that
I don't even think it's necessarily so the effects don't hit. I think if you're drinking like a cup of 1 cup of coffee every morning, you're not really going to build enough tolerance to where you're not going to feel it as much. If you just plateau at that same amount, you'll become dependent on it to feel energized. But it's different from like you just slamming caffeine every day for 5 days a week and then going cold turkey and then going back to it. Titan for the 3. You're my favorite streamer. Give me something to do on a board. Thank you for entertaining me and inspiring me to cut and work out on my health. I look up to you as a role model. Keep making great content. Thank you. Orc for the sub. Alien K for the sub.
kids are now starting to have energy drinks. When Prime released its energy drinks, there was parents complaining that their kids were having them and it was causing problems. I don't know what type of stress these is even going through to be having energy drinks. I only started drinking them after having some adult type responsibilities. Before 18, I wasn't having them. And once
if I was Logan Paul and I ran Prime, I would fucking reduce the amount of sucralose they have in their drink. Make it taste more like water, and then people will fuck with it more. The marketing, the way it tastes is just so, it's like so appealing to like literally just like kids that just want like super, super sweet shit. There's good flavors of Prime, but every Prime flavor I don't fuck with. Every time my complaint is this is so sweet, it tastes like ass. Like, it's so sweet, it's so artificial. Every time. I taste the sucralose. That's the complaint.
once again, parents strike again and not monitor.
No, they're not. Prime is dull Gatorade. Prime is not dull Gatorade. Gatorade, while it has sugar, is less sweet than Prime. Prime's like third ingredient is sucralose.
During their kids.
Maybe not third, but it's there.
Because how do they even get access to these energy drinks? Since I said I only have them when I work out, we might as well throw gym in there as an addiction. Some of y'all might think it's odd that gym is here, but if you see how fitness social media is now, you know how bad it can get. There's been a lot more of a rise in gym influencers since 2020. I'm glad the gym is becoming way more popular though, because in general, it's good for everyone's health. But the lengths some people
It's not becoming more popular, bro. It's not. I mean, at least from my experience gym-wise. 5 years ago, my gym used to get way more new members, and people would be pulling up and trying to fucking work out. I see the same motherfuckers every day, and that's it. For the last fucking 4 years. It is literally just the same fucking people. No one new comes. The gym influencers aren't on the rise. I think gym content has just gone up slightly, and I don't know, man. I think, like, there's a few gyms that do well, and it's like Planet Fitness is one of them. They always have people fucking going there. But a lot of the people that work out at Planet Fitness work out like once a week and then don't fucking go for like a month. Like, you got to be consistent in the gym, dude.
Take to look like some of the influencers.
And that's what I like the people that pull up to the gym, work out for like 1 month, and they're like, I didn't see results. I'm done. Bro, you got to work out for fucking 5 years. You got to work out for 5 fucking years to see anything. And then they'll be like, oh, I'm thinking about taking SARMs. Just so I could get results quicker. Bro, are you the least patient person I've ever seen in my entire fucking life? Like, if you think, like, I don't think I'm, like, peak pinnacle of fitness. But, like, I would say I'm in shape. I have looked the same for years. I've been working out since I was fucking 16. I've been working out for 7 years. It's genes? Yeah. It's just genes, dude. That'll make you feel better. Genes play a part in how your muscle distinction looks. But if your response to anybody ever looking good is it's genes, that is you just being a lazy fuck. I gotta say it. I'm not trying to be a dick, but there's people that do that. There's people that it's just genes, man. I'm just genetically out of shape. No, it's because you eat fucking Takis and hot Cheetos and fucking Twinkies, and you don't go to the gym. You don't work out and you eat like shit. You don't eat vegetables. You never eat fruit. You eat fucking carbs every day and so much saturated fat. It's sad truth. I'm not fat shaming. I'm not making fun of. If you're overweight, you're overweight. You should be proud of how you look. And there are medical conditions and genetic factors that are at play with being overweight. But if you're morbidly obese, that is not genetics. That is that is your lifestyle. That is what you eat and what you drink. L Joe, L take. Okay, it's an L take. I don't care. If it's an L take, it's an L take. I'm just trying to be fucking real with my audience. Like, if you are overweight, like, if you're really overweight, it's not genes. Most of the time. 99% of the time. You need to fucking work out. You need to treat your body better. You need to eat vegetables. You're supposed to, hey, if you take a nutrition class in college, they're going to fucking be real with you. And a lot of the shit they say even sounds insane to me. Like, you're supposed to be eating, like, 4 servings of vegetables, different vegetables, every day. 3 fruits, 4 fruits. You're supposed to be eating, like, oats, nuts, every fucking day. And most people wake up, they eat fucking some microwave-ass fucking meal. They're eating cereal with just a shitload of sugar. Then they're eating processed meats, ground beef, things that have a lot of fat in them. Processed white bread instead of whole bread. They don't eat the one vegetable they eat is some microwaved ass shit or canned peas or something. Like, yeah, it's good for you. Not that good for you. Like, there's better shit. Like, getting in shape is not easy, but if you get in the groove of it, it just becomes your daily habit. And then it's not fucking hard. Like, it's hard to make that initial push, but, like, what I eat every day, and sometimes eating healthy is really expensive, but, like, you can do it. Once you get in a schedule of that and, like, working out, even if you don't afford a gym membership, like calisthenics and working out with your body weight, you could get in shape. It just takes time.
Online is unbelievable. It's universally known now that a lot of influencers online straight up use performance enhancing drugs to look the best. One of the biggest known cases I would say is The Rock. Everyone knows for his physique at his age, it's almost impossible for him to look like this without taking some type of performance enhancing drug. He always denies it and says he doesn't use them, which no one believes.
The reason I genuinely believe The Rock may be natural is because he's been working out his entire life, and even when he was younger, he was huge, and he's Samoan. And Samoan guys are just big as fuck. Like, if you were to put 10 Samoan men, just random guys, could be out of shape, they could fuck up 10 of other random people. Samoan dudes are just big.
It's almost impossible for him to look like this without taking some type of performance enhancing drug. He always denies it and says he doesn't use them.
Are you natural? I am 6'1", 176 pounds. If you think I'm not natural, you are on crack.
Which no one believes.
You are crazy.
Because when your job is to look the best, a lot of
You didn't answer. Yes, I'm natural. The most I've ever taken was creatine. And I don't even take creatine anymore because creatine, if I was on creatine, I would look bigger, but it's just fucking water weight. Like, you're not actually more muscular. You're stronger because you have better, like, ATP, like, reserves, and you're able to work out longer and push harder. But it's like, yeah, that's not a PED.
And celebs feel like they have no choice but to take them to keep up with everyone. And people in the gym community point out all the time who may be fake or real. One of the biggest gym influencers on YouTube's job is literally predicting from years of experience what influencer or celeb transformation is real or fake. But even if the influencers doing it are natural, it's never good to compare yourself because their entire job is meant to look good. Like, they can spend hours at a time in the gym every day to look like that. Meanwhile, the average person usually gets out of school or work and can have 1 or 2 hours max. And it leads to people thinking they have to take the same drugs those—
Well, yeah, but I think the bigger thing is, like, it's not even like, oh, you gotta look muscular. Like, you could just not be overweight by eating right. Like, your body naturally burns like 2,000 calories a day just existing. Like, you're not even doing anything on top of that. You need that amount of calories to just function. If you're eating a 2,500 good calorie diet with, like, high density, low caloric density foods, then you're not going to be fat.
Influencers are—
This is false. That's not false. Like, people just say shit to say shit, bro. Like, nothing backing it. Like, see, now, this motherfucker's just rage baiting. Yeah, you're getting timed out, dog. You're getting timed out, boss. That's fat shaming. Creatine's a steroid. You're a fucking idiot. Creatine exists in most meats.
taking. Nowadays, there's people who will show their journey through taking steroids or testosterone casually. I guess it's kind of good they're being honest, but like, can you imagine?
Yeah, bro, but then at the same time, when motherfuckers openly say they're on steroids and they look smaller than me, I'm like, yo, dog, you're just killing your body for no fucking reason. Like, if you're gonna be on trend and you're not fucking 240 and huge, what's the fucking point? Like, you shouldn't take steroids ever, but like, I'm bigger than this guy. And this guy's been on a 5-month test cycle. Like, bro. Yeah, like, unless you're like Trend Twins big or you're like fucking Sam Sulek, like, why are you on trend? To look like an average build. Like an average, not average build. Average build is somebody that lifts.
Imagine people did this for any other drug. Imagine a meth addict showing their journey of taking it through the years. And the people taking these drugs are getting younger and younger because they look up to these guys, ruining their whole body before it even got time to fully develop. It's okay to accept the fact that you probably won't reach their level, and if you do, it'll just take you significantly longer, which is fine. Like, bro, you got decades of your life to reach that.
You could be as big as Sam Sulek, but not as low body fat. Like, there are guys that have good genetics and can get big and bulky. Like, one of the things is, like, yeah, you might have genetics to look big working out. Like, one of the examples that I'll give is, like, your bicep muscle. Like, some people have short peaks and some have it go all the way to the end of their arm. And you'll look bigger than other people. How your traps are going to look. How wide you are. Like, those things change how you'll look at the gym and how much you can gain and how much you'll be. But even then, you can still just look good in your body, right? Like, I think that's one of the biggest things. Like, I have a friend. Here we go with the shit again. I have a friend that benches like 315 for like 10 reps. He's fucking like 240 pounds. He's huge. I would never be as big as him, right? But me and him are two different genetic people. We both work out. We're both in shape. Like, it's just different. It's how you look at the gym is going to look different. Like, I don't think you should be going into the gym expecting, like, hey, I want to look like David Lade. Like, that guy, yeah, he's a fucking freak of nature, right? He's just big. He's big, and he has a fucking 10-pack. But, like, you can still go to the gym and look good.
That type of build if you want to. You don't gotta rush it when you're young. And the reality is, you probably won't even want to keep up with that type of physique because it'll be too much work. The last category we got, which 90% of my audience will relate to, is unemployment. Unemployment is the new cool lifestyle that everyone's getting into.
I'm 34.
34? Okay, what do you do?
I'm a risk taker.
I am a risk taker. I'm a road runner. I'm an entrepreneur.
I mean, think of it. You can nibble off of someone else's work for free.
I'm a risk taker, road runner, entrepreneur.
Laying down on a couch and watching your favorite TV show. Society's become so cooked that anyone who quits their job or anyone who's applied to more than 5 and got denied just give up and decide to live that lifestyle. You even mention the word job to certain and they start quivering in fear for their life. You know what? I'm feeling pretty evil today. Let's go ahead and go on a TOS run to get me packed out of here real quick. And I do want to put a disclaimer. What you're about to hear may be disturbing. Job. Employment. Working. Career. Business, profession, operation. I feel free being able to say what I want. I feel like the world is in the palm of my hand. For some reason, even though it feels like no one is getting a job now, we're actually reaching low levels of employment, well, at least compared to 2020. Moment of silence for all my who were looking for a job during COVID. Glad that wasn't me, because God knows where I would be right now. The thing that's doomed Gen Z is as soon as finally started to get their degrees and get ready for the real world, AI had to advance at levels we never thought possible. I might have to make a video.
Yeah, that's just gonna be scary, bro. AI within 20 years is going to take over most people's jobs. Not most, a lot. Like, if you're in a profession that can be done by a computer in an easier format and doesn't require pay, that business is almost always going to opt for that. And you can see companies going towards it right now, like ChatGPT type stuff. I don't think like certain fast food places will do it with like robotics, but even in that sense, if they could train an AI to just control like a computer or like a machine, and they just have to have like a $20,000 front fee or even a $100,000 front fee, over time that'll be way cheaper than having 6 workers. Like, they could just fucking run that, and in a year, it'll pay itself off. And then you could just fucking upkeep it. That'll be bad. And I don't know what's going to happen there. Then we're going to have to get into, what's that shit that Yang wanted to put forth? Going into the political sense. We're going to have universal income, where everybody's just going to get paid to exist. Because there's going to be the unemployment's going to skyrocket. Because there's just like, if you don't work in a specialized labor unit, and like, yeah, UBI, universal basic income. Because if you're somebody that's like, no college degree, maybe GED, maybe high school diploma, no college degree, no trade school, and you're working just like minimum wage 9 to 5s, a lot of those are just going to get replaced by robots. Robots and in AI, and then like then like a lot of specialized work, like a lot of office jobs where people like run analytics and shit. Computer could do that. Computer could do that, and it'll do it better than you. It won't mess up. And that's what's fucked. Like, if you're somebody that got a job, like a cubicle job, and you, like, run numbers, you're cooked. Just putting it bluntly, like, they're going to replace you. Like, within 5-10 years. Like, just because what are they going to why would a company that's focused on money want to hire you if all you do is number crunch when a computer could do it? And faster.
On just this alone. Man,
therapists, I think a lot of jobs are going to stay open, and I think new jobs will open up. I think with the additive of AI, there's going to be other things that'll open up, and there's going to be a lot of jobs that we just start making. Like, you know how in New Jersey we have people that pump gas? Useless fucking job. We don't need it. You can pump your own fucking gas. I wouldn't be surprised if all states start doing that at some point just to give people more work. Like, it'll be useless shit. Like, you're going to have to start adding just stuff for people to do and where they could get paid. And it makes life easier, but it's not really required. Like a grocery bagger, you know? You don't need a dude to bag your groceries. You could bag your own fucking groceries. But they have certain grocery stores where a dude just bags groceries and he gets paid. Like, stuff like that. That'll open up. But I don't know. I think certain careers, like doctors, already use computers. I shadowed at a pediatric place, not a pediatric. It was like a foot place. Because I wanted to go for PT, and so I had a shadow for my anatomy class in high school. And he would interview the person, be like, "What's wrong?" He would leave the room for a minute. On his own computer, he had like this he would call it Dr. Google. And it was like their own platform they used. He would input a lot of their symptoms and what was wrong. It would output an answer, and then he would probably confer with his own knowledge on whether or not that seemed likely, and then walk back into the room and confidently tell them what was wrong with them. And he openly told me this. He was like, yeah, that's what I do. And so I think those in the like therapist, doctor, like surgical sense type stuff, I think a lot of humans are still going to hold those jobs because people are going to you would rather have a human talk to you about that. Like, imagine going to a doctor's appointment and having a computer talk to you. Like, that would suck. Like, that would really, like, you would hate that. But you would want another person to, like, give you the news or explain things to you because it's just better. But I don't know. A lot of jobs are probably going to get replaced. Main for the 3. Your Twitch streams are amazing. You made me get Twitch back when you tried to break an apple with your bare hands. Do you think you're still able to do that? Yeah. For the 3, I have a brain tumor. You helped me so much watching you for years, started using Twitch. Well, I have cancer, man. I hope the treatment for that goes well. I'm sorry that you're fucking dealing with that, dude. That's terrible. J Skippy and Slayer for the sub. Arc for the 1,000 biddies. 6'5", 150 pounds. Never work out or anything. You might convince me to go. Not going to lie. Alexa for the 1,000 biddies. How do I do 300 bits? Because I said a few. I don't know if it went through. T.T. You type cheer and then just the number amount. Titan for the 3. You're my favorite streamer. Give me something to do on the board. Thank you for entertaining me, even though inspiring me to go on a cut and work out my health. I look up to you as a role model. Keep making great content. Thank you, Orc, K, and A-Leave for the sub. Main for the 3.
We all thought AI would take jobs like fast food and have robots flipping burgers.
Nah, I don't think it'll be like that because you're going to have to fine-tune a lot of those things. I don't think those will go that quick. I think the first jobs that are going to go are like desk jobs that you just don't need people for.
But that's it. Now you got AI that can code entire websites for free. You got AI that automatically run YouTube channels and generate them unlimited money. And for us, it was a big rush of people getting STEM degrees because everyone was saying...
I mean, Brady codes a lot of the stuff for the VOD channel. Like, he has like he's made programs that do specific things that censor copyrighted stuff. It's just like it's more efficient. And it's also his expertise.
That was the speed.
Like, that stuff is good. Like, I think AI is great for that. And, like, coding's great for that. It's just, I'm worried where it's going to go.
Run to get a 6.
And how people that don't have the capability to get jobs elsewhere are gonna be able to use it. Like, another job that's, like, something that would never get taken is, like, personal training. Like, you could have, like, ChatGPT, like, give you workout programs, but you would rather have a dude just screaming at you and just be like, come on, work out. It's more motivating.
6-figure job. It's great to know that all those degrees are completely useless now that those jobs are taken by AI. So no wonder everyone's giving up and are embracing their unemployment. And when GTA 6 drops, mark my words, will quit their jobs just to have time to play this once-in-a-lifetime game. I'm truly scared for the job market in that moment. Hospitals are gonna be empty from doctors and nurses trying to finish the GTA 6 storyline. So anyways, that's about it. If you don't align close to any of the things I mentioned, then congrats, you're one of the special ones. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram.
W fucking video. Love Tommy. Everybody nowadays is addicted to hating on people. Yeah. Well, that's always been a thing on social media. It brings you up. People have moved from, like, IRL bullying to online bullying because it makes them feel better about their own situations. Sad to see somebody's addiction completely transform from a happy and healthy person to unstable and sickly. As I watch this with a blunt and Bud Light in hand, Jack Daniels poured up, vape in my pocket, and gooning uncontrollably. Okay. Slee and Romper for the sub main for the 3. All right. I'm going to take my 15th piss of the stream. And then we're going to hop into the next video. Count me down. What is this? Chat, this isn't a scary song. I'd just be sitting there like, it's a fucking nice song though. 8 over the sub. Office Joe is select for the sub. Next. Superbad, the greatest teen comedy of all time. The best. It is really like the best movie, the best comedy movie. Moth and 8 over the sub. It's really good. Similar to the sub. It's basically, I don't know if he's going to describe it because I'm assuming it's probably going to be, you know, just jumping right into why it's the greatest movie, not really explaining the basis of the film. But it's like these, it's Jonah Hill, Michael Cera, and who's the guy that's McLovin. You've definitely seen clips from the film, even if you've never seen the movie. But it's just, it's basically like making fun of the high school experience, and it just full fucking gets it. Like how high schoolers act.
just sound like an idiot. You're not gonna be able to sleep with her, man.
You know when you hear girls saying like, "Oh, I was so shit-faced last night. I shouldn't have fucked that guy." We could be that mistake.
Now, lately, I've been talking a lot of shit about a lot of stinky movies. And since we hit 300 and 400,000 subscribers in the same month, I figured it would be cool if I actually did a nice video for once. So I figured it's about time I talked about my favorite comedy movie ever made and why it works so well. Now, most people...
You know, for the Superbad film, they had Michael Cera dance for like an hour straight for the end credits, or like the beginning of the disc for the CD, or for the movie itself. How long did Michael Cera dance for Superbad? Yeah, no, they just made him dance. The DVD Blu-ray featuring a silhouette of Michael Cera danced and filmed continuously for an hour straight, where Michael Cera had to dance nonstop for the entire time to give the feeling of the menu never looping. Because they wanted it so you would never have it on for an hour. But whenever you were watching the like menu for the movie before you started it, it would just look like it was never ending. Why the fuck was it an hour? Because you would never sit on the menu for an hour. You might sit on the menu for 10 minutes.
...we ever made and why it works so well. Now, most people have seen Superbad, and most people who have seen Superbad love it. But why? Nobody's gonna tell you a solid answer outside of, "Oh, it's so funny, bro. It's the funniest movie ever." It's basically the quintessential millennial movie. It came out at a time when raunchy, sharp comedy movies were at an all-time high, where the plot doesn't really matter as long as the actors are witty enough. This era of movies is mainly led by Judd Apatow, with his film The 40-Year-Old Virgin starting the trend and setting the stage.
Oh, 40-Year-Old Virgin's a good movie, too.
For way too many of the same goddamn movie with the same goddamn poster. One thing I should...
Oh, no, but still. Oh, my God. These are like... Bro, this is like prime time movies. Talladega Nights.
Way too many of the...
Superbad.
Same goddamn...
Step Brothers Pineapple Express Year
movie
1.
With the same goddamn poster.
Zookeeper.
One thing I should mention is that I generally don't like any of these movies. Every single comedy movie that came out in this time period suffers from the same exact problems. They all have very thin plots and thin premises. They have the same actors, so if you don't like those actors, you're kind of screwed.
Oh, but I love those actors. I love Seth Rogen. I love watching Seth Rogen movies. Yeah, no, his laugh's really annoying.
And they all have horrible pacing. I mentioned that word a lot.
Superbad's good, though, because it's just like they have one goal. Like, they need to get alcohol for a party, and they want to get laid. And that's the premise of the entire fucking movie.
Lot in my videos. Bad pacing can really mess up a movie. If you start to get bored, it's probably because the pacing is bad. And this is especially important in comedies. If you put all the craziest, funniest moments in the beginning of the movie, then there isn't really anything left. The wildest thing that happens in Bridesmaids happens in the first third of the movie, and it never gets that crazy again, so it just feels kind of weird. Meanwhile, in Some Like It Hot, widely believed to be one of the best comedies ever made, the best joke...
I'm telling you right now, any movie in black and white ain't no funny-ass movie. They're gonna be doing fucking banana slip jokes in that shit.
In the whole movie is saved for the very end. Now, the problem with talking about comedy movies in a critical way is that everybody's gonna tell you, well, comedy is subjective. And yes, that is true to some degree. But like any other art form in the whole world, there's a way to do it well and a way to do it not so well. A good comedy will tend to use escalation, gradually building up the events of the film while keeping a steady stream of the funnies. Superbad is the one movie in this era of comedies that does this the best. Superbad manages to stay consistently funny, but unlike other movies in the Apatow pit, the characters never stop the flow of the movie to tell jokes. In the beginning of the movie, when we first meet our characters, they're ogling at a titty magazine.
Bro, I need to watch this movie. Like, I might watch this movie tonight. I haven't seen Superbad in fucking forever.
Now, any other movie that's like this would be using this scene to show us, hey, look, the characters are really fucking horny. And that's it. But this movie uses this as an opportunity to begin explaining the current romantic issues that the characters are experiencing. Within just a few minutes, the movie has already told you everything you need to know about the characters and what
I can't do a movie night on stream, chat. That would be fucking illegal.
The story's going to be about, and it happened in a natural way. It may seem like an obvious thing to do right, like yeah, the dialogue should service the story, but if you've watched any other comedy movie that came out in this era, or even comedies that are out now, you'll see that there isn't always a balance.
Yeah, the interaction has nothing to do with the actual plot. It's just like them to do one-liner jokes.
The balance of story and humor allows Superbad to disguise itself as a raunchy teen sex comedy while actually being a surprisingly tender coming-of-age story. Sex may be the announced goal of the
Go on Kick, it's still fucked, chat. It's just Kick wouldn't ban
characters, but we as viewers aren't really convinced that the movie's about that. For instance, in a regular boner comedy movie, this scene would be completely different. The two main characters need to be shoved out of this scene for narrative purposes. So they see someone that they used to know who supposedly has
The biggest tits I've ever seen, I think.
Now, a normal sex comedy would show the lady running around in slow motion. All right, you can imagine it in your head. I don't even need to explain. But it's not important to this story, so you don't see her.
I gotta catch a glimpse of these warlocks. Let's make a move.
And how he runs is fucking so funny.
I also love how in a movie
And it's just dead silent the whole time.
where the main character's goal is supposedly to get laid, you get the most hilariously awkward sex scenes of all time. This is clearly not the point of the movie.
You're such a smooth.
Thank you. You would too if you were a man.
Now, if you try to summarize the plot of
You would too if you were a man.
Superbad as quickly and easily as possible, it wouldn't be that hard. Two high school seniors try to get laid at a party. That's probably how most people would describe it. But it's actually way more complex than that. And that's where this movie gets a lot of its charm. The real story here is a lot more subtle and a lot more relatable. Two high school seniors who have been friends since childhood attempt to prove their worth at an end-of-the-year party. Evan, played by Michael Cera, doesn't really care about getting laid. He just really wants to get closer to the girl he likes while attempting to distance himself from his best friend Seth, who he secretly thinks has been holding him back from enjoying his years in high school. Seth, on the other hand, has a fucking burning desire to get laid, but that stems from his insecurities and lack of confidence. He secretly knows he's been holding Evan back for their whole childhood, so he acts out and he says crude shit because he thinks people won't take him seriously anyway.
Plus, you scratch our backs, we'll scratch yours.
Well, Jules, the funny thing about my back is that it's located on my cock.
Oh.
All while this is happening, we have Fogel, who has an entirely different story arc from the other characters. This clearly isn't a story about horny teenagers, though it may look like that on the surface. And what really carries this movie are the performances.
Fuck, Evan, we're down 2 points. Fucking calm down, Greg. It's soccer. It's soccer.
Michael Cera is doing the Michael Cera thing, but it works perfectly fine here because he balances perfectly with Jonah Hill. And while this movie has people who have done comedy before, people didn't really have most of these actors on their radar until this movie came out.
Bro, and that's what's so ass about movies today is they don't fucking cast new people. And so that's why the budgets always go up. Like, we need more low-budget comedies. They don't fucking make those movies anymore. Comedy movies now are like fucking $100 million movies with stars that fucking run the show. Like, This Is the End. And while This Is the End has a lot of the same actors as Superbad, when Superbad hit, like, none of these guys were fucking famous. Like, outside of, like, Seth Rogen and, like, Bill Hader and a few of the other people, like, they were no-names. They were fucking no-name actors that tried out and they fucking got the film. And they don't do that anymore. Jenna Ortega gets cast for everything. The Rock, John Cena, fucking every other goddamn act, Jamie Foxx. They fucking, they only cast famous fucking people. And for comedy movies today, it's like, yeah, we're just going to throw Kevin Hart, Jack Black, and fucking Dwayne Johnson together. That's going to be the comedic duo. And we're just going to run that every fucking time. The comedic trio. And they'll just run that. And it's fine. Yeah, Chris Pratt. And they lean on, like, now, I kind of don't like what he's doing. What this guy that's reviewing the movies. Because, yes, he's right that all those, like, 2008 to 2012 movies had all the same actors, and they were leaning on their ability to be funny. but it was like there was still some level of effort put into the plot comparable today. Movies now, literally more than half of the budget will just go to pay actors. And they'll just fucking give them money with a shitty plot and shitty script. And, like, they don't improvise. They don't do anything. They just fucking follow the movie and do their fucking Rock Smolder face, and then he gets paid $100 million. And it annoys me. Because they could just crank out films like Superbad, not in the same sense of the plot, but, like, you know, a generally high-budget comedy movie for its time, but, like, still, you know, low budget in today's terms. Crank out 5 of those. Yeah, 2 will be misses, but the other 3 will fucking do great.
Really feel like I knew.
Like, what was the last funny movie that came out that you saw? Like, a genuinely funny movie. Parallel and you for the sub kid for the 3. Are you watching a Fern vid again? Not today, but yeah, at some point. Uzma for the sub kid for the 3. John Old for the 3. You play Elden Ring? No. And would like to thank you for being the goat on Twitch. Thank you, Cappy, for the sub. If you have any videos you want to watch games you want to play, videos, games, tough, and most of the videos to watch games I play. Yeah, somebody said Deadpool 3. That's not even a fucking comedy movie, though. It has comedic aspects, but Deadpool is a fucking superhero movie. And it's supposed to be funny, and yeah, it's like an action comedy. But I'm talking like just raw comedy. Just raw comedy, comedy thriller, comedy drama, rom-com. Like, you don't fucking see those anymore. They're all bad. Or just shitty Hallmark films. Bullet Train. Bullet Train's an action film. It's funny. And it was a good fucking movie. But it was an action film. Like, it's not just a forefront comedy. It's forefront, oh shit, we're on a bullet train and stuff's going down. I need to fucking kill people. Like, that's the premise. White Chicks? Bro, that movie came out like 20 years ago. Like, I'm saying like a recent film. But yeah.
People like this in high school, and that helps the movie connect with people.
Like, the most recent film I can think of that came out that was actually just funny was, like, Jumanji. And that was, like, mildly funny. And it was still a comedy action. And it was a remake. It wasn't a new film. It was a remake of the fucking original game. Ted 2. Ted 2 came out in 2015, and I can tell you, that was 10 years ago. So that's that's a decade old. And Ted 2 wasn't that fucking funny. Ted 2 had a 45% Rotten Tomato, 50% audience score. 1 out of 2 people that saw Ted 2 fucking didn't like it. Like, let's just say it how it is. Don't act like that was the fucking pinnacle of comedy, because it wasn't. Ted the Show's great. That's a good fucking show. There's a good bunch of funny shows that exist now. But funny movies, I feel like Hollywood, it just doesn't help anymore.
People so well.
I'm the one with the fake ID.
Well, then I'll cut your dumb little fucking face off, throw it over mine, and get your ID and buy it my fucking self.
Oh, really? You don't have the technology or the steady hands to pull off a procedure like that, so ha!
And like I mentioned before, the movie is consistently funny. And yes, I understand still, I'm gonna say it over and over again, that comedy is subjective. Like I said, I don't really tend to enjoy comedies like these. I enjoy comedy that leans on the side of absurdism. So it's kind of weird that I like Superbad so much, because Superbad is really straightforward. While other movies are relying on over-the-top situations and characters, it's interesting to see a movie that doesn't bother with any of that, and it just balances everything else so perfectly that you don't need anything to be crazy. And like a lot of people probably already know, the key to great comedy is memorability. If a comedy movie isn't quotable, it's basically gonna die. But to me, there's a limit. I always feel like the least funny lines are the most memorable ones in any movie. For instance, another movie that people consider quotable is Step Brothers. I was in high school.
Oh, you touched my drum set!
School when this movie came out, and I looked like this. And I sat in front of a girl who would call me a curly-headed fuck. I thought she was hitting on me, and I had no idea that it was a reference to Step Brothers. By the way, Candace, if you're watching this, I'm still waiting for the day where we can be together. And then when I watched the movie later on, I didn't think it was that funny. Not because I was basically being bullied, but I just genuinely didn't understand why everybody thought that line was so fucking hilarious. And in fact, my whole fucking school was apparently quoting Step Brothers every goddamn day because all the jokes were ruined for me. And that movie isn't funny if you know all the jokes already, but that's the thing about Superbad. I could spoil every joke for you and you'd probably still like the movie. Superbad has so many great moments that I personally still laugh every time I watch it, and I've seen it a lot of times. It could be an inconsequential one-off line.
What, so I gotta sit here and eat dessert alone like I'm fucking Steven Glansberg?
Or just one of the ongoing jokes, like how multiple characters over the span of the movie claim that Evan looks like somebody's brother.
He's Jimmy's brother, the guy, the singer. He's the guy with the beautiful voice I was telling you about.
You guys know a guy named Jimmy? You totally look like his brother. You totally look like his brother, man. You do.
Most of the laughs are just from the line delivery. Most of the things the characters say aren't even funny on their own, but it doesn't matter because it's how they're saying it.
Fogel, shut the fuck up. And take off your vest. You look like Aladdin.
Okay.
$7? Are you fucking serious? This isn't enough for anything. What are you, a 6-year-old?
How old are you, McLovin?
Old enough.
Old enough for what?
It's a party.
The best and funniest scene is easily the McLovin scene.
Muhammad.
If you've never seen this,
Muhammad from Hawaii. He was. Oh no, he said it was McLovin or Muhammad.
Movie.
He was like, Muhammad's the most common name in the world.
Just watch the
Yeah, not for you.
McLovin scene, and then you will be sold. It is that good. This is easily one of the best comedic exchanges of all time.
They let you pick any name you want when you get down there.
And you landed on McLovin.
Yeah, I was between that and Muhammad.
Why the fuck would it be between that or Muhammad? Why don't you pick a common name like a normal person?
Muhammad is the most commonly used name on earth. Read a fucking book for once.
This movie resonates incredibly well with people my age, with millennials. I mean, look at this tweet from Tyler, the creator. He basically...
Superbad the movie is one of those movies that like 20 years ago from now, I could say was that movie for my age 20 years ago.
He says Superbad is the movie for people in our generation, and I think he's completely right. The movie is incredibly genuine in its presentation of what late teenage life is like. The movie doesn't over-romanticize high school. There are no...
I almost slip. I obviously fucking get the hell out of here.
Cool kids or jocks, and the main characters are dorks, but they're not cartoonishly nerdy. The characters in this movie are just kids who lack confidence, not even just the main characters. You can see that in the side characters and even the adults. And this is the story of how the main characters gain confidence, which is something that people can relate to. And there's no crazy shit that happens to these characters. Everything that happens could happen to you or me. Trying to get alcohol without a legal ID, eating dessert alone in the lunchroom because your only friend isn't there, getting separated from the...
Yeah, it's not like an absurd comedy where like the premise of it being funny is, oh, this would never happen, which is what he was saying. Like all of these scenes have not happened to each person in whole. But, like, every scene in Superbad has had a similar experience within one like, other people have had to try and get fake IDs and fucked up the name that they chose. Other people have sat alone at lunch. Other people have tried to get laid in and failed miserably. Like, shit like that.
The only person you know at a party and getting stuck in an awkward situation. Trying to make moves on someone without knowing that they obviously like you back because you can't imagine someone actually liking you back. These are all things that aren't entirely uncommon to experience as a young adult. And yeah, you're probably not gonna drink and shoot guns with a couple of insane cops, but that's just there to make the story a little spicier. The main plot revolves around two friends learning that they have an unconditional love for each other while still being unable to avoid inevitably drifting apart from one another as they grow older. That's something that most people end up having to go through. The characters get what they wanted from the beginning of the story, but they also lost the only thing that they had at the beginning of the story. It's the definition of a bittersweet ending. And that's not something you'll usually see in a comedy movie. I don't know, I am actually pretty biased. I watched this movie at the perfect time and I can truly see no fault in it. I feel like...
Is there a funnier movie than Superbad? I'm trying to think of a movie that, like, really made me laugh. I always say Dude, Where's My Car is, like, a good film, but that's just because it's so fucking bad that I think it's funny. Napoleon Dynamite's good. Napoleon Dynamite's good, not on rewatch. Grown Ups... No. Grown-Ups, Project X, maybe. 21 Jump Street, 22 Jump Street. Like, those are both good. Tropic Thunder, yeah. Hangover. Hangover, Tropic Thunder, funny. Benchwarmers, hilarious. Super Troopers, There's a few that are really good.
Like everybody has that one comedy movie they can rewatch over and over, and to them, it's the perfect movie. But I genuinely think this movie can speak to anyone in its target demographic. And I know I have some late high schoolers watching my videos, so if you kids haven't seen this movie, I recommend you give it a shot. I'm interested to see—
Even if you're not in high school, the movie's still, like, relatable in the sense that you at one point went through that, and so it's funny to look back at what they're doing. Ivory for the sub, Demon for the 3. Every comedy with Danny McBride is superior. No, I 100% agree. I've never seen a bad movie with Danny McBride. What is the one with Danny McBride and Will Ferrell? Land of the Lost. Underrated comedy movie. All right. Bap over the sub, Jack for the 5. Did you know that Jonah Hill and the actor of McLovin hate each other? Chen for the sub. There's a lot of actors that really don't like each other. Weezer for the sub, Jack for the 5. 21 to 22 Jump Street are mad funny. I don't know how long ago they came out, though. Back up for the 3. Joe Biden got diagnosed with aggressive form of cancer. Fuck cancer. We were just talking about that. Alice for the 5. Paul the Aliens goated. Zach for the 3. The Good Boys is funny. I think that's the name. UQ. I love Parallel for the sub. Ivory for the sub. I already read that. Your favorite movie? Oh, well, all of my favorite movies I wouldn't even say are comedies. Like, if I'm going top 5 films, I always say, like, one of my favorite movies just off premise is The Thing. I just really love that movie. Shutter Island's really good. Everything Everywhere All at Once is good. I don't know. Like, picking an individual favorite movie is almost impossible for me. I could do, like, a top... Same thing with video games. Video games, maybe I would go, like, oh, number 1's Minecraft just because it's the most hours I've ever put into a video game. But, like, it's definitely not the best video game I've ever played in terms of, like, enjoyment in an individual setting. So, I don't know. Django Unchained's a good movie. Angel for the sub. Epic and Ivory for the sub. Yeah, it's kind of impossible to land on that because it's also based off vibe. Like, you know when you're like, I'm going to go watch a movie, what genre of movie? And sometimes you want to watch an action or a comedy or a thriller. Like, even though I love the movie The Thing, like, there's probably going to be days that I wouldn't want to watch The Thing. Or vice versa with any other fucking film. So, all right. Next. The craziest philosophical theories explained in 14 minutes. Simple for the 4. Haven't had anybody say it yet, but Hot Rod is a good comedy movie in my opinion. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Lock in.
Boltzmann Brain. Boltzmann Brain is a thought experiment that suggests that given enough time, a self-aware brain could randomly form in the universe due to quantum fluctuations. This hypothetical brain would have memories and perceptions of really living in a structured reality, even though it is just a temporary, random occurrence in a chaotic universe. This theory asks if it's more likely for the universe to exist, with all its complexity, or for a single brain with false memories to appear randomly. If the latter is more probable, it implies that everything you experience might just be a brief hallucination by a Boltzmann brain. Solipsism.
What? So they're saying that I'm a brain floating in a universe just temporarily perceiving my life and I don't actually exist.
Solipsism. Solipsism is the idea that only your own mind can be known for sure to exist. According to this theory, the outside world, other people, objects, and events cannot be definitely proven to exist beyond your own perception.
These ones, like, these theories are always cool to think about, but they don't actually hold, like, any reasonable grounding. It's just more so, like, you physically can't prove to me that you're conscious. Because you're not me. And this is what I was going into the other day where I was like, no matter what thing, no matter how close somebody is to you, they will never actually understand who you are. They'll never get you. They'll get you as well as they can. But unless somebody can physically step in your shoes and be the person that you are, they will not be able to understand the person that you are. If that makes sense. So, like, if I sit there and ask you or somebody that I'm close to, like, hey, prove to me that you're conscious. Even your wife? Fuck no. Your wife. Not gonna fucking your wife, your mom, your dad. No matter how close, your own mom will never understand how it is to be you. Fully. They may have been, if you lived, or your twin. You could have a twin. And I would say that's the closest example of somebody that's understood you. Twins can get each other more than anybody else because they're genetically identical and they've lived basically the same life. But even then, you as a twin cannot understand your other twin in its entirety. Conjoined twins. More so, yeah, because they live in the same body. But even then, they have different brains. They have different brains, different conscious experience. How they contemplate, the other one can't experience. They're not telepathically communicating. They're not experiencing everyone's thought through and through.
This is because all experiences are subjective, meaning they are understood through your individual mind. So while you may see and interact with the world, solipsism questions if the world actually exists on its own, or if it's all just created by your mind. You have no way to know. The teletransportation paradox. The teletransportation paradox is a thought experiment that explores the implications of teleportation and
oh my god, if you break up my is this the one where it's like, if you break up my atoms and teleport me to a different time and space, is that still me, or am I dead and this machine just created an entirely identical version of me that has the exact same memories as me, but I cease to exist?
identity. Imagine a teleportation device that scans a person's entire body and mind, mapping every atom and neural connection. The device then transmits this information to another location, where a new, identical body is constructed, perfectly replicating the original person, including their memories and personality. The paradox arises when considering what happens during this process. Is the person who arrives at the destination the same individual who entered the teleportation machine?
No. No. Because you didn't travel, and they broke apart your atoms and rearranged them. They didn't... Matter could not be created or destroyed, rather transformed, but they transformed you into something else. It's literally the same? No, let me put it this way. If I have a clone of you, say I spawn a clone of you right now, and it stands next to you, and that clone has every experience that you've ever had, looks like you, acts like you, is you. You both talk and act exactly the same. Is that person you? No. The only you that you are is the you that is currently perceiving. And so while there would be another you that is perceiving that theoretically would be you because you went from one place to another, the machine rearranged that person and dearranged you. So then the person that's reformed wouldn't actually be you. It would be an identical copy of you that believes that it is you. You would die if you stepped into a teleportation machine. The you on the other side would be a new you that is basically brainwashed into thinking that it is you because it rearranged every form of you to a T. It would be a new person. It would be a new person. From an outsider perspective, you would be fine, right? Like, if for you, I don't know you. Say your name's John. You step into the teleportation machine. I'm your friend. You're John. I've known you my whole life. You go, boom, teleport to me. You're going to talk to me, and I'm going to go, yeah, that's John. But the John that I knew is dead. The John that I knew is no longer perceiving and it doesn't exist anymore. The second he got disassembled in that machine, he has died. And there is a new person that is cloning him, like Rick and Morty. Like, if you went to an alternate universe, like in Rick and Morty, spoiler, Rick and Morty kill their entire fucking family. Their family dies. They ruin the universe, and every single person on that earth dies. They then go, how do we fix this? We can't. So they teleport to another universe where they have both just died, and it's identical in every other way other than the fact that Rick and Morty in that universe are dead. They bury their bodies and replace them, and they live with their family. To them, those people are all the same. But they know that their actual family and everyone they knew is dead. So it'd be the same way. Even though you're teleporting, the you that got crumpled up died.
If the original person is disassembled at the point of departure, is that person effectively killed? If so, then the new person created at the destination, while identical in every way, is technically a different individual.
It would be a different individual, but they wouldn't know it. They would have no way of knowing it. Because even if you talk to them and you're like, do you remember that? They're going to say yeah, because at the moment of this guy disappearing, they still have that memory. But it's just implanted into them.
The egg theory.
Oh, God. This one fucked me up when I watched this the first time.
The egg theory is a thought experiment that suggests that every person who has ever lived or ever will live is actually the same being, experiencing life in different forms and at different times. The theory proposes that when a person dies, they are reincarnated as another person without any memory of their previous lives. This process continues until that being has lived every human life in existence. According to the theory, the universe exists as an egg, a place for this single being to grow and mature through the experience of living many lives. Once all lives have been lived, the individual reaches a higher state of consciousness and becomes like a god, completing their spiritual evolution.
I like the idea of this, but I more so think that the universe is an everlasting God that, like, if I imagine what God is, I just relate God to the universe. Like, just not necessarily conscious, but an unconscious group of matter. The universe is God, God is the universe. Not really thinking, it just exists. I think we exist as a means for the universe to understand finite time and individuality. I don't know if that makes sense. It's really hard to put this into words. The universe can't experience time because if you're something that has always existed and will always exist, time doesn't matter for you because you'll always be here. But you can understand time in a different way if you're able to live and die, because then time matters. Does that make sense? Ivory for the 1,000 biddies. You look like Isaiah Hartenson. Who the fuck is that? C mentioned Luke for the subtractions for the 3. I'll take the last good Adam Sandler movie was 50 First Dates. There's a lot of bad Adam Sandler movies. YK for the 3. Sub 5 minutes ago, missed it. I want to say you're my favorite streamer. Stay safe. Have a blessed one. Well, thank you for the sub. I'm sorry I missed that. Specs, Dylan, and Julie for the sub. Simple for the 3. So you're trying to say we'll all be Joe Biden at some point. Well, in the egg theory, yeah. In the egg theory, you'll be me and I am you. We're all... In the egg theory, everyone watching this stream is me and I'm you. We're all just living different lives at different times without the memory of who we actually are. So we're all just talking to each other. Well, we are all talking to each other, but we're just one person talking to themselves. I'm just entertaining myself. I'm not entertaining you guys. I'm entertaining 5,000 of me.
Just as the universe, in this theory, is designed for growth and evolution, so too is every business. In my opinion, you can't really manage to do so efficiently without today's sponsor, Odoo. The omnipotence paradox. The omnipotence paradox is a thought experiment that challenges the concept of omnipotence, or unlimited power.
So I would be having sex with myself, yes. You'd be birthing yourself, having sex with yourself. You'd be killing every other being that is you. It's basically to show a level of equal morality. The egg theory is really useful in trying to teach people to be good people, because every bad thing you do, you'll do to yourself. And a lot of other religions actually believe that in terms of reincarnation, but not in the sense that every living human is the same soul. Just that there are souls that can be reincarnated and reborn. But yes, like the main example is like, if the egg theory were true, you would be Hitler, but you would also be every single person that Hitler killed. So it equals it out. Every good thing you've done to yourself. Every bad thing you've done to yourself. So if you are a bad person, you're effectively just inflicting pain upon yourself, which nobody would want to do.
Asks whether an all-powerful being like God could create a stone so heavy that even they cannot lift it. The dilemma arises because both possible answers seem to limit the being's power.
Well, yeah, God is all-powerful and all-knowing, and that's just in main religion gods. Like, just in monotheistic religion, God is all-powerful, but God can't create something that he can't move.
If the being can create the stone...
But he can create anything, so how the fuck does that work?
They cannot lift it, which means there's something they cannot do. This implies a limit to their power, contradicting the idea of being all-powerful. On the other hand, if they...
That's dumb, not gonna lie. No, it makes perfect sense. If God's all-powerful, how can he create something that he can't, that is too much for him to move?
Cannot create such a stone.
Because if he's physically all-powerful, that means he's able to make anything. But he can't, because he can't make something that he can't move, because he can move anything, because he can do anything.
This also indicates a limitation, as they are unable to do something that should be within the scope of omnipotence. But God might be over logic itself, Or one might say that by omnipotent, we mean a being that can do anything that is logically possible. Being all-powerful doesn't mean doing logically impossible things like creating a square circle. It means having power over everything that exists. Logical impossibilities, like a square circle, aren't real things that can exist, so it remains just a cool debunked thought experiment.
But isn't the idea of that weird square, isn't that just supposed to be another dimension, which has been like mathematically proved? They just use that as a means to try and show it because it can't be physically perceivable for a three-dimensional figure like us. Like, it's really, like, other dimensions are mathematically a tesseract or whatever. Mathematical, math tries to prove other universes, other dimensions. But it's not something that you're able to physically perceive because you're not able to be in that other dimension. You're stuck in the dimension that you've lived in, and you have to live the life and the perception that you've been given. The best example of that is if you were born two-dimensional and you were a flat square, you're only able to see front, back, left, and right. You're not able to look up and down. But if a three-dimensional figure were to enter your universe, you would only see them in your two-dimensional space. You wouldn't understand where they go when they leave. You can't understand the idea of looking up and down because you've only understood looking front, right, or front, back, left, and right. So in the same way, something that's a higher dimension than us, we can't perceive because we only know looking in the dimensions and seeing in the way that we can. Everything in a higher dimension can see everything below it, but nothing higher than it.
Experiment. Antinatalism. Antinatalism is a philosophical position that argues against giving birth, suggesting that it is morally wrong to bring new individuals into existence because life itself inherently involves suffering, pain, and hardship. So it is better not to create new lives that will inevitably face these challenges. One key argument in
literally the plot of AOT.
Antinatalism is that coming into existence exposes individuals to more suffering than joy, making it not worth it. Additionally, some antinatalists point out the environmental and ethical implications of overpopulation, arguing that it contributes to suffering not just for individuals, but for society.
Well, I think we're parasites to a degree. Because if you're at the bottom of a food chain, you are working as a means of supply for other things. We fucking kill, eat, destroy, and rebuild every fucking thing we touch. Like, we are ruining Earth. We're killing things. And, like, that, like, the point of life is to experience as much as you can, whether or not it's good as bad, you only get one chance. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, though. I'm saying that we are, in a word, like, in the general sense of what a parasite is, we're invasive species and we're invasive parasites. We have built and gone things in we have built things and gone places that we shouldn't have gone, and now we take over that area. And now we kill everything around it, ruin its natural environment, and live there and stay there. Then where's our habitat? Historically, I mean, it depends. But we have been such a successful species that we have been able to spread everywhere on Earth, basically. Where we would naturally be ingrained to live would be like Africa. Like, that's at least where Homo sapiens derived. But humans, in general, have been capable of living basically anywhere that's hospitable in terms of temperature and climate. Outside of that, it's just like, I'm more speaking the fact that we've been able to, like, live in, like, mountains 10,000 feet in the air with no natural water, no fucking food growing capabilities, and we're just shipping places one place to another. Like, you're able to access shit where you live now that isn't able to be grown or used where you live because we're able to transport shit. Like, we've evolved to basically we have taken over Earth. We have conquered our planet. Not in the sense of water yet, because the ocean is entirely undiscovered, basically. But, like, we deserve Earth. Why? Why? Isn't that a little selfish to assume? Why do we deserve Earth? I think we've won it. I don't think we deserve it. Because we're the smartest? Yeah, but that's not deserving. Deserving, we've just won it. You don't just because we were the smartest doesn't mean we deserve Earth. It just means we got it.
Society as a whole and the planet. You are not free. This theory about the
Every other species would have done the same. Yeah, you're fucking 100% right. I'm not saying what we're doing is immoral. I'm not saying I agree with the idea of anti-natalism. I'm saying I just think that if you actually look at it, we're like parasites of Earth. We have taken over the planet.
You are not free. This theory about the absence of free will from human life suggests that individuals have the ability to make choices and take actions based on their desires. However, they do not have the ability to control the will behind any of their actions, thus making them a slave to their own desires. In order to prove this theory, the following thought experiment is proposed. If you're deciding between which ice cream flavor to pick—
I say this all the fucking time. I usually do apple or banana with my chat. If you're picking an ice cream flavor, like I'm going chocolate, and I have the freedom of contemplation after that for my next choice to decide if I want something else. But if we have to go back and repeat this scenario every single time in the exact moment that we're in, you'll never sway your answer. Every single time you would choose the answer that you most desire because it's the one that all of your other choices and perceptions and things you've experienced have led up to this moment to where you're picking vanilla or chocolate.
Pick chocolate or vanilla and end up deciding that you genuinely want chocolate. There is absolutely nothing you could do in that situation to change that desire, unless an external factor that you also cannot control is involved, such as finding out that vanilla ice cream is cheaper or that it's not as unhealthy.
Well, yeah, because you have the freedom to contemplate the things that you've experienced in life, but since your birth, you had almost no control over a lot of the things that made you who you are. You had no control over your name. You had no control over where you were born, what school you went to, what you ate for a lot of your life, how much money you make, what job you're usually going into, because all of those things change depending on the things that you have access to and you're given from a time where you're not really conscious. And then even when you are, those things impacted your personality to where they've affected you, not in a free will sense, to where you're no longer the person that you thought you were freely. Everything you are has been made and impacted by another person. I've also thought about this too. Whenever I'm like alone, it's so fucking weird that like you really can't do anything without having some sort of impact that has been caused by another man. Human, not man. Even if you're sitting alone in your room, that room was built by another person. The clothes you're wearing was built by another person. The thing you're watching was used by another person, made by another person. You are always involved with someone else. Even if you go into the middle of the woods and you're alone, the clothes on your back, the things you have, all of the only way that you could literally be alone is if you fucking wandered into an area that has never been touched by people in like the Amazon rainforest butt naked and made everything from scratch yourself. And even then you have the knowledge from other people that have been involved in your life up to your decision of making that decision, in which case you're not even conscious in free will when you made the decision to go into the fucking Amazon rainforest and be naked like you're on the Naked Afraid show and try and live alone, because all the things that you lived up to that point to make you make that decision, you had no choice over.
This shows that the only way for you to do anything is by wanting to do it, which we already determined you cannot control, or by being forced to do it, which you obviously cannot control either, thus proving that free will does not exist. Ship of Theseus.
I just go along with that shit though. Like you got like there's a point where you accept that and you're like, damn, okay, and then just move on.
Ship of Theseus is a philosophical thought experiment that questions the nature of identity and change. It begins with a ship owned by the hero Theseus.
This is like the first fucking... In most colleges or most philosophy classes, like the first thing you're going to talk about is the ship of Theseus. I don't know why. I think it's just because it's like an easy philosophical topic to get across before you delve into like deep shit.
And over time, as the ship sails, its wooden parts decay and are replaced with new ones. Eventually, every original part is replaced, which leads to the central question. Is the fully restored ship still the ship of Theseus?
Yes, because it's the name that you associate with it. Its physicality, physically it is not the same ship, but by name and association it is. I'm not the same person physically. Your cells, you're an entirely new person cellular-wise every, 7 years? But you're still you, right? You're not the same person you were in the sense of consciousness or general, personality. but you're still you in the sense of your physical body and your name calling. Somebody still knows you as Evan or Ethan or Joe or Sarah or whatever your fucking name is.
To complicate matters, suppose the original...
You just disproved your teleporting point. I didn't disprove my teleporting point. Because in that sense, you're still... See, Trey, and this is where I'm going to fold your fucking hand, buddy. You're still the same person perceiving. You're the same you're the consciousness that is perceiving something. You're still in the standpoint where you are the individual observer, even if you are not the same observer that you were 7 years ago. You're still the individual person consciously inhabiting this physical body that is observing something, which makes it different than the ship. Because the ship is entirely new parts, whereas you have slowly mended different parts rather than one full blank, right? Teleporting, rearranging all your atoms instantaneously to a new person. Every 7 years, you're new cells, but you're not every 7 years, all your cells instantly die and then a new you is born. Over time, your cells die. Your cells are dying right now. Your cells are dying and you're making new cells right now every second of every day. There's millions of cells that are dying and ones that are being born because they're splitting constantly. And over time, when you look back at it, yes, 7 years ago, you weren't the same you that you are now because there's a fully different set of cells that have existed. But through that time, you have still maintained that same conscious observation of the world around you and have been the same perceiver.
Parts are gathered.
A clone of you would not be the same perceiver because they would be inhabiting a different body.
And reassembled into a ship. Now, there are two ships, one composed entirely of new materials, and one made of the original components. This scenario showcases how definitions are artificial and not as stable as we think. Does the ship...
What if I change my personality and my name? Then you'll be known differently by other people. To them, you'll be a different person, like somebody going into witness protection program. But to everybody else, you're a different person, but to you, you're still the same individual. You're a different person in terms of personality traits and all of those other things. So who you act as may be different, right? Whether or not you're a good or a bad person can change. But you, as an individual, are still the same perceiver that you once were.
Retain its identity despite having all its parts replaced? Which ship is the true ship of Theseus? Ethical egoism. Ethical egoism is the philosophical theory that individuals should always act in their own self-interest and have no regard for the consequences of their actions on others. This theory asserts that actions are only morally right if they benefit the individual.
I have BPD, incorrect because I am many. Bipolar disorder or multiple personality disorder?
Performing them, emphasis. Ethical egoism. Ethical egoism is the philosophical theory that individuals should always act in their own self-interest and have no regard for the consequences of their actions on others. This theory asserts that actions are only morally right if they benefit the individual performing them, emphasizing that values like sympathy and altruism were an idea constructed by weak individuals who could not assert themselves in society. So they have...
Yeah, that's some idiot-ass shit. You can make that argument in terms of the noble senses and everything with, like, what Friedrich Nietzsche would say about, like, morality and how good and evil changed over time in terms of their definition. But the idea of what is morally right being only something that benefits yourself is fucking stupid, because usually what benefits the group benefits the individual because you have to rely on other people in modern society to succeed.
Had to make up an entire moral system to justify...
Going back to what I was saying, where you can never actually get away from people in general. You will always be involved with one person or another. The mic that I'm talking through, the fucking camera that you see me through, everything has been made by another individual. Regardless of whether or not I own it, somebody took part in it. And if I start fucking over those people, then I fuck over myself.
Their incompetence. Ethical egoism argues that, like all other animals, we have a deep desire to secure our own survival, and we should not deny it or act against it, as it would be unnatural and damaging to do so. Furthermore, ethical egoists argue that by pursuing their own goals, individuals may also contribute positively to society, as their...
I think this makes sense in terms of, like, war, where in, like... you know, ancient times where you would be forced to go fight for a king, you're fighting for somebody else's goals that'll end up getting you killed. So would that increase, like, world peace if it was used momentarily? Yeah. But if everybody was an ethical egoist and only cared about themselves in all times, everybody would just be assholes.
Furthermore, ethical egoists argue that by pursuing their own goals, individuals may also contribute positively to society, as their actions can lead to overall better outcomes for other people as well. Rocco's Basilisk. Rocco's Basilisk is a thought experiment suggesting that a future artificial superintelligence could be motivated to punish or torture individuals who knew about the possibility.
Roddy, thank you for the fucking 10 gifted subs, my goddamn goat. Thank you, Roddy. Roddy Japrodigy. Thank you for the fucking 10 gifteds and the individual sub. Thank you for the 10 gifteds. Broski, Spoo, and, and Just for the sub. Consento for the 3. If your mom ate pigs while being pregnant, those atoms could turn into your brain structure and reincarnate into your conscious right now. You don't even remember anything, but your atoms experience that life. Are we pigs? Well, they transformed, so they've lost the energy and the conscious capabilities they once had. So no, you wouldn't be that pig. You'd be a transformed version of that individual. Perp for the 3. Wanye for the subs. Roshan for the sub. Zach for the 3. How could I be Hitler and the people he is killing at the same time? Because you're only bound by time in the physical sense. If the egg theory were true and reincarnation would be real, why do you have to be reincarnated in a linear fashion through time? Because post-death, the only thing that applies to time is things that can consciously observe it. If you're outside of time, you could be reincarnated 500 years in the past. Jack for the 5. There's no order to it. If you're saying I would teleport, I want to be alive, but me as an individual wouldn't, Jack for the 5. There would be a version of you that would be, but not you. Ivory for the 1,000, but he's already read that. Quinn and GJ for the sub.
Of its existence, but did
Jujo for the sub.
Not actively help in bringing it into reality. The purpose of this punishment.
Joe Bart was Jack Doherty in another universe. No, I would be Jack Doherty in this universe. But just not right now. Actually, right now, but not in the conscious sense. We would all be the same individual being post-death, but you have no recollection of it. So you're just constantly getting split into different bodies. I don't believe in the egg theory. I'm just explaining it.
Punishment would be to incentivize.
How does that make sense? How does anything make sense? How does that make sense? The fuck you mean? It's like whether or not you believe it. It's just a theory. It's the same thing as like believing in God. Like you can't. How does it make sense? Well, you can't prove it. It's just an idea. It's whether or not you believe in it.
People to support its development. Essentially, the AI might create virtual simulations where those who fail to assist in its creation are tortured. Esse est percipi. It means that everything.
I need to rewind because I didn't fucking read this.
Rocco's Basilisk.
Oh, this is that shit where a computer is going to take over the world? Yeah.
The AI might create virtual simulations where those who fail to assist in its creation are tortured. Esse est percipi. It means that everything only exists if it's being perceived. For example, if you sit on a.
I fucking hate this. Yeah, your chair's hollow. And this follows in with the theory that our universe is actually in a computer from another life form that's higher than us, because it's really hard for a computer to be able to generate the entire universe, but it's a lot easier for the computer to only have to generate things that are actively being perceived. So your desk is actually hollow until you decide to cut into it. And there's nothing behind me until I decide to look behind me. So the only things that are actually being perceived or computed would be the things that you actively are perceiving. And there's no way to disprove it. Because that's also like Schrodinger's cat. Like everything's both alive and dead. Not really. I think that's a little different. That's more like quantum theory. Ham for the 3. I just turned 18 today. Awesome, dude. Congrats.
A chair and stand up without looking at the chair has ceased to exist. Quantum immortality. Quantum immortality is a thought experiment stemming from the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. This theory suggests that a conscious being cannot experience their own death because there exist alternate realities where they continue to survive. The core concept proposes that every decision or event creates multiple branches of reality. In life-threatening situations, there will always be at least one version of reality where the individual survives. Therefore,
yeah, if you're able to prove that there's an infinite number of universes with an infinite number of views that experience every possible thing that you could, there's always going to be a version of yourself in a given universe that lives forever.
When faced with danger, the individual's consciousness only
Because
perceives
there's always a version of you that didn't die.
outcomes in which they remain alive. As a result, quantum immortality implies that individuals would perceive themselves as immortal as they can never experience their own death. Philosophical zombies.
That's also like, some people perceive quantum immortality that you will never die because every version of you that would die, you won't consciously experience. I think it's more kind of understandable to say that there is a universe in an infinite set of universes where there's one you that does live forever.
Philosophical zombies are...
What about old age? Well, you can't die. Dying of old age isn't a thing. When somebody says you died of old age, you probably died of a heart attack. Like you died in your sleep. Your heart stopped, right? There's always a cause of death. The cause of death in the fucking mortician autopsy is never old age. They'll tell you, yeah, he died, complications due to old age, which is usually your heart stopping or you had like an aneurysm or something like that. But there would always be a version of you that didn't die. Natural causes. Yeah, like natural causes of death.
Are hypothetical beings that look and act like humans but lack conscious experience. These being philosophical zombies. Philosophical zombies are hypothetical beings that look and act like humans but lack conscious experience. These beings behave exactly as humans do, but they have no inner life, no subjective feelings or thoughts. The thought experiment challenges materialism, which holds that consciousness can be fully explained by physical processes in the brain. If it's possible to imagine a being that is physically identical to a human but lacks consciousness, then consciousness might not be fully explained by physical states. Zeno's paradox.
Well, I think philosophical zombies can... I think that there's two different types of you that exist in your brain. You are one, kind of ever-forming individual, like a slime ball, but there's also an A and B version of you. There's a you that lives everyday life and experiences, very basic things like your school and your conversations and playing video games and other things that you kind of turn your brain off for, where you're just kind of living in the present. And then there's a type B of you that can physically understand and perceive the conscious universe and life and death and like deep shit. And there's a group of people that I think don't have B. I don't think that I'm better than anybody. I think the majority of people are able to experience genuine philosophical thought. But I think there are groups of people that don't think about anything meaningful their entire life. And they just live. They just don't care. And you might know one of them, right? You can't really tell, but like you probably have people that give a shit. You probably have people that in your life give a shit about specific things. For the person that said black people, ban them because you're just a fucking racist piece of shit. I'm talking about you now, specifically. The guy that said that, you're a philosophical zombie. Because you're actually not understanding what I'm saying or actually trying to relate to it. You're just trying to make a joke about it. And you might think that's funny, but I'm actually trying to get to you on a deeper level and say that, like, you making that joke at this time kind of shows that you don't understand what I'm saying. You're a philosophical zombie. You're just going to live your life and then die. And that's fine, but it's like, whatever. Like, if you don't get it, you don't get it. I don't get it. It doesn't seem possible. What do you mean? Bro's saying he's mindless. I'm not saying he's mindless. I'm just saying he doesn't give a fuck about anything. Like, there's people that exist that just don't care. And that's fine, right? Like, live your own fucking life. But it's crazy to me that people can exist in the universe for a very niche and not niche, a very small amount of time and never once question, like, damn, dude, what the fuck is this? And they just exist. They enjoy their little things in the materialistic world. They only live in the present. They might be scared of death in a survivalistic sense just because they're animals, but not in a philosophical sense. Because you could be scared of dying in a pain physical way, and then you could be scared of dying in a genuine, I'm going to cease to exist type of way. Aren't we all NPCs? I think you transition between being NPCs and not being NPCs, and some people live in that NPC world for longer. I think you have to live in that world to have fun. I think you can think about why you exist and life and death and fear about it. And I think it's always good to think about those things, but they can also consume people and drive them crazy. And you'll see that in a lot of philosophers that go mad. I think living in the present's good. Because then you actually get to experience life. But at the same time, you do have to take times to like step back and actually get everything. More for the sub, hand for the 3. But yeah, for the guy that was just racist there, like, come on, bro. Like, you're just being a dick. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to be like, oh, you're a philosophical zombie and, like, fucking insult you like that. But, like, bro, like, I'm actually trying to make a genuine point, and instead of, like, you actually trying to listen to me, you're just like, black people. Like, loser energy.
The thought experiment challenges materialism, which holds that consciousness can be fully explained by physical processes in the brain. If it's possible to imagine a being that is physically identical to a human but lacks consciousness, then consciousness might not be fully explained by physical states. Zeno's paradoxes. Zeno's paradoxes are a set of thought experiments from the Greek philosopher Zeno, who used them to argue that motion is impossible, or at least not what it seems. The most famous paradox is Achilles and the tortoise, which highlights the problems that come up when we think about dividing things into infinitely small parts. In this example, Achilles, a fast runner, is racing a tortoise, which is much slower. To make it fair, the tortoise starts ahead. Zeno argued that Achilles can never actually catch up to the tortoise because every time he reaches the point where the tortoise was, the tortoise has moved a little bit further ahead. Imagine walking towards a destination. To reach it, you'd first have to walk halfway there, and to walk halfway there, you'd first have to walk a quarter of the way there, and so on, creating an infinite number of steps and causing you not to be able to reach your destination. Problem of induction. The problem of
yeah, but I don't know. Like, that's more of just like a stupid... I don't want to say I don't like talking about that stuff. But in the same way, you know how there's people that, like, only like even numbers or odd numbers? You can make the argument that, like, while 2 is an even number, it's the first even number, so it's an odd number. And then, okay, well, 4 is the second even number, so it's an even number of an even number. But it's also the second even number, so that makes it an odd number. Like, it's still just, like, now we're just talking about fucking stupid shit for no reason.
Induction, introduced by David Hume, questions how we can justify our belief that the future will resemble the past. For example, we expect the sun to rise tomorrow because it has risen every day before. However, Hume pointed out that there's no logical guarantee this will always happen. Just because something has occurred many times doesn't...
There's no logical guarantee that that'll always happen, and I know I had to read David Hume fucking last year, but just because, yes, we are assuming that the sun will rise tomorrow because it's risen a million times prior, it is insanity to assume that it won't. If you lived your life doing things over and over, seeing the same repetitive result and not making a connection between them, that's insanity. And sometimes you could be making false connections between things, and that's where stereotyping results. But in the sense of like science, where you're testing things over and over and over and over again, if you were never to assume like, oh, if I combine ammonia and something, that'll make mustard gas. Maybe if I combine it again, it won't. You're insane. Like, yes, there's a statistical chance that one day that'll never happen. But realistically, it's always going to.
Always happen. Just because something has occurred many times doesn't mean it will continue to do so. Any justification for this assumption relies on past experiences, which is circular reasoning. If we say that we trust induction because it has worked in the past, we are using induction to justify induction. This means that our reliance on patterns in the world is based more on habit than on solid logical grounds. The experience machine.
It's a base point to, like, I like Hume in how he tries to prove things from a very basic point without previous knowledge kind of biasing it. But at the same time, any philosopher that tries to prove shit a priori is still using bias because of the, back to what we're talking about, the fucking you are not free will shit, where you're still stuck in the same cyclical loop of other impact and biases put on your own life to where you physically can't make reasoning without previous knowledge prior to it. Same thing with, like, even just base inventions. The life you live, the cars we drive, the planes you take, all of those things are kind of ever evolving and getting better and better, but that might not even be the best possible thing that could exist in that way. because we've grown up in a society with all of these other things that you're constantly taught about, you're never actually able to create something entirely unique that isn't just a reformation of something that already exists. Due to your own human perception, you're limited to that fact because you're only able to see and understand the world that's around you, but also through other experiments and things that exist already. Like, you use current math and current science to create new theories, new math, and new science, or understand it in a different sense, but you're biased based off of those things that already exist. Like, if the wheel was never created, it probably would in another way. I don't want to use the term the wheel. Say the iPhone was never created. It may have been created again, but in a better way or a different way. But there's no way of knowing that because we are already stuck historically knowing the knowledge of how phones were created. I don't know if I'm making sense. Tristan for the sub, Jen for the 3. Valedictorian in my high school, Big Dub, what do you think about using the quote, "They didn't bring us here to change the past" from Interstellar because they didn't bring us here to change the past. They brought us here so we could own our future. At the end, that would be heat. Yeah, do whatever you want, man. It's your graduation speech. The real for the 3. Not a fan of Zeno's paradox are represented. Obviously, emotion is possible. It's more about supporting Heraclitus saying all things are one. More for the sub.
The experience machine is a thought experiment proposed by philosopher Robert Nozick to challenge the idea that pleasure and happiness are the only things that matter in life. In this scenario, imagine a machine that can provide you with any experience you desire. You could feel immense joy, love, success, or any other pleasurable sensation, all while being completely unaware that these experiences are simulated. Nozick asks whether you would choose to plug into this machine for the rest of your life. Many people intuitively reject the idea of living in the experience machine, preferring real life with its struggles and hardships over an artificial existence filled with pleasure.
Well, and then that's more artificial existence based on pleasure would be more attuned to like a drug addict. Because you're artificially pumping your brain with serotonin and other things that make you happy, and you have no duality to actually appreciate the happiness that you're perceiving. Like, if you could always be pumped with serotonin, you would be happy, but you wouldn't be happy in the same sense of something as when you achieve it.
This rejection suggests that there are values beyond mere pleasure.
Jishu, stop spamming. You bought 2 philosophy books, The Dialogue of Socrates by Plato and Happiness on Epicurus. You think these are a good place to start? Never read them. I might have read the Socrates one. I never read Epicurus. Wanya, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you if you got a sub. Thank you for the 5 gifteds. Next for the 3. Creation of the iPhone is closer to the fall of Rome Empire than the beginning of the Roman Empire was to the building of the Giza pyramids. Why are you saying the beginning of, why are you saying the creation of the iPhone? Just say human life now is closer to the beginning of Roman Empire than to the fall of the Roman Empire than the beginning of it was to the pyramids. You could just say that. Why the creation of the iPhone? Just say modern day.
Such as authenticity, relationships, and the...
Epicurus is the most logical philosopher. I just don't like when people's favorite philosophers are ancient Greek philosophers because there's so much more that's been done past that time where people are able to debunk and go over the things that they've proposed. Like, I can't believe that the best philosopher of our time, I could believe that the most monumental and forwarding philosopher was made in the Greek Roman times, like thousands and thousands of years ago. But modern day philosophers have been able to tweak those people so much to where a lot of the things that they've come up with have been disproven or are just out of play. Like Aristotle makes a lot of foundational points. Also horribly sexist. Aristotle, one of the best philosophers of our time, a lot of the things that he says transition to today, he was horribly sexist. He thought women were unable to have genuine relationships with men outside of a different hierarchical... Like, if you read him, like, a lot of the shit that he says about friendships and how relationships matter, he always says that the love of a woman towards a man is always going to surmount more than that of a man to a woman. Like, that's just wrong. Like, it's just his, and that's him being biased through his time. And so if you ask a lot of philosophy professors in college about it, they'll, you know, they give leeway because it's like Aristotle was born in a time where that's kind of been drilled into his brain. So he's biased in that sense. And if, you know, he existed in modern times, he would probably go back and be like, yeah, I was wrong. But even then, like, you could point out a lot of flaws where, like, the shit that they said made sense at the time. It doesn't make sense anymore. That's also why, like, even religion-wise. Bible, like the Bible and all these other, like, you know, religions that exist in monotheistic ways evolve in time. And they admit that, yeah, some things don't hold true to today that they used to. Like fucking slavery. Like, that shit, like, that, that's on a theological sense. But even now, I like Epicurus, just on your comment on Epicurus. He has said a lot of cool things, and, like, he has a lot of foundational quotes. But I've never read him specifically, so I don't know. Maybe I'd change my mind.
The pursuit of genuine achievements. Moral anti-realism. Moral anti-realism is the philosophical view that there are no objective moral truths or values independent of human beliefs and opinions. According to this perspective, moral statements do not describe facts about the world, but are instead expressions of our attitudes or preferences. For example, if someone says, killing people is wrong, a moral anti-realist would argue that this statement doesn't reflect an absolute truth. Instead, it expresses a social consensus or a personal belief.
I like that. I think that is, I can agree with that, because morally we would all agree that, yeah, killing people's wrong, but based on the society that you live in and where you are, like where you're from, other moral truths change. And even throughout time, they change. And killing's wrong in what sense? Because sometimes killing people in self-defense isn't wrong because they were attacking you first. And then you get into a whole argument of, like, specifics depending on situation, but also just recognizing the fact that universally morality only applies to humans, and therefore universally morals can't exist. Definitive moral truths can't exist because they only apply to humans. They don't apply to everything, only us. And we didn't exist fucking 100,000 years ago, at least in the sense of modern humanity.
Belief. The idea is that actions like killing are...
What about racism? When is that ever right? It's not. Racism is morally... I love when I go over this, because then they try to be like, oh, so you're saying that racism is okay? Oh, so you're saying that murder's okay? No, I'm not saying that's okay. I obviously disagree with that. I'm saying, and also racism is just off of human flaw and then also stupidity on not recognizing that sometimes humans naturally stereotype things into groups because that's what you do logically as an individual trying to survive in the world. People that are racist are stupid and fail to see that just because you had a bad experience with one individual person that falls into a categorical group of an individual doesn't mean that all people fall into that category. Racists didn't like, you know, as an example, racists were either raised to be racist. You're not born racist. Racists were either raised to be racist or had an experience that made them racist and failed to see that not all people are the fucking same. And so that's its own thing. Outside of that, morally on racism, sexism, and whatever all these other things are, universally, we live in a society where morals need to exist for us to function, but on a universal level outside of Earth, morality has no fucking reign in anything. Because outside of humans, what the fuck matters on you stealing bread from a store? It has no meaning. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it only applies to us in specific settings.
Not inherently good or bad. Rather, we label them as such based on cultural norms, society.
Is it racist if it's a statistical fact? If you're going to bring up that black people commit the majority, like if you're going to say that statistic, well, how does 1% of the population commit over half the crimes? Yeah, that's racist because you're not factoring in the knowledge that black people specifically have been shut down in society through slavery in modern times to where they live in more impoverished areas and more motivated to commit crimes. Black people genetically are not more likely to commit crimes. The areas that they're in the lives that they have, specifically in genuine groups, may up levels of crimes committed in general areas, but you're also not factoring in poverty and other things that motivate people to commit those crimes because of the society that they've lived in. Black people do not commit more crimes than white people on a personality basis. If you're going to say statistically they do, that is only because of impoverished areas in the lives that they've been given because of the implications that have been put on them through, what is it called? Systemic racism. They've been given a shit hand and therefore live in that shit hand and are more likely to commit crimes if they're impoverished, living in areas where they have to survive. If you were to take a group of people and put them in an impoverished area, they're likely to commit more crimes because they have not been helped in the way that they need to be. But if you meet a black guy on the street and you say to his face, he's more likely to commit a crime than you're fucking racist. Yes, whatever statistical fact you're going to throw is clouded by the idiocy of yourself to not recognize why that fact is in existence. Not because black people are genetically more likely to commit a crime. That's stupid to say that. You know it's stupid to say that.
Societal agreements or individual feelings. The paradox.
You're taking a fact at face value and not looking into why that fact is the way it is.
Of tolerance. The paradox of tolerance, created by philosopher Karl Popper,
Oh my God, sorry I got off that. I'm not saying that's what you're assuming, by the way, but when you're saying, is it racist if it's statistically true? That's the most fucking racist shit anybody ever says. When they're like, oh, well, what about this? And they always bring up a stat of, like, black people committing more crimes. But then you're not going into income inequality and, like, other poor people commit more crimes than rich people. That's just like, and I'm not, then you have to go into general cities and groups and why these people are living the way they are. And it all roots back to them getting dealt a fucking shit hand hundreds of years ago. And now they can't get out of it. And even modern systems today.
The paradox of tolerance.
What about tax evasion? I'm talking about crimes in the sense that racist white people would get upset about. Rich people commit a lot of crimes. White rich people commit a lot of crimes. They commit a lot of white-collar crimes. And those people are going to use statistically violent crimes, which are usually the ones that they're going to try and pin on black people because they're fucking racist. But, yeah.
The paradox of tolerance, created by...
What are white-collar crimes? Tax evasion, fraud, insider trading, money laundering, shit like that. You're not hurting people or robbing or committing that, but you're using the system in an illegal way to benefit yourself.
By philosopher Karl Popper, examines the limits of a tolerant society. Popper argues that a truly tolerant society should not tolerate intolerance, because if a society...
I gotta rewind.
The paradox of tolerance. The paradox of tolerance, created by philosopher Karl Popper, examines the limits of a tolerant society. Popper argues that a truly tolerant society should not tolerate intolerance, because if a society extends tolerance to those who are intolerant, it risks allowing intolerant groups to gain power and suppress the very freedoms that enable a tolerant environment. For example, if a tolerant society allows hateful ideologies to flourish, those ideologies could undermine the rights and freedoms of others, which creates a dilemma. If a society tolerates all viewpoints, including those that advocate for intolerance or violence, it may ultimately lead to the destruction of tolerance itself. Popper...
I mean, that's just getting into the argument of fucking free speech right now, where people are like, oh, I should be able to say anything I want. Yeah, but you're also harming others depending on what you're saying.
Suggests that in order to maintain a...
Like, you have the right of free speech, but you also have the right to get your fucking ass kicked if you say some fucked up shit. Like...
tolerant society, it is necessary to take a stand against intolerant beliefs and actions.
Like, that's why I hate those videos on Twitter. Like, that's the whole free speech thing. Like, yeah, I believe that you should have free speech. But in the same sense, like, I hate seeing those videos where it's just some motherfucker just spewing slurs at somebody and the guy can't do anything because if he touches him, he's going to get arrested for assault when the other guy's literally just spewing hate crime.
Even if this means limiting the freedom of those who follow them. The knowledge argument. The knowledge argument, often illustrated by the thought experiment.
Hate speech isn't free speech. If you look at a lot of instances where somebody, like say a white guy, walked up to a black dude and just started screaming the N-word at him, and the black guy punched him in the face and fucking broke his jaw, white guy's off scot-free, black guy's getting arrested.
Known as Mary's Room, was proposed by philosopher Frank Jackson, who created a scenario in which a girl named Mary is a brilliant neuroscientist who knows everything there is to know about the physical aspects of color, but she lives in a black and white room and has never experienced color herself. One day, Mary leaves her room and sees a red apple for the first time. The knowledge argument poses the question, does Mary learn something new about color when she sees the apple? Jackson argues that she does, because although Mary had all the scientific knowledge about how color perception works, her experience of seeing color for the first time provides her with new information that she could not have known while confined to the black and white room. This thought...
I think that also just applies to the job world, too. Like, being able to learn something versus actually experiencing it yourself. Like, you might know how something works, but then when you actually have to fucking do it, it's a lot harder.
Experiment suggests that there are non-physical aspects of knowledge, specifically the subjective experiences of perception. The infinite monkey theorem. The infinite monkey theorem is a thought experiment that suggests that given an infinite amount of time, a monkey
The monkey will write the entire works of Shakespeare.
Randomly pressing keys on a typewriter or keyboard would eventually type out any given text, such as the complete works of William Shakespeare, helping to understand how long infinity really is. If you want to discuss this video or suggest...
Well, that's not even a theory. That's just true. If you had something randomly... Not even a monkey. If you just had a computer randomly press buttons for an infinite amount of time, they would type up every work that's ever been made. Because eventually, there would be a time where all the letters they typed in consecutive order matched word for word something else. That's just probability. Raph, U-turn, X and Sled for the sub. Maria, Skinny, and the Phantom for the sub. Milks for the 5. Sorry for the long message. Just proud my sister just graduated high school with her bachelor's. High school with her bachelor's. How the fuck did she graduate high school with her bachelor's? Got accepted to law school. She got valedictorian, and the school didn't even want to mention it because they don't want to hurt the other kids' feelings for being dumb. Well, see, they're not dumb because they didn't get a bachelor's degree. Or are you saying valedictorian? Do you mean associates? I don't know anybody that graduated high school with a 4-year degree. I don't even know if you're allowed to do that without having... You can't, because you can't enroll in college without a high school diploma. You could get an associate's at a joint program. I don't know. Anyways, that was a W fucking stream, chat. Sorry I got really emotional ranting there. Just some of those topics, you know, cut me deep. Anyways. That was a fucking fun stream. I'm going to be hosting on the main and the gaming right when I end. So go watch that. Powell and Sled for the sub. If you have any videos you want me to watch or games you want me to play, video/time, game/tab, it is high five most of the videos that I watch and the games that I play. So if you have any videos you want me to watch, games you want me to play, send those there. Outside of that, I will be live tomorrow at 4:15, 4:30 EST. We are going to be doing another gamer challenge where we spin the wheel, do a bunch of challenges. I'll ask you guys while we're there. We'll figure out what challenges we're going to do. Tuesday is going to be Man of War, AV Assembly, and some other random games. Man of War is like a horde thriller game. AV Assembly we've played, and then random games after that. We're going to do all of the Outlast on Wednesday. Thursday, we're going to do Deliver at All Costs, new game that's dropping, random games, and then Splitgate Beta drops that day. We're going to play that as well for a little sponsor. Probably going to be like a 6-hour stream that day. Friday is going to be F Cancer charity stream, Amazon product review, and the Reacts. Saturday, I'm not live. Sunday's Reacts, and next Monday, we're doing Games with Chat for Memorial Day. And then we're going to go from there. We're going to be doing Mafia Definitive Edition soon. Bunch of new games dropping, itch games. We're going to do a cooking stream, a driving wheel stream. I want to do a drinking and driving stream. That'll be funny. Not IRL, but with the sim wheel. Sports games soon. I want to do a sports games challenge as well. Red for the sub. So it'll be fun. But yeah. Who do we want to fucking raid? Also, if you have any videos you want to watch games I play, as I said, video/game/trap. It's how I find most of the videos that I watch games I play. Also, go watch the mental health video that I posted. We're raising money for AFSP. Also, just awareness in general for mental health. Whatever that video makes in the fucking first net 30 days, I will donate its entirety to AFSP. Who do we want to raid? Koshard. I rated him the other day. I kind of want to raid somebody new. You know what? It's a Sunday. Let's raid Dash's Ducks for the vibes. Why not? All right. W stream chat. Appreciate y'all. And I'll see y'all soon. We're going to raid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good.